not everybody doing this is interested in like getting evidence that Bigfoot is real. And I learned you'll just like you, I'm sure you've seen in what you do, you really don't even have to accomplish anything substantial to like it's so weird to like build a name for yourself in this. You can just be a personality and not actually add any. And personally, I don't care. I mean, the way I see it, there's enough things involving this field that, people can fill whatever voids they want to. But when it does come to the research, it does get muddied a lot with I don't know, man. Like I said, people just have agendas, and I think one of the biggest problems we have is universities and other organizations not taking. Well, you can't blame them for not taking it seriously. We need to find a way to get legitimate evidence to people. Now, I know people that straight up do this because they want to make money. What we're missing is, and we've never taken a dime. We're all self-funded. But I can only imagine what we could accomplish if we had teams of people that could afford to, like, for 6 months, like as a job, just do research with, a couple $1,000s worth of good cameras. I mean, I think we could really, really, really get some good stuff done. But there's just a lot of barriers to entry. A lot of us are doing this part-time. I've got a full-time job, wife, kids, and everything else. There's a lot of things that are kind of holding the topic back. But I agree with you in the fact that you kind of got to just shuffle through all the BS and get down to the actual evidence, and that's the only way. And that's one thing I try to tell people is I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't work for NASA. I'm not an engineer, but I figured out how to do this. I have outdoor skills and a military background, but you don't even necessarily need that or the military background. You got to have some outdoor skills to be helpful in this. Angie, she had no field experience, but the first time she went out, she picked 4 different places, and on the 4th one, her and another team member wound up actually having a sighting out there. And she did all that from just listening to reports, podcast, looking at maps, and putting all that together, and then taking it out in the field. That's another way that we can get to the bottom of this faster, is getting people that are really serious about it involved, and not be like, oh, well, I'm not. It doesn't take, a lot of times we're just sitting around a campfire, believe it or not. It gets a lot more complicated when you're looking for tracks and you're finding, discarded animals and trying to figure out the routes they take and all that. That gets a little complicated. But for the most part, if you're healthy and you've got some outdoor knowledge and you're motivated and you're willing to show up and put in the hard work, man, just about anybody can do this, with a little bit of common sense. But I think with some time, very confident we'll get to the bottom of it, or very close.
No, it sounds like you guys are well on the way. But we're running up out of time. So how about this? Tell everybody where they can get in contact with you, where they can find your Facebook group, if there's a YouTube channel where they can find, especially the documentary that you guys created, or the video footage of you guys going out to that location. That was very interesting. Tell my audience where they can find that if they want to take a look at it, and how they can support you if they choose to.
Really just go to our YouTube channel is the Sasquatch Encounter Brigade. Probably the best thing to do is go to the playlist. I try to organize some of the most important stuff there, some of the best evidence there. just go through all of it, because some of it might just me talking about something I found behind my house, and then some of it may be an actually really good thermal video. I put up a lot of videos because I do this a lot because it's at my house. So you may have to go through some things, but go through the playlist. Facebook, same thing, the Sasquatch Encounter Brigade. Our podcast is actually on pretty much all the podcast platforms. We try to do that once every month, once every 2 months, something like that. Try to stick to interviewing other researchers and people that we personally know, But that's pretty much it. I'm Johnny Two Bears on Facebook. Shouldn't be hard to find. It's actually got my face right next to the juvenile face in my profile picture. So that's pretty much it, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Hey, one more question. Where'd you get the name Johnny Two Bears from?
That actually, when I first got started doing this, there was an older guy that had been doing this for a long time. And he told me that since you're doing this on your property, you don't want to use your real name. Well, my first name's Jonathan. Well, my wife and I went and got the 23andMe done. It's actually kind of funny because she bragged the whole time we were married that she was Native American.
Okay.
And we get all that back and come to find out she's not Native American at all, and I am. So we told the kids that, and we had some property about 45 minutes from my house that we went camping at and everything, and the kids were having fun with that information, and they were giving out Native American names, and mine was Chief Two Bears, is what my kids started calling me. So
that's a cool nickname, man.
Yeah, man. So I just using my first name and then Two Bears, and that's it.
Nah, that's
awesome.
Where that came from. Your kids contributed to it. That's cool, man. That's super cool.
Yeah, that was their idea.
Well, all right, buddy. I appreciate you joining me, man. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I need you guys to head on over. This is Bigfoot weekend. And I know you guys are getting slammed with a lot of content, but it's important that you go on over, subscribe, and show some love. And if you have any sightings in your area that you want to report, it sounds like their team has everything in order for them to take your sighting and catalog it. Like a lot of people call themselves researchers, and then I'll ask them, and I'll listen to them, or I'll ask them, well, how do you keep up with the sightings? And they don't have anybody that catalogs things. So it's really important to understand and discern between who's actually a real researcher and people who proclaim to be researchers. And these guys have it all together. And I'm just excited that you joined me, brother. I really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you giving me a chance to talk, man. And I really, that's a big compliment, and I appreciate it.
Nah, man, you're more than welcome. We'll be doing more later, buddy. Trust me.
Sounds good.
This is the real research that I have heard, that I have talked to Army generals, commanding generals, major generals, generals, CIA, everybody, and they're all 100%. And it's unbelievable because, I mean, they 100% in San Francisco, and they are literally communicating, and they've got like astronaut level people taking super hardcore levels of drugs and going into meetings with these things and making intergalactic deals. And again, that's what the government believes and says they're doing.
So I worked as a nurse for about 10 years. Then my life took a terrible turn. I went through a divorce, and I started dating this guy named Lester. Now Les was into the whole New Age thing. By the time we were dating 6 months, I started to discover that he was really into DMT tripping. Him and all his friends. By 7.5 months, he was encouraging me to give it a try, but I was so reluctant. My whole life, I'd never done any drugs. No cocaine, no marijuana, nothing, not even CBD oil. But I can tell you what changed my mind on using that drug. I had a terrible day at work. This 85-year-old woman comes in after suffering a massive heart attack. We're able to revive her and get her together, but then 2.5 hours later, she dies. The incidents of that night made me want to understand what was on the other side of the veil. I needed to know if there was something more than just this physical plane of existence that we currently live in. Where do we go when we die? My mind raced with all those type of questions. And based on what Les and his friends told me about their DMT experiences, it seems as if they were finding answers by doing this drug. So I decided to give it a try. It was a Saturday morning and less than an hour at home when I decided to smoke it. I took a hit of the bong, and at first nothing happened. I remember him saying, "Sit back, I want you to lay down on the sofa so you won't hurt yourself." And the next thing you know, I started going through this freaking tunnel. Colors swirling all around me. The most beautiful purples and yellows and oranges. And colors that I had never ever seen before, just swirling like a kaleidoscope. It was the most amazing, beautiful thing I had seen. Then, lollipops. Candy canes with odd and weird colors popping from left to right, dancing in front of me. I mean, this was insane. I remember trying to move my arms to grab one, and that's when my body started to feel heavy. I felt as if I was sinking into the sofa and going underwater at the same time. That kaleidoscope began to slow down. The colors stopped, and then I found myself inside this forest. But it was freaky and weird. I wasn't standing in the forest. I was above the trees looking down at myself in the forest. But the trees were this royal blue color. And from my perspective, it was as if the trees themselves were breathing. They had this vibrating kind of motion to them. This swaying light back and forth. Not as if a breeze was blowing, but as if they were actually sucking in air and were alive. It really, really was a beautiful sight to behold. I walked around amongst those trees, moving back and forth, but not from being on the ground amongst them, but above them. That's when the trees started to sway heavily. And I don't know if you call this my consciousness or my mind, but I was yanked from about 10,000 feet in the air above those trees down to the ground, to where I realized how tall and big they were. And that's when I heard it. This breathing sound, this heavy breathing, and this light growl. Then, from above the trees, I see this giant wolf, and I swear to you, it looked exactly like the Egyptian god Anubis, walking taller than the trees. He walks up to me, parts the trees, and looks down and says, "Worship me." I'm standing there looking up at this gigantic wolf, these yellow glowing eyes, and it says, "Worship me." It commands me to worship it. Worship me now. I don't even know how to explain what I was feeling at the moment, because I wasn't quite scared. It was more of being confused, trying to figure out what this was or who this was. Then it said again, "Worship me now." I started to feel uncomfortable, and I wanted to turn and move away. And as I turned my back and planted my feet to walk off, they were sucked into the ground and turned into these blue tree limbs. Then it spun me around and said again, "Worship me." And I said, "Who are you?" "Worship me" was the answer. "What are you?" "Worship me." I'm not worshiping something I don't know. I refuse to. Worship me now. I am the Spirit. I am the Great Spirit. Worship me now. This is really starting to freak me out at this point in time, because I got a 30-foot tall freaking talking wolf telling me to worship it. So I asked the question, who worships you? Then it kind of smiled, showing his teeth, and said, many worship me. Will you worship me? My feet started to feel as if they were both hot and cold at the same time, this searing pain running up my legs and into my thighs. Worship me or die. I swear to you, it felt like I was with that thing for 5 hours. It commanded me over and over and over again to worship it. And then finally, the kaleidoscope started again. Colors started dancing around in front of me. The trees faded away. These little bitty babies started flying left and right, up and down, purple, pink, yellow, green children. And the next thing you knew, I was coming out of the DMT trip. When Lester asked me about what I saw, and I told him I saw the god Anubis and that it wanted me to worship him. He pulled out a little notebook and started writing the details of what I told him. Then he got on the phone and started calling some of his friends. About an hour later, we're sitting there having hamburgers. He says, well, I talked to everybody and nobody's experienced anything like what you talked about. For the most part, it's been the kaleidoscopes, colors, and freaky little weird beings, but nobody's experienced a gigantic wolf. As Les sat there biting into his hamburger and stuffing his mouth with french fries, he said, the only thing I can think of is maybe, just maybe, it's because you listen to all that Dogman encounters. Maybe you made some kind of spiritual connection with the being itself.
This happened when I was 18 years old and I lived in Mississippi. It was the summer after high school and I had no direction. My mom was bitching to me about staying in the house all day and not being productive. I decided to get a job with my friend Lucas at Waffle House. Figure I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, hang out, and save some money. As it turns out, they moved Lucas back to the day shift. During this time, part of my job was taking out the trash. For some reason, they wanted me to take the trash out in the wee hours of the morning. I don't know why you need to take the trash out at 2:30 a.m. Later, I learned that the manager had an unwritten rule. The new kid on the block got the nastiest work assignments. You know, cleaning shitty bathrooms, taking out the trash, dealing with drunk, unruly customers. That kind of stuff. That was my responsibility. Now let me say this. I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out that I was the work bitch. The first time something strange happened, it was early on a Saturday morning. I'm taking out the trash. It's around 2:30 a.m. and I hear this growling sound. It sounded like a dog, but it was much louder and bigger than any dog growl I ever heard. In fact, the growl was so loud that the plastic dumpster lid started to vibrate in my hand. Needless to say, I threw the trash in the dumpster and I headed back in real quick. The next morning, the same thing happened again. And after that, I refused to take out the trash for over a week. During that time, I was waiting to see if anyone else would say they experienced something weird. But nothing. Now, I'm thinking I'm going crazy, and I decided to let go of the fear and get back to my job. It was about a week later. It was a Thursday night, early Friday morning, and I'm back there taking out the trash. The person who worked the day shift had left early, so there was a lot more trash, maybe like 5 trips. On my 3rd trip, I hear the same growl again. And this time, when I looked over to the wood line, out steps a creature that looks like a wolf. It was standing on 2 legs. It had long black fur, long black ears, and it looked like it had gotten into a fight. There were scars and scratches on its rib cage and shoulders. It looked at me, looking at him, then it dropped down on all 4s, and it ran back into the woods. I went inside, and you know how you get in the zone when someone is talking to you and you hear them, but at the same time your mind is not processing what's being said? That's how I was. I just stood there for about 5 minutes, watching people walk back and forth, and when I finally snapped out of it, my manager was asking me to finish taking out the rest of the trash. Screw this, I said. Walked out the front door, hopped in my car, and I went home. I'm not sure if that was a Dogman you've been talking about, but I also don't want to know. A month later, Lucas quit too, right after he got moved back to the night shift. For the longest time, he wouldn't tell me why he quit, but when he did, it was because he saw the same thing too.
Hey, any of you are looking for any last-minute gift ideas for me, I have one. I'd like Frank Shirley, my boss, right here tonight. I want him brought from his happy holiday slumber over there in Melody Lane with all the other rich people, and I want him brought right here with a big ribbon on his head. And I want to look him straight in the eye, and I want to tell him what a cheap, lying, no-good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit he is. Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
I cannot stand Christmas. And I mean it. I can't stand the holiday. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Jesus and the whole concept of Christmas being his birthday. But I don't like the fact that the tradition of Christmas is all about spending your money. Money that you don't have. On top of that, every year my wife wants me to decorate the house. Now, we live about 2 miles away from the nearest road. And then, on top of that, there's the light bill that comes after Christmas. It's like a late Christmas gift. Then there's the endless rows of lights and checking the fucking bulbs and Christmas. You know what it is. Now that I've got that off my chest, this particular Christmas, my wife Sarah was excited like every other Christmas. And I don't know where she gets this from. Maybe when she was a kid, she didn't get a lot of presents for Christmas. But I think this whole thing is a matter of her overcompensating for her childhood. Don't get me wrong. I love my wife. She's my best friend. But I hate doing all this shit for Christmas. It's kind of like the kid who never went to Disney World. They grow up to be an adult. Then they go to Disney World every year. I mean, like, how many times do you need to see Space Mountain, right? Anyway, Sarah comes home with these light up reindeers that she wants on the roof. And a fucking blow up Santa. This thing has an air pump and it blows air into it and it goes up to be like 9 feet tall. She pulls all this crap out of the car and it's like, baby, this is going to look so beautiful. And again, I love my wife to death. And even though I'm talking shit about her right now, she's the best woman in the world. So I start the process of setting up the lights on the house. Then the lights in the bushes. Next, the lights on the roof. And I'm trying to get these damn reindeer to stay still on the roof because they keep sliding down. After about 6 hours outside in the cold, all I have to do next is inflate the damn Santa and strap them down. And then I'm done. So I finish. I go inside, I get Sarah and the kids. And guess what? She's right. The thing looks fucking amazing. Never mind that she did absolutely no work. All she did was go to the store and buy it and take the box out of the car. But it was absolutely amazing looking. Wife and kids are happy. Christmas comes and goes. Now, Sarah has this rule where all the Christmas decorations have to stay up until New Year's. So every night she will go outside and plug them up. This particular night, she went outside to plug them up. And when she came back in, she said, boy, it's quiet out there. It's so quiet, it's scary. Me, I'm thinking nothing of it because I'm watching ESPN. A few hours later, I fall asleep on the sofa and I wake up, my wife is in bed. Now I'm in the kitchen, grab me a glass of water when I see this shadow go past the front window. A huge shadow. And I'm like, who the hell is outside of my house? Now the only light that's on inside of the house is this little ugly troll lamp that my mother-in-law gave us as a Christmas present. So I creep up to the window and I peek through the curtains. And that's when I saw it. It looked like a black wolf on all fours right next to Santa. Now, this wasn't strange to me because we have wolves in the area. So I figured this is going to be interesting because this wolf is about to piss all over Santa. This is going to be funny. Well, it was all fun and games until this thing stood up on 2 legs. And I got a much better look at it. It had to be about 300 to 350 pounds. And that's when it starts fucking biting Santa, snarling and growling. Then it drops back down on all fours and ran off into the wood line along the side of my property. At first, I thought I was dreaming. You know how you wake up inside a dream, but you're still dreaming? That's what I thought was going on. I figured, this is some type of metaphor for how much I fucking hate Christmas. So much that this wolf bit Santa. So I pinch myself, and the pain lets me know that this is real. A giant wolf has just chewed on Santa. So I walk into the bedroom. I got in bed with my wife, still in disbelief. The next morning, when she went outside to turn off the lights, I hear her saying, Santa's broken. But when I went outside and took a look at it, Santa had a piece bitten out of him right at the back of his neck. And that's when I realized, for sure, I was not dreaming. Also, that whatever this thing was, it was big enough to bite something 8 to 9 feet in the air. I haven't seen it since. I didn't tell my wife about it. Next Christmas, though, I'll do all the lights and the reindeer, but I'm not putting Santa back up.
Loup, Germany, Dogman encounter. Let me start by saying this. My family has owned this property in Germany since the 1600s. Farmland where we raise cattle. And since the 1600s, my family has split its time between raising cattle and fishing in a lagoon nearby. Now, I realize most of you listen to the story have never and probably will never visit Germany. But this is beautiful country with dense forests and great people. And to this day, we still live by the old traditions. Neighbors helping neighbors. Now, as for what you call Dogman, my family has known about these creatures for centuries. Upright walking wolves. Yes, I said it. They walk on their hind legs, fast and strong. As a boy, I witnessed one of these things attack a full-grown bull, snap its neck, then shred this thing into pieces. That evening, I was with my father and we were crossing one of our neighbor's property, and I watched as this thing completely destroyed this bull. And it was on that day that my father shared this information with me. He told me that they migrated across borders around the lagoon into Poland and Lithuania, and these creatures had been seen as far away as Estonia. And I can still remember it. That evening, I was absolutely terrified. But my father just took a glance and kept on walking, pretty much ignoring this creature. Later, when we got home and I asked him, "Dad, weren't you afraid of this creature? How could you just walk past and ignore what was going on?" That's when he told me that they can smell your fear. It drives them crazy. And once you are afraid enough, then they would kill you and eat you. Sitting there across the table from my father, I know I had to be looking at him like he was crazy. But he went on further and explained to me that fear makes our blood smell stronger. And that same fear releases chemicals that makes our blood taste better to these creatures. That day, my dad told me, if you're not afraid, the creatures will just leave you alone. Fast forward 55 years to this day. We still own our family's land. And 4 years ago, we purchased our neighbor's land where we had that encounter. Now, on the backside of that piece of property, there is this hollow. Deep, spooky. I'm talking about a place where the sun doesn't shine in the daytime. And in the morning times, it holds this unnatural fog and moisture that makes the place like something out of a horror movie. And I remember venturing there as a young man. My friends and I always believed that that place was evil. You could feel it when you were there. Standing at the top of that hollow looking down, you could feel it, like something was there waiting on you to venture down into the area. Now, as for my encounter with 3 of these creatures, it all started when my wife's dog took off running out of the back door early in the morning at 6:30. Picture this, we're at the table having breakfast and the dog bolts out of the door. Now, in my mind, he just needs to handle his business, so I'm thinking nothing of it. 2 hours later, I'm moving around back and forth around the house doing chores, and my wife says, "Hey, honey, where's the dog?" Again, we own a huge piece of property, so it's nothing for that dog to run off, get distracted, and then come back hours later. So I'm thinking nothing of it. 5 hours pass, and my wife mentions it again. But this time the look on her face is one of worry. She says, honey, I need you to go find my dog. I have a very bad feeling that he's in trouble. So I hop on my side-by-side and start riding around the property looking for the dog. I ride the entire length of our original property. No sign of the dog. Then I move over to our newly acquired property, start riding around. Nothing. The only place left for this dog to be was hit by a car along the roadway, or he was back in that hollow. So I head on over in that direction. I started riding along the ridge line above the hollow. And that's when I start to hear him barking. Getting off the side-by-side, I say, hey, come here, boy. Come here. Here, boy. Here, boy. Come here. Come here. But nothing. Just this constant barking. Now, I didn't want to go down in this hollow, but at the same time, I didn't want to go back and explain to my wife that I didn't go down there to get her dog because I was afraid of what might be down there. So I started making my way down. And I just need to explain something to you. This hollow is steep. We ain't talking about going down on a gradual angle. I literally have to hold on to trees and grab rocks, sliding my way down. And when I get to the bottom, although it's about 2 to 3 o'clock in the evening, it's pretty much freaking dark down here. Picture this. I hear the barking and I'm moving along slowly, closing in on him. And being down there is like being submerged into a whole nother world. It's completely quiet down here with the exception of my dog barking. And listen to this. When I finally got to him, somehow my dog's collar was caught on this curved down tree branch. Looking at it, it was impossible for this dog to do this on his own. It was almost as if something or someone picked him up, slid his collar onto this branch, and gently placed him down on top of a log, essentially trapping my dog right there in that spot. Now, first I tried to pick him up, lifting him off the branch, but my dog is a German Shepherd and he's too freaking heavy for that. So now I'm down on my knees and I'm trying to unbuckle his collar when I start to hear movement coming up behind me. This quick, choppy pattering, like something is running up on me. And when I turn around, I find myself face to face with one of these creatures. These gigantic teeth and jaws, wet snout, and these piercing yellow eyes staring directly at me. Now pause for a second. Let me explain something to you about the size of these animals. The best way for me to describe the sheer mass and size of the head of this animal and relay it to you in terms of something that you may possibly understand is, if you're sitting down in a chair, any freaking chair, the area in which your butt rests on is about the width of the size of this thing's head. And to make you understand the size of this thing's eyes, take any spray can you can find, flip it upside down, and look at the bottom, and that is the size of this thing's eyes. It is there, right there in my face, snarling at me. I can smell every breath and feel the air as it comes out of its wet nostrils. That's how close, and in the back of my mind, all I could hear was my dead father's voice saying, don't show them any fear. They feed off fear. If it realizes that you are afraid, this thing will kill you. Now there is no way on earth that I'm going to sit here and lie to you and tell you I was not shocked, startled, and afraid. But you need to understand something, and what this boils down to is that fear ultimately is a choice. So I decided to turn my head from that creature, grab him by the back of the neck, stand up, and try to walk away. The dog is shaking, shivering, and urinating on himself. And then my dog starts to look around. Forcing my eyes to look as well. And in the distance, I see two more of these things, one on all fours and one standing up next to a tree. That's when it hit me. These sons of bitches had set up an ambush for me. They wanted me down in that hollow. There's no telling how long they had been watching me and my family. And it was in that moment that I decided that, you know what? I'm walking back up out of this hollow with my fucking dog, and I don't give a shit what they try to do. So I start walking off, literally dragging the dog, walking in the only direction where I wouldn't have a direct encounter with one of these creatures. And listen to me, every molecule of my body was telling me to run, but I refused to. I walked straight, upright, and confidently away from these creatures. We get about 10 to 12 yards away, and my fucking dog takes off running up the side of that hollow and leaves me. And so now I find myself down there alone, holding on to trees, trying to climb my way back out of there. Behind me, I can still hear the breathing and growling of these creatures. I get halfway up the side of that ridge, and there's nothing but rocks on the ground for me to grab onto and start pulling myself up. And listen to me, when I finally turned and looked, that same one that was right up in my face was standing on two legs, head cocked to the side, looking at me. Reading its face, it gave me the impression that it was disgusted, like, this bastard is not afraid of me. And no, I was afraid. I just refused to show the fact that I was afraid. It took me another harrowing 15 minutes to climb back up out of that hollow. And when I got to the top of the ridge, I had to walk back around to get to my side-by-side and drive back home. Driving away and heading back home, my body was so pumped full of adrenaline that my hands were shaking and my eyes were twitching. I pull up to the house and my dog is laying there at the back door. And honestly, in that moment, I was pissed because he left me. So I kick him and go into the house. When I finally sit down at the table, my wife starts to question me about where I was and where I found the dog. Now she, like everyone else in the area, knows about these creatures. So when I start to explain to her what happened, my wife suggests that we contact one of the local lumber mills and actually donate the trees in the holler to them. That way, they would go down in there and cut them down for free, hauling all that lumber out of there and moving those creatures off of our property. And within 2 weeks, we had them out there cutting every freaking tree down in that holler. Now, I want to be extra clear with you. That didn't put an end to these things migrating across our property. But what it did was remove a place for them to congregate and hang out on my property. My wife and I both have seen them since then. And I'm pretty sure I saw one of them peeking into my house about 6 months ago. But I've never had an incident like that again.
In the heart of the night, when curiosity becomes your guide, Dark Waters channel is your gateway to the stories untold. We rule the late night on YouTube, where each story is an adventure, and every listener is a voyager. Embark with us on journeys where the end is only the beginning. Dark Waters channel, explore the unexplored.
Somewhere along the way, it became cool to be a single mother. But for real, it's not. Having to deal with all the bullshit alone, bills, sick children, men seeing you nothing more than sex, it all gets old very quickly. When my husband and I were together, things weren't perfect, but it sure as hell wasn't the way it is right now. Anyway, my 9-year-old son and I are forced to move after the divorce. See, the judge told me and my husband, or my ex-husband, that we had to sell the house and split the proceeds. So with my portion of the proceeds, I bought a small 2-bedroom home. It was nice and cozy, and I loved the sound of the rain pattering on the tin roof. Everything was good until one night at 2 a.m. I wake up startled, looking around and see nothing. But when I walk down the hallway, headed to the kitchen to get a glass of water, there were these two little girls standing at the end of the hallway. You know how those movies, they have those demonic looking twin girls? Well, they gave off that very same vibe. I stood there for a moment in complete shock, and then they just faded away. Now, I'm not sure how you would classify this as a Dogman encounter or a Dogman sighting, but nonetheless, to me, it was scary. And truthfully, I didn't know exactly what it was that I saw until I was listening to Tony Merkel's confessionals and heard Dog Waters on his podcast talking about the Dogman. The day that this all happened was my wife's birthday, and I wanted to pick her some sunflowers because this woman absolutely loves sunflowers. So I head out to the area around Ottawa Farms, go out into the fields, and it's beautiful. I'm standing there thinking, man, maybe I should have just brought her with me. When I start to hear this running sound in the distance. Understand, the sound is so far away, I'm thinking it's like a family with their kids just running through the sunflower fields, and I have absolutely nothing to worry about. So I ignore it, squatting down to pick some sunflowers. Imagine a scene. I'm kneeling down, pocket knife in my hand, cutting at the stem of this sunflower, when this creature lands on the ground like freaking Superman. Remember, in those Superman movies, how he would slam to the ground and dust would pop up all in the air? Well, that's exactly what happened. Dirt flies all up in my face, and I'm guessing that this thing didn't expect me to be there as much as I didn't expect it to be there, because it had this look of surprise on its face. Then it shows me its teeth, takes off running, and leaps again. Dude, listen to me, when I tell you this thing took off fast, jumped up into the air, and literally disappeared, and I'm not talking about like it jumped through some kind of portal. I mean, it jumped just that fast that my eyes couldn't track it. Now listen to me, ever since I heard that interview on the confessionals, I've been kind of keeping up with Dogman encounters. And I've been hearing people say stuff like, I'ma fight the Dogman, I'ma kill the Dogman. But listen, the thing that I saw looked a lot like a huge spotted hyena with massive legs the size of my upper body. There is no way in hell I would ever try to fight that. And look, that Dogman must have had an appointment with some food somewhere else, because it seemed like it was in a rush, and I'm glad, because it landed less than 10 feet away from me. Had it decided to grab me by the back of the neck and jump off, that's exactly what it could have done. Grabbed me, snatched me up, jumped away, and I would have been gone. Now, when I get home with the sunflowers, I put them in a vase, kiss my wife, we're hugging, happy birthday, baby. I love you. She's so excited about them and grateful and thankful. That's when I explained to her, honey, I'm so glad you like these flowers, because a freaking monster almost smashed me to death while I was trying to pick them for you. Now she's bent over at the waist, laughing at me, calling me silly, but it was not a laughing matter. 10 feet. I mean 10 feet in the wrong direction. It could have landed right on top of me. At the time this happened, I would say I was a bit of a normie. And what I mean by that is, I thought life was normal. You know, everything on this planet was regular. No monsters, no aliens, nothing. Maybe, just maybe, in some dark, deep corner of my mind, I probably knew there was some strange, weird things going on this planet. But my job and my family kept me preoccupied. It wasn't like I sat around worrying about monsters and werewolves and vampires. My Dogman encounter happened after I came home from hunting. And I want to be absolutely clear with you, I didn't even take a shot that day. In fact, that was the weirdest hunting trip I had ever been on. I spent hours in my tree stand and didn't see a single animal. Not a bird, not a deer, not a rabbit, not a squirrel, no hogs, nothing. And I've been going to this location for 10 years. It's basically my secret hunting spot. And over those 10 years, I've always been able to take something out of that location. Not seeing anything at all, I head home early and find my wife and 2 kids in the backyard playing. And I can't stress this enough. Things are normal until 5:45 a.m. the following morning. I'm up as usual, taking a leak. I come out of the bathroom and head down the hallway, passing our guest bedroom, and hear what sounds like someone tapping on the window. Very, very clear tapping. Understand, that bedroom is on the front side of our house, facing the street. And we live in a brand new subdivision. Only 8 houses have been built so far. I'm thinking, okay, maybe, just maybe, some fool is trying to break into the house because they realize we're vulnerable and we don't have a bunch of neighbors around. Imagine me tiptoeing, walking lightly into the bedroom, and when I get inside, I realize nobody's trying to come through the window, but there's this light tapping, almost as if you took a lead pencil and just began to tap on the glass. Allow me to pause here for a moment, because I'm trying to find the right word to accurately describe what came next. You see, nothing on this planet could have prepared me for what I saw when I grabbed the strings on that blind and pulled down. Because I see this creature. Its head so massive that it took up half of the window. These piercing yellow eyes with black pupils staring right at me. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever flinched? You know how it is when someone throws something at you and you're not expecting it to come your way. You raise your hands up in the air. Well, that's what happened to me. It scared me so much. I threw my hands up, fell back onto the bed, and as my body momentum is rolling back forward, now it's there smiling at me. Not grinning, but smiling at me. Almost as if it enjoyed scaring the hell out of me. Then that smile changes as its lips tighten up. This wrinkle starts to form around its snout, and it bares its teeth, growling at me. Again, I want you to remember, it's 5:45, 6 o'clock in the morning. Now I'm rolling back over the bed, landing on my feet, running down the hallway to my bedroom, to the closet, punching in the code to my gun safe, grabbing my shotgun, and hauling ass back to the front of the house, only to see that it's no longer there. Listen to me when I tell you, for the next couple of days, I racked my brain about what the hell was going on, why it showed up, why it was tapping at that window. Then one morning, it all comes out over breakfast. My oldest son, who's 8 years old, is sitting there eating cereal. And I say, son, how did you sleep last night? And he says, Dad, I've been sleeping really, really good since we switched bedrooms. There's no more tapping on my window in the middle of the night. Now, understand, for me, that's when the real fear kicked in. Questions racing through my mind. Had this thing been at my house this entire time and I didn't even know about it? Did it follow me into the woods? Was that why there were no animals around? Now here's where I need your help, because I can't seem to figure this equation out. Because it took me a while to muster up the guts to go hunting again. When I went back to my hunting spot, everything was normal. And since the morning it scared me like that, it hasn't been back since. What I'm trying to figure out is why. Why would it do something like this? What's the purpose of it all? Listen, I know people say Dogman is bad. And I guess in some cases it can be. But in my case, he was a savior. This happened when I was 19 years old on the outskirts of Jackson, Mississippi. I was living there and doing the wrong things. Ended up stealing money from a very, very dangerous man. It's 9:30 p.m. I'm headed home, walking through this alley, and out of the blue, they attacking me, hitting me, slamming me against the fence, punching, kicking, blood pouring out of my mouth. My lips burned as they swelled up. The only thing left to do was to curl up on the ground, trying to protect my head. That's when I hear this growl, and the beating stops. Looking up, I can barely see what looks like a giant black wolf on the other side of that fence. They take off running, and I black out. Hours later, I wake up, drag myself home, not sure exactly what the hell happened. But get this, 2 days later, I get a visit from the same dudes who beat my ass, asking me to call off my dog, saying that dog had been following them around. Look, to this day, I'm not sure why Dogman did this, but I'm glad it did. But a month later, I had to leave Jackson because word on the street was murder. They were going to kill me over $3,000. So I fled.
Man, I've got a story that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. When I was about 15, living in Kenya, I had this crazy encounter. Our house was on a farm, so it was pitch black at night, no lights anywhere. So this one night, around 3 or 4 a.m., I hear what sounds like someone stomping around on our roof. Curiosity got the better of me, and I went outside to check it out, but I didn't bother turning on any lights. What I saw up there freaked me out. A dude in a long coat and work boots just walking around on the roof. I started yelling at him to get off, but since it was dark, I couldn't really see him clearly, just the outline of a man. After I finished my rant, this guy just jumps off the roof, landing a solid 40 feet away from me. I had grabbed a machete before stepping outside, and when this person landed, I noticed his knees didn't bend like a normal person's would. They bent in the opposite direction, backwards. Then he turns and face me. Have you ever been in a fight before? Then you know you shift your body weight and get ready for a fight, stepping back and holding my machete up. I remember thinking, I don't know what manner of man you are, but I will take off your head if you came near me. However, he just took off. I told myself he was either drunk or high, so I let it go and went back to bed. However, that did not explain the way his knees went backwards. But here's why I'm telling you this story. I want to warn anyone who might experience something similar, especially if it involves someone heavy running on your roof in the middle of the night. Don't just rush out there without thinking. A year after my first encounter, it happened again. This time though, I turned on the porch lights before heading out. My porch had these 8 100-watt bulbs that lit up everything. With the lights on, I could see this wasn't a man. It had clothes on, sure, but it wasn't human. I grabbed my machete ready to defend myself, and this thing jumped off the roof just like the first time. We faced off for a moment, about 20 feet apart. I didn't show any fear, and I think it knew I was ready to fight. It just stared for a bit, then ran off into the night. This time I got a close look at it. I looked like something from the old world, the times before God flooded the world. It had a face that was a combination of a man and a vulture, long nose, jet black eyes like it was a birdman. I'm not trying to scare anyone, just want to make sure you're cautious. Over the years, I found out this creature has been seen by others too, especially by those who've gone out to investigate noises unarmed. I've kept this story to myself mostly, but now that I'm older, I worry about others encountering the same thing. Believe it or not, I ran into it again in Canada on my daughter's roof in the dead of winter just goes to show you never know what's out there. If you ever hear something strange at night, especially on your roof, be smart about how you check it out. And maybe, just maybe, keep a machete handy.
I've got to tell you about something that happened to me, something that still sends shivers down my spine when I think about it. It was right after I had my baby boy. You know how life gets. You're juggling work, the baby, and everything else. It's just non-stop. So this all went down while I was staying over at my mum's place in Texas, trying to get some help with the new baby and all. They say when you've just had a baby, you're kind of vulnerable, not just physically, but also in a way that you might attract negative vibes or energies or whatever. Honestly, I never paid much mind to that stuff until that night. My baby wouldn't settle, just fussy and crying, which wasn't like him. My mum was trying to rock him to sleep and I was lying there next to her, just talking softly, trying not to wake him up more. Then out of nowhere it was like I hit a wall. I couldn't move. I could hear my mum next to me, but it was like I was stuck in my own body, unable to speak or do anything. And then I felt it, this deep, dark feeling like something was there in the room with us, wanting to take my baby. Panic isn't even the word. It was pure terror, the kind that grips you so hard you can't even scream. My mum was still talking, oblivious, asking if I could lay him down now that he'd finally fallen asleep. But I couldn't answer. I couldn't do anything. In that moment of absolute despair, I did the only thing that felt like it could make any difference. I prayed. I called out to Jesus in my head, begging him to make it stop, to protect my baby. And then, as if someone hit the play button again, I could move. I practically shouted, "Jesus, help us!" My mum looked at me like I'd lost my mind, asking why I was suddenly shouting and why I hadn't been answering her. I tried to explain, but how do you explain that kind of fear, that kind of encounter? I didn't sleep a wink for the rest of that night, just watching over my baby, making sure he was still there, still breathing, still safe. Since then, every night, without fail, I pray over my baby. I pray for protection, for safety, for peace. That night changed something in me, made me believe in things I can't see, and showed me the power of calling on Jesus. I can't forget it, and I can't ignore it. It was real, it was terrifying, and it made me a believer in more ways than one.
Let me give you the straight up version of something wild that happened to me a couple of weeks back. I'm in college studying engineering, which basically means my life is a never-ending cycle of all-nighters. Because of that, I end up wandering around outside a lot at unholy hours, just trying to shake off the stress. So this one night, around 2 a.m., I'm out walking with my buddy. I had this massive assignment due the next day, and I was nearly done. My friend, on the other hand, had been glued to his video games until I managed to drag him out for a smoke break. We were just shooting the breeze, walking through this quiet, suburban area when we stumbled upon something gruesome. A bloody, furry mess on the sidewalk. Looked like roadkill, probably fresh since there weren't any flies yet. We gave it a wide bath and kept moving. It was late autumn. The air was crisp. And honestly, it was a nice break from my cramped apartment. We'd walked about 3 kilometers out when we decided to head back. That's when things got weird. Turning around, I suddenly felt dizzy, like a massive gust of wind hit me, but there was nothing there. My friend joked that I was finally cracking from lack of sleep, but as we walked back, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like there were shadows moving around us. I started freaking out a bit. And my body, noticing I was a mess, suggested we pick up the pace. When we got back to where we'd seen the roadkill, it was gone. All that was left was a blood trail leading off the road into the bushes. I was practically hyperventilating by then. My friend, trying to be the brave one, whipped out his phone flashlight and went to check out where the trail led. I couldn't see what he saw. It was blocking my view. But then he suddenly snapped the light off, grabbed me, and we bolted. We couldn't keep running the whole way back, so it turned into this frantic power walk all the way home. I kept asking him what he saw, and all he'd say was that something was eating the dog. After that, he climbed up, saying he didn't want to talk about it anymore, afraid it might draw whatever it was right to us. And yeah, because of all that, I couldn't even finish my assignment. Just handed it in as it was.
I've always been into all that spooky supernatural stuff, watching shows about ghost encounters and whatnot. But personally, never had anything happen that made me go, yep, that's it. Ghosts are real. That is, until this one night that pretty much flipped everything I believed upside down. So I was driving to my night shift job listening to this radio talk show. They were going on about these apps you can download to track ghosts. Kinda like those EVP things you see on ghost hunting shows. For kicks, I thought. Why not? And downloaded a couple to see how cheesy they were, expecting some lame jump scares or whatever. I messed with them a bit at work, but once it got late and I was by myself, I chickened out and dropped it. Nothing happened, no creepy voices or whatever, just me in an empty office freaking myself out over nothing. Got home, did my usual wind-down routine and crashed. But then, man, I thought I was having this nightmare. I woke up to this dark figure straddling me, choking me, and whispering some really chilling stuff like, "Fight all you want. You can't stop me. I'm too powerful now." I was panicking, trying to figure out how to get my roommate's attention. I'm there, trying to scream, grab anything to make noise, but I just couldn't. It felt like this thing had me locked down tight. Then, I hear my roommate moving around outside my room. And just for a second, this thing turns and its grip loosens. That's my chance. I scream as loud as I can. The figure vanishes and my roommate's bursting through the door, finding me a total mess, shaking, crying, the whole 9 yards. I've tried to make sense of it digging around the internet. Most places chalk it up to sleep paralysis, but I swear, it was something else. I can't help wondering if messing with those apps stirred up something. Ever since then, there's this unease that just hangs over me, like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. So yeah, thanks for letting me spill all this. It feels good to get it off my chest without someone looking at me like I've lost it.
Around 2 a.m. this morning, I was woken up by my little dog barking in the other room. I called out from my bedroom for him to stop barking and come back to bed. He usually snuggles up next to me while sleeping. He came back, jumped onto the bed, and sat staring towards the bedroom door, clearly agitated and seeming to be in guardian mode. Suddenly, he sprang from the bed as if he heard something only he could, and ran back into the other room, continuing to bark. What I found odd was that I have a doggy door installed, and he never went outside. If there were a cat or someone prowling about, he surely would have given chase. Many of the older homes in the French Quarter of New Orleans, Louisiana, have courtyards or small backyards, often with wrought iron fences rather than alleyways. This, however, still didn't explain why my dog was remaining inside and not rushing into the yard. After listening to his barking a bit longer, I decided to investigate without turning on any lights to remain inconspicuous. I made my way down to the other end of the house where my dog was barking at the French doors that lead to the courtyard. I began to scan the courtyard from left to right. Initially, I saw nothing but the shadows of the crepe myrtles and the flickering of gas lamps against the brick walls. Then I saw it. Standing off to the right side of my courtyard, near where my bedroom is, was a tall, dark silhouette of a man wearing what appeared to be a fedora-type hat. My heart started to race, and my dog was barking furiously. It stood completely still, seemingly looking in my direction. Suddenly, it vanished. It didn't fade away. It was just gone from one moment to the next. I thought, what the hell did I just see? I got a foreboding feeling from whatever it was. Somehow, I managed to get back to my room, crawl under the covers, and after some time, fell back to sleep. My dog followed me and was silent for the rest of the night. In the morning, I looked outside through the French doors again, wondering if, in my half-asleep state, I could have mistaken something in the courtyard for that shadow. I hadn't. But why was my dog going ballistic? Today, I pondered if this could be connected to recent tragedies. Over the Memorial Day weekend at the end of May, I lost the love of my life to an accidental shooting. My dad is also terminally ill, and I can't help but wonder if seeing this shadow man might be linked to either event. I'm not seeking sympathy with this story. Yes, it's a terrible situation, but I'm genuinely curious about what this shadow was and why it decided to appear in my courtyard last night. If anyone has any insights, please let me know.
I'm just a teenager, but I've already experienced a lot of weird stuff. This one time, my best friend Diane and I were arguing over our lunches when suddenly our friend started yelling out our names, urging us to follow him to the sports field. We found him digging in the ground, and when we asked him what he was up to, he showed us this tooth. It was a huge fang, I believe. When our teacher noticed us with the tooth, she insisted we dispose of it, suggesting it was some kind of vampire fang. We all laughed it off because I firmly believe there's no such thing. So the friend who found the tooth threw it really high into the air. But then, his hand started bleeding profusely out of nowhere. Despite the amount of blood when he was sent to the nurse's office, there wasn't a single mark on his hand. Weird, right? On another occasion, my school, which is divided into two buildings, one for elementary students and the other for high schoolers, became the backdrop for another strange event. Some of the high school boys started calling me White Lady due to my pale skin. Initially, it didn't bother me much, but it quickly became annoying, so I decided to talk to my teacher about it. During lunch, she summoned the three boys who had been teasing me and gathered us in her classroom. She then shared a story about a similar incident with one of her former students and how after her death she haunted the boys who had teased her. That story genuinely frightened me. After lunch, the boys who had been teasing me went to the restroom. About 10 minutes later, they came back screaming and running towards me, frantically apologizing. When I asked them what was wrong, they claimed they saw a white lady appear in the mirror of the bathroom. At first, I didn't believe them, thinking they were just trying to scare me as payback for telling on them, and because of the scary story our teacher had told. But they seemed genuinely terrified.
This creepy story happened to my younger cousin when he was about to leave our province in Sta Monica Laguna to study in Manila. The day before he left, his two playmates, Cat and Carlin, asked him if he could still play with them for the last time. My cousin agreed to them and told them to come back at 4 p.m. since he still had errands to do. At exactly 4 p.m., he heard Cat calling his name from the outside of their house, so he immediately went out. But, to his confusion, Cat was not around, and there were no other kids around the area. My cousin just decided to go to Cat's house to ask if she was calling him, but Cat said she didn't go to his house yet and she was just about to leave and call him. After confirming with Cat, he just thought it was just his mind playing tricks on him, so they just fetched Carlin and started playing beside the narrow road. They decided that my cousin would be the it, since he was the oldest. After he counted up to 10, he immediately left the spot and started looking for the two girls. A few minutes of checking every corner and possible hiding place near the spot area, He first found Carlin hiding behind the tricycle parked beside the road. He just peeped underneath the tricycle and saw Carlin's feet on the other side of the tricycle. He was sure it was Carlin since he saw the same slippers and pajamas. He shouted, "Boom, Carlin," and ran as fast as he could. But after he reached the spot, there was no Carlin running behind him. He just decided to keep looking again for more minutes until Carlin approached him and told him it was getting dark. They should just find Cat and go home. He asked Carlin if she was hiding behind the tricycle, but she said no, since she was hiding in one of the nearest alleys. He told Carlin that there seems someone's copying Cat's voice and Carlin's appearance. Both of them got an eerie feeling, so they hurriedly looked for Cat. When they both reached the short alley, they saw Cat's shadow from the other edge. They were both sure it was Cat since the shadow had the same body build and hair length. They started shouting, "Boom, Cat!" But when they were very near to Cat's shadow, they got terrified and ran so fast back to the road, since they both noticed that the shadow, whom they thought belongs to Cat, was on the opposite direction of their shadows. They were both sure it was not normal since the sun was setting behind them, and there was no other light near the area. When they both reached the road, they found Cat waiting for them. While they were telling Cat about the creepy shadow that they both saw, they all heard a giggle near the area, and in split seconds, they all saw a kid running so fast into the alley, and they all freaked out when they realized she just looked like Carlin. They didn't see the face, but the hair and clothes were just the same.
This incident took place in London back in 2016 when I was 16 years old. I was preparing for my GCSEs and used to attend tutoring sessions late into the evening. One night, I found myself leaving the class around 10:30 p.m. There were two routes leading to my home. One was a longer path that took about 45 minutes, and the other was a shortcut that was deserted after dark. Since I was already late and hungry, I decided to take the shortcut. Biggest mistake. On that route, I had to cross a small bridge and then walk about 2 kilometers to reach my home, passing an abandoned hospital along the way. The weather was pleasant that day and I was in a good mood as I plugged in my earphones and started walking. Everything was normal until I neared that hospital. Suddenly the wind turned cold, giving me goosebumps. This was strange because London is usually quite humid. Nevertheless, I kept walking when I felt as though someone was following me. I turned around, but no one was there. I continued to walk when, in the distance, I saw a woman wearing what looked like my neighbor's coat. Relieved, I thought I wouldn't have to walk alone on this eerie road. I shouted, calling her name, but there was no response. So I started walking faster towards her. However, I couldn't get any closer to her. So I began to run, still calling her name. Despite her walking at a normal pace, the distance between us remained unchanged. Confused, I stopped to figure out what was really happening. I kept my eyes on her, and in a fraction of seconds, she vanished into thin air. Keep in mind, this road was straight for at least 1 kilometer with nowhere to hide. There was no way she could have run off or hidden somewhere. That was enough for me. I lost control and started running like never before, only stopping once I reached my home. I was so scared that I came down with a fever that lasted for a week. The next day, I told everything to my family, but they didn't believe me and shrugged it off, saying I should take a break from studying and that I was imagining things. But weird things started happening. I would feel someone caressing my hair as I slept. I was afraid to be in the dark, and I remember seeing silhouettes in my room whenever I was alone. However, I didn't tell these things to my family. But one day, my cousin, with whom I shared my room, came running out of the room screaming. We were all in the living room watching TV. When she was asked what happened, she said that after taking a shower, she entered the room and saw me sitting near the window looking outside. I usually sat there after finishing my studies. She opened the cupboard and was searching for something. When she tried to ask me whether I had seen what she was looking for, getting no reply from me, she looked towards the window and found no one there. I was still in the living room with everyone watching television. After hearing her, I shared what I had been experiencing for a week. Now my family believed something was indeed wrong and took me to a holy place. There we met with the person who dealt with these kinds of cases. He recited some verses from the Bible over me and instructed my elders to never let me be alone in that house, and strictly told me never to take that road again. He didn't tell me the reason, as he felt I was too young to know. However, things didn't happen like that again, and we even moved out of that home after 3-4 months. So that's it.
For much of my childhood days in Edinburgh, Scotland, my parents often worried about me as they felt I was sensitive to spirits and prone to seeing things others couldn't see. My mother thinks this may stem from the fact that Dad's grandmother was a well-regarded healer in the old days back in Ireland. I don't know much about my Irish relations, though, as I have not kept in touch with that side of the family after my father died over a decade ago. Mom only mentioned this incident during a visit back to Edinburgh some years ago, a few decades after we were all grown up and left home. It must have been during the late 1960s, and I was about 4 years old at the time. I'm sure I hadn't even started kindergarten yet. My parents, older sister, who was about 7, and I were walking along Royal Mile, near where the Edinburgh Castle now stands, after a weekly dinner at Grandma's house. Edinburgh was a lot quieter in those days. Cars were an expense most families couldn't afford, so there was not much traffic on the road. It was already dark, about 8 or 9 p.m. We had walked halfway to the bus stop when Dad asked why I kept looking back. I told him there was a tall man in black following us. It was so long ago, I honestly can't remember too many details about what I thought I saw. Only that it was something darker than the shadows under the few streetlights. I do remember this growing feeling of unease that made my chest feel too tight. My family couldn't see anyone or anything, and I burst into tears because no one believed me. Even at that young age, I wasn't in the habit of making up tales to my parents. They were very strict with us and frowned on any fanciful nonsense. Children should be seen and not heard, and all that. When in public, we were not allowed to create a scene that might embarrass them. My behavior seemed so odd to Dad that he hailed a passing taxi, a luxury for us at the time, to get us out of there. As we piled into the taxi, my sister looked back from the back seat, but said she still couldn't see anything out there. When the taxi driver heard what had upset me, he nodded sagely at Dad and said that the Royal Mile was particularly unclean. He advised Dad in Gaelic against having the family out on that stretch of road after dark in the future. He reminded him that during the numerous battles and dark periods in Scottish history, including the Jacobite Risings, many terrible cruelties were inflicted on the locals. As a consequence, restless spirits were thought to linger in areas where great violence had occurred. We visited Grandma's house many times after that, but I don't remember any other incident. I have to ask Mom if Dad took precautions after that is, leaving earlier or only staying for lunch. Coincidentally, or not, Grandma's house on the Royal Mile was said to have been a significant site during historical events, but that's another story.
In the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water.
Now, I wouldn't call this a Dogman encounter. I would really call this more of a Dogman sighting, because I know what I saw, and this was a giant dog. Understand, I've been preaching for 15 years. My father was a preacher. My grandfather was a preacher. My great-grandfather was a preacher on the side of the road with no church. Around this time period, it's the Ember months: September, October, November, December. And I don't know why. Maybe it's something in the spirit realm, but a lot of people die in the Ember months. And what got me was We had prayed for no deaths to happen during these months, and we just get this rash of deaths. 6 people die in a row, 6 funerals in a row. In the word, it says that when our brothers and sisters in Christ are weeping, that we are to weep with them. And I take it seriously. So at each and every funeral, I spent time with the family, crying and weeping and ministering to them. And it was the day of the last funeral out of 6 that I found myself sitting in my church office, exhausted. I lay down on a sofa and just pass out, go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 1 a.m. My wife is texting and calling me, trying to figure out if I'm okay. So I stumble out of the side door of the church and start heading to my car in the parking lot. And that's when I see this thing across the road under a street lamp. It's just standing on 2 legs looking at me. At first, I thought it was some kind of demon because it's 9 feet tall, jet black, and its eyes are reflecting this yellow. Then it drops down on all 4s and starts to walk diagonally across the road. And it's a big black wolf. I mean, massive black wolf. It goes into the woods on the same side of the street that I'm on, and I hear it circling around the church and going deeper into the woods.
It was one of our top stories of 2016, and in fact, in all of Tennessee history. The Smoky Mountain fires in East Tennessee, consuming decades of memories and also claiming the lives of more than a dozen people. News Channel 5's Matthew Torres takes a look back at one of the most tragic incidents Tennessee has ever seen.
It is the most visited national park in the country with more than 11 million visitors a year. From Sky 5, you can see what makes the Great Smoky Mountains so great.
This is a special part of the world for a long time, and it will remain that.
But the home to a picture-perfect backdrop recently captured some of its most devastating moments ever.
Go, go, go.
Wildfires quickly ravaged mountains and the popular tourist town of Gatlinburg.
This is the largest fire in the last 100 years of the state of Tennessee.
Officials say the fire started in the chimney tops by 2 juveniles right before Thanksgiving. By the night of November 28th, it became unstoppable and took everyone by surprise, prompting a massive evacuation.
The winds is what got me. The winds was so bad, things were blowing and breaking.
Hurricane-like winds and severe drought conditions helped flames devour everything in its path. The result? An apocalyptic nightmare. More than 17,000 acres burned and more than 2,000 homes and businesses destroyed. Hundreds were forced to stay at shelters.
This is our life here. These are our mountains. God gave them to us to use and to enjoy. And to see it happen like this is just, it's terrible.
It took almost a week before homeowners were allowed to lay eyes on what's left. For hundreds, it wasn't much.
You know, I was a fireman for 31 years and I've never seen anything of this magnitude. I mean, I've seen houses like this, but I mean, not whole neighborhoods.
November 22nd, 2016 was one of the greatest days in my life. That was the day that my son was born. And when I tell you my wife and I were ecstatic, we were absolutely ecstatic. There's nothing like having a child of your own. In fact, I found that me being the father made me over time become more selfless, more mature, and more importantly, brought me closer to God. However, November 23rd, 2016 was the day I almost lost my life. And it was a juxtaposition between that happiness of having a son and finding myself in the middle of a raging fire trying to save the lives of other people that damn near broke me. There's something about when you find yourself in danger, I mean mortal danger, your life flashes before your eyes. You've heard people talk about it before. Well, that really does happen. As I found myself in this situation during the Gatlinburg fire, my life flashed before my eyes. I realized that I didn't want to die. And it was while I was having that realization that I didn't want to die that I had my encounter with what you would call a dogman. Now stop right here. Let me rewind and bring up the speed on what was going on in a moment. Now, if you don't know, that was one of the worst fires in modern history. 14 people lost their lives, countless amounts of property damage. And let me say this to you listening, there's absolutely no way that I would have ever thought about seeing a werewolf in the midst of a fire, but it absolutely made sense. I mean, we as humans flee forest fires. Wild animals flee forest fires. Why wouldn't these cryptids find themselves in situations where they needed to flee as well? When those fires started, no one imagined what the end results would be. Lord knows I didn't imagine it whatsoever. I remember turning on the TV, seeing the fire, and getting the call to head into work. The evacuation orders going out, and making up in my mind that I would do whatever I could do to help my fellow citizens. Fast forward to 11 p.m., November 23rd. We are out helping people evacuate. The fire is starting to rage and roll downhill. The wind is kicking up, and it's a wind unlike anything I had ever seen. In fact, I'd seen forest fires. I've seen household fires. I've seen houses burned down with people inside of them. But I've never, ever seen anything like this. We find ourselves in this situation. A gentleman pulls up in his vehicle and tells us that his house is on fire and his elderly mother is trapped upstairs. So we race over to the location, head inside the house, and sure enough, this elderly woman is there, laid at the top of the steps, choking on smoke. And as I'm carrying this woman down the steps, she starts to talk about Timothy. And she's talking about Timothy like Timothy, it's a baby. She says, "Oh, my sweet Timothy, don't leave him up there, my sweet Timothy." In my mind, I'm thinking that Timothy is a child. At no point in time was I considering that Timothy was an actual feline, a cat. I get her down the steps outside of the house. The team is spraying water on her house. I head back inside looking for what I thought was a child named Timothy. I go into that room. The walls and the ceiling are on fire, and I see nothing. Absolutely nothing. A few seconds later, this brown and white cat darts from under the dresser, through the open door, down the steps, and heads out. So now and I need you to understand, like I told you, I thought we were dealing with a person. Now, as I go turning to leave the room, going back down the steps, the ceiling starts to collapse. And I find myself in a situation where the ceiling towards the front door is falling down and is on fire. Now I have to jump over the banister and find another way out of this burning house. And here, in this moment, is when I had my encounter with what I'm calling a dogman, because as I'm circling around that house looking, there is a side door. And when I tell you I run full speed and run through that door to get out of that house, I slam my body into that door, stumbling outside, fall to the ground. And when I stand up, relieved that I'm outside of the house, and that's when I look uphill behind the house and see this creature jumping and leaping through the fire. And when I tell you this looks like something from a freaking horror movie, 9 feet tall, muscular, and it's just bounding and leaping, barely touching the ground. This thing lands about 15 feet away from me, looks directly at me. And I still remember this as clear as day. Its fur was smoldering with the fire. Then whips his head, takes off around the neighbor's house, and is gone. Now, I don't know if you've ever found yourself in a situation where you sweep something under the rug. You know, you experienced something, you know it was real, it happened, but it was just way too much going on for you to deal with it and process it in that moment. Over the next couple of days, we were fighting one of the worst fires in American history. And I couldn't process that in that moment. It wasn't until the next month when I sat down, thankful to be alive, thankful to be with my family, that I really turned my mind to what I saw. And I made sketches of it, and it fits the exact same description of what you call a dogman.
What do you think about doing something a bit different tonight?
I was thinking we could catch up on that series we started last week. There's a new season out.
That sounds good, but I was actually hoping we could listen to something tonight.
Listen, like a podcast or something?
Have you heard of the Dark Waters channel?
I don't know. Monsters and ghosts aren't really my thing. I don't believe in that stuff.
It's like those old-time radio shows where you have to use your imagination.
Well, when you put it like that, it does sound interesting.
It's really captivating.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to try something new.
Yeah.
And hey,
exactly.
If it gets too spooky for me, we can always switch back to Netflix. All right, but if I end up having nightmares about monsters under the bed, I'm blaming you.
Let me start off my story here. I consider myself to be a wilderness expert. I have such a deep understanding of being outdoors, bushcraft, and survival that there are very few men who can rival the knowledge that I have. And I know that sounds arrogant for me to say something like that, but I'll say this to you. I spent over 100 days in the wilderness during wintertime in a shelter that I built myself. No tent, no nothing. So when I was approached by a TV producer with the idea that he wanted to film a show with me in the woods of Alaska for 40 days, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. In fact, when I discussed it with my wife, she encouraged me to do it. Now, pause right here and let me say this. I'm not sure if you ever met a person and you got a bad vibe from them, but then you decided that you were going to ignore the bad vibe. That's the situation I found myself in when I met Chester. I'm not going to say his last name because I don't want to put this guy all the way out there. He's still in the business. But when I met Chester, I had a bad vibe about him, a bad feeling. Just to look in his eyes. Nonetheless, I wanted to be on television. I wanted to be a star. Since then, that desire to be on TV and to be a star has been completely bled out of me. I could freaking care less at this point. But back then, I really wanted it. And so when he came to me and he pitched his idea, 40 days in the wilderness of Alaska, me and the cameraman all alone, and I start off with just the basics, I was excited. I'm not going to lie to you. I was extremely excited and ready to go. And the first time that Chester was on some BS was after the negotiations. Now, I negotiated that I would get $10,000 for being in the woods for those 40 days. That was all I was going to get compensated, but the rights to the show were completely his. I didn't want anything to do with the show at all. I just figured if I'm going to be out in the woods anyway, I might as well get paid for it. Well, we come to an agreement, sign paperwork, and he mails me a check. And I go to deposit the check, and the check bounces. Now, imagine a scene. My wife and I are sitting there at the kitchen table when we come to the realization that the check has bounced. And I'm not sure about you, but, you know, when you get money in, you tend to spend that money. So we thought we had $5,000 come in, so I let my wife go shopping. Well, that $5,000 hits the bank, and then the check bounces, and now we got a major problem. So now I'm calling Chester, telling him, listen, I don't know what kind of shiesty business you're on, but you're going to need to get me my money. He goes on to explain to me that the funds were coming into his account from a larger producer from a TV station and that the funds came in delayed. I explained to him, well, he should have written the check to me once the money cleared. I told him I needed another check or I wasn't doing anything, and this time I needed a cashier's check. Now, to be clear with you, the man overnighted the money to me the next day. It seemed like it wasn't going to be a problem, but I should have known right then and there that that was an issue. That was immaturity on my part, and more than just immaturity, it was just me being greedy, me going after that money. Fast forward, we're getting prepared to start the show, and he introduces me to the cameraman, a guy named Benjamin that they call Bud. Bud himself
was an outdoorsman. I mean, this guy really understood what it meant to be out in the woods. He had been hunting, fishing, hiking his entire life, and he had worked on a whole bunch of major TV shows. I mean, a whole hell of a lot better about the situation. The two of us, Bud and I, spent a week together in my hometown getting to know each other because we're going to spend a significant amount of time out in the woods. He and I go into the woods together and go on a 3-day camping trip, and I really get to like and understand this man. Now, while we're out there, he starts to talk about Chester. And he says, you know, I did a couple of these with Chester before, and I'm hoping that this one actually works out. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you hope that this one works out? He goes on to explain that Chester has been pitching these shows to TV stations for years. He always pays the money, but when it's time to get it across the finish line, it never gets across the finish line. If I go and explain to Bud, I say, listen, man, I frankly don't care. You know why? Because I'm getting my money. And he reinforces my mindset and thought processes when he tells me, no, you did the right thing getting paid the money up front, because you never know how it's going to go with these TV producers. Fast forward, we're taken to Alaska. Part, I'm going to say some things to you and explain quite a few things to you. The show was supposed to be pitched like I was in the Alaskan wilderness, but the location that I was brought to was nowhere near Alaska. It was Northern California, yes. Did it get cold? Absolutely. But it wasn't Alaska. And when I asked Chester about it, he said, well, you know, at the end of the day, it's television. You know, they have no clue of knowing where you are. I didn't like the plan, but I had already accepted the money, so I went along with it. The first compromise. And after that, it was compromise. We get to the location, we got the whole TV producer thing rolling. Me riding in the truck, cameras inside the truck, cameras on the windows. They want me to talk and anticipate what's going to happen. And I realized more than anything, he's asking me, a man who knows about survival, to be more of an actor than a survivalist. And so I'm just talking to the people, explaining to them my process, looking at the layout of the land, trying to decide where I'm going to be and what I'm going to do. When I get dropped off, all I have is my rifle, an axe, a thermal blanket, and a tarp, which quite frankly was more than enough for what I needed to do. So I head into the wilderness with the cameraman, Bud, right behind me, recording it the entire way. I also have a handheld camcorder for me to document my emotions and feelings. It takes me about 2 hours to find a suitable location. And the real challenge was there was a lake on the map. And I wanted to be close enough to the lake to where I can hike down there and get water. But also I didn't want to be too close because when it became cold and the lake snow effect kicked in, it would be horrendous. So I made camp 2.5 miles away from that lake. And I get clearing the land, cutting down trees, and building me a shelter. The shelter for the first night was 100% pure garbage, just enough to get me through the night. I got firewood, I have everything set up, and I'm positioned. The first night, it's cold, but it's nothing I've never felt before, and I'm fine. Over that first week, I am hustling and bustling, trying to make sure I have a firm structure. And by the time we get to the 4th day of that week, I have a structure. I have something built that can withstand cold weather. And more than that, I have an area enclosed to where I don't have to worry about predators coming in or anything like that. I'm really getting hungry and I turn my attention to food. And so now I'm going hunting. And to me, the easiest source of protein was wild birds. Now, when I was hiking into my location, I ran across a couple of wild turkeys. But more than anything, I noticed that there were quail everywhere. So the very first piece of protein I got was quail. That day I killed 5 of them, took them back, and started the process of cleaning and cooking them, and then decided that I was going to smoke some of the meat. So now I had my hunger needs met, and I needed to make sure I had enough water. Now mind you, one of the things that I always carried with me, and it was non-negotiable, was a small canteen for water. My canteen could be put on a fire and it would boil water and everything would be fine, but I needed a larger source of water. So I set out to hollowing out a wood log that I could take down to the lake, get water, and carry it back. But mind you, it is a long walk to the lake, so I needed to make sure that when I got there and got water, I came back with enough. And that was just my plan for starters. My larger plan was that I was going to kill an animal, hollow out their stomach, and use their stomach to carry water back. Now, mind you, the entire time I'm out there, Benjamin is out there as well, and he's recording everything that I do. And I'll tell you, now listen, let me say this to you. The hardest part about this challenge was, as I was there hustling and bustling for everything, Benjamin had containers of water. He had everything that he needed. So the person right next to your camp had everything that they needed and everything that you needed. But technically, you were supposed to be out there on your own. Now, it was the second time that I went down to the lake to get water when I noticed something odd. And what I mean by something odd is, on the far side of the lake, it looked like a person was bending down, scooping up water and drinking it from their hands. It looked so much like a person that I waved my hands at them and screamed, "Hello." The figure looks up at me, turns, and walks back up into the woods. Now, to paint a picture for you, on that side of the lake, it's not flat land, it's a ridge where you walk straight up. And this person walks up that ridge like it's no problem. Me looking at that ridge that they walked up, I'm saying to myself, okay, dude, I could not do that at all. But nonetheless, now I'm scavenging around the lake to see what I can find. To make my life a little bit easier, I find one plastic bag, but it has a hole in it. But I can still make use of it. As I continue to scavenge, I come across an area where clearly people have been camping next to the lake, and I find an old antifreeze bottle. You know those big yellow antifreeze bottles? And I'm like, thank you, Jesus. This makes water carrying so much easier. So I fill it up with lake water and head on back to my camp. 2 days later, it's nighttime, probably 10 o'clock at night. That's the first time that both of us heard something weird. Because off in the distance, we start to hear this whooping sound. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now, pause right here and let me say this. I spent a lot of time in the wilderness. And I've been around Bigfoot. And I know what Bigfoot sounds like. That was Bigfoot. Now, typically, when I've been out and Bigfoot's been around, they haven't bothered me whatsoever. Honestly, they haven't. And so I didn't anticipate us having any problems whatsoever. Didn't scare me, didn't frighten me, nothing. But let me say this to you. When I finally went on a real hunt to get some real meat, all hell broke loose. Imagine the scene. I'm out hunting, walking along, when I find some wild hog tracks, wild pigs. And I'm saying to myself, man, if I can take me a deer, a turkey, or a pig, this would be absolutely phenomenal. So now I'm following the prints, stalking this pig, when I come upon this little clearing. And in the clearing is no pig, it's a deer. And I'm saying to myself, man, if I can take this deer, not only will this meat go a long way, but its bladder will go a long way, its stomach will go a long way, and its hide will go a very long way. So I take the shot and drop this deer, throw him on my shoulders, and I carry him back. When I get back to the camp, I go through the process of cleaning them and preparing them and getting everything ready. And then I have me a phenomenal meal. We're both happy and relaxed and chilling. Then the sun goes down, and no sooner than it's dark outside, these Bigfoot start to lose their mind. Now, I'm not sure if it was because they were hunting the same animal as I was, or if they were just pissed off because now I was taking real resources from the area. But man, when I tell you, they get the whooping, they get the howling, and trees get the falling over in the area. Then the grunting starts. And I'm not sure if you ever heard a Bigfoot grunt, but it's not really a grunt, it's more of a huff. And it's loud and it's absolutely terrifying. That Bud comes from where he is and comes into my shelter, which is way more sturdy than a tent. This goes on for the entire night, and we feel like we were surrounded by these things. And the following morning when the sun comes up, we both go out and take a look around, and there are prints all over the damn place. I'm talking about gigantic footprints. The stuff in his tent has been rummaged through. Stuff spewed all over the place. And the craziest thing about it was we didn't go to sleep. We were up and we did not hear them rummaging in his tent. How they did that without us hearing it completely baffled us. Now, the next night it only gets worse. And let me say this to you. I have listened to a lot of people do interviews where they talk about having Bigfoot encounters and they are lying to you because they don't describe what these things do at all. Let me tell you what they do to you when they have you alone in the woods. They do run-bys. And I'm pretty sure you know what a drive-by is when somebody drive-bys a car and starts to shoot. They run by your camp. And it sounds like an elephant running past. Doom, 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 doom. Then they run from another direction. Doom, 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 doom. They do run-bys. And those run-bys throughout the night are the most terrifying thing that you will ever encounter. And the strangest, weirdest thing about the run-bys is they don't make any noise. They just run past and you feel the ground shaking. Imagine you're sitting there in your shelter and they are running triangles around the area you in. It's not one of them, it's multiple running triangles. It gets to the point where Benjamin is so afraid that he wants to leave. And quite frankly, I'm scared out of my mind as well. So we get on the phone and we call Chester. And he tells Chester that he needs to pick us up. Now, mind you, we're supposed to be out here 40 days. We have been out here nowhere near 40 days. We are on like day 16, maybe day 17, and we're both ready to go. And Chester tells us that he's coming to get us. 1 day passes, no Chester. 2 days pass, nothing from Chester. On the third day, we call him back, and he finally answers the phone. And he says that he thought that we needed a few hours to think it over. And I'm telling him, listen, you son of a bitch, I don't need time to think anything over. There are monsters out here and they're gonna kill us. If you don't get your ass up here and get us right now, if I make it out of here alive and I see you, I'm going to kill you. Then I hand the phone over to Bud, Benjamin, and Benjamin reiterates the exact same thing to him. Listen, another entire day passes before he calls Benjamin back and tells him that he's at the extract point where we came in at. And so we leave. And when we get there, do you know that this man is angry? He calls himself being pissed off and upset because according to him, we blew his opportunity at a big TV show. And he said, I'm not paying you the rest of the money. My exact words to him was, Chester, you know what? You can fuck off. You can keep your money and you can fuck off all the way directly to hell. Stayed there 3 days. And however, after the second day, the woods quickly lost their appeal because I realized it held real monsters. I remember sitting out at night
watching the stars. It was amazing, coming to the understanding that the depression I was feeling had so much to do with what I thought life should be. The images shown on TV, social media, it was the fakeness of it all that was driving me mad. And that night, for the first time in 2 years, I actually slept in peace. Well, the next morning, I get up, open the cooler, and start to cook me some sausage and eggs. It was right after I'd eaten breakfast, I was chilling reading a book, I noticed something in the woods looking at me. It was well hidden, but I could clearly see an eyeball between the leaves looking at me. Now, I'm a virgin to the woods, and since it's so low to the ground, my mind tells me it's a raccoon. So I grab a couple of pieces of uncooked bacon out of the cooler and toss them in that direction. Then go back to read my book. Everything is cool, nothing spooky, nothing creepy. Dinner time comes around, I got some chicken and vegetables, and I notice the eyes again. Same spot. And again, it's not giving me any kind of freaky feeling. And so I continue to assume that it's just a small animal or a raccoon. And I say out loud, "Hey buddy, you're back, huh?" This time I take a half of a chicken breast, toss it over there, and you can hear the movement through the brush as it moves to get it. I go to bed and sleep in peace. But early the next morning, I wake up to this grunting and breathing sound. It's right at sunrise. There's just a little light coming through the trees. I open the tent and it's a damn bear. It's there licking my iron skillet, and I'm like, oh shit, it's a bear. I'm a virgin to the woods. I didn't even know we had bears in this area. I never seen one before, so now I'm freaking out in that tent. And I remember reading in a book during high school that when bears were around, if you made noise, it would run the bear off. So now I crack open the tent. I'm there banging on my pot with a spoon. Well, I discovered that shit doesn't work because all it did was make the bear pay attention to me. So now I'm zipping the tent back up in a full panic, doing an inventory of what I got, and all I have is a small pocket knife, no firearm whatsoever. That's when all the negative thoughts started rushing back into my head saying, see, you're an idiot. You came out here to the woods with no gun, no nothing, and now you're about to be the dude on the news who was eaten by a freaking bear. Now my heart is racing, I'm sweating, I'm all up inside my head when I hear this growl. And again, I'ma say it, I'm a virgin to the outdoors, but even me being an idiot when it comes to being out in the woods, I knew immediately that this growl couldn't have come from any animal that people...
I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, And the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on, and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So, I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking, and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun, but this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm going to take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're going to test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now, mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat. and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you, I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm gonna take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're gonna test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head. tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods, when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. Over the next 30 days, things were quiet, almost as if we were given a reprieve, a break from all the craziness. During that time, my wife and son spent a lot of time with Liz, and she asked me to mentor her grandson. She told me about his life. His father, her son-in-law, was arrested for attempt murder of the man who tried to rape his mother, her daughter. This happened in Little Rock. His father gets arrested for attempted murder. Then her daughter was overcome with what she called a spirit of guilt. Her eyes watered as she explained it all. She prayed, tried to pray that spirit off of her, but her daughter wouldn't let it go. Yas, short for Yasmina, just couldn't accept the fact that she couldn't have done anything different to prevent that wicked man from trying to rape her. Then one day, she saw him out on the streets, free, and her husband in prison. So she went to the car, got a gun, and shot him in the head in broad daylight, mafia style, walked right up behind him. Then she went home to be with her son and waited. When the police came, they took her, leaving the grandson with her and Frank. Well, I started to spend time with her grandson, and you could tell he was yearning for male attention, just someone to talk to. Now he had to get over the fact that I was white and that I was an ex-cop. However, after we got past that point, he and I hit it off well. That's when he opened up one day. We were at my house in the back. He was helping me with the lawnmower when he said, "You know what? I think these things in the woods, they want you to treat them like they are the boss, you know? They all seem the same to me. They want us humans to be afraid and fall down shaking in front of them, and when we don't, it confuses them." Warren went on to tell me this story about when he was 14 years old, and he and his grandfather went into the woods looking for their dog. The dog had been barking all morning, broke the chain, and took off into the woods. His grandpa, Frank, loved that dog, so they went looking. According to Warren, they walked for miles before they found him, and when they did, he was hiding inside a downed tree trunk. He said Frank knew where the dog was because they followed the growling and commotion coming from the woods. They could hear the dog barking and the sound of the chain. When they got there, they realized these creatures had chased the dog inside the log and had been rolling the log around. He said that's when Frank got angry, commanded them to show themselves. He said the leaf litter started to move, and it was like these creatures came out of the earth itself, and two of these big brown wolves stood there less than 30 yards away. Frank told them they had no right to mess with his dog, that they were legally in violation, and then he commanded them to leave. One turned and walked away, but the other just stood there looking, staring at him like it wanted to kill him. According to Warren, this was the most intense standoff he had ever been involved in. They just looked at each other for minutes before Frank said, "Get going before I call for backup." The wolf looked up towards the sky and then turned and walked away. When I asked him what he meant by backup, Warren said he never really understood it, but his grandpa told him that there were angels that would come if he called for them. When I asked him if he ever saw one, he said no. However, he did say he witnessed what looked like flashes of lights going through the woods when Grandpa would go out at night to confront them. Warren described it as lightning that went horizontally, burning trees and all. The next day, he took me to the trees on the backside of their property and showed me the trees he talked about. This was an entire set of trees still alive with holes through the middle of them. If you looked through the first, you could see where this energy hit and went straight through each of them, looking from one hole to the next. This was one of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Over the next few days, a sense of peace began to settle in as my wife and Liz grew closer, and my wife and I had more time to ourselves since Liz would babysit our son. She said it was important that the two of us keep a strong relationship. I can't recall the exact day, but it was early August when the activity started again. This time it was different. It was explosive. Have you ever seen trees swaying in the wind? How the treetops move with the wind? Well, imagine seeing them move back and forth without any wind and without any sound. That's what started to happen in the daytime, trees swinging in the woods behind the house with no wind and no sound. It was as if the trees were dancing, but it was when the sun went down that the really weird stuff started to happen. I could feel it in the air. It felt like a storm was approaching, but there were no storm clouds and no wind. Yet the air was electric, filled with this static, and I could sense that something was coming. What made it worse was this urging to go outside and face it. You know that feeling guys get when your bladder is full, how you feel swollen. It's not so much pain, but an aching to urinate. That's the same feeling I had in my gut, an aching feeling, as if something had to come out. It started early, around 8 p.m., when I heard my name being called from outside. It sounded like a man calling me, but the tone was authoritative, like a father calling a son. Come outside right now." When I got outside, no one was there. To be clear, there was no person there, but something was. As I'm standing there, this light starts to move in the trees. It looked like a cell phone light, just a square, rectangular light, darting back and forth as if it were searching. Then it gets to this spot and brightens up, illuminating the entire area almost like a spotlight. This was the first time I saw one of the wolves. It was crouched low to the ground, moving in my direction like a lion stalking prey. What was even weirder was that it seemed unaware of the fact that it was completely lit up. It just kept stalking and moving slowly, its eyes locked on me. It was in that moment that I knew it saw me as prey. I'm not sure why I said this, but the words just came out. I can see you. It stopped moving and looked around as if it understood what I was saying. Then it started again. I said, I can see you. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but in a few minutes, I'm going back inside to get my shotgun and I'm going to shoot you in the face. Listen, this thing stops and slowly stands up. Watching this smooth motion, I understood how they could sneak up on people. There was no sound whatsoever as it moved. Now it's standing, every bit of 8 feet tall, looking directly at me. I think it realized that I could see it. Again, it's oblivious to the bright light suspended above it, and I'm looking at this thing in its eyes. Then it growls. This was different from the sound I heard before. This growl was like a spear. I felt it hit my body. It growled, then waited, and I said, Look, I can see you. Stay right there. I'll be back. As I started to back up towards the house, it felt like I was walking in water. Every motion was heavy and laborious. I grabbed the shotgun and walked back right up to the wood line, now 15 yards away from me. It wasn't until I raised the shotgun and pointed it directly at this thing's head that it realized I could actually see it. It looked at the shotgun, then at my eyes, and a look of confusion came over its face like, this one is different, and then it turned and walked away. I want to be clear, it did not flee like it was afraid of me. It gave me its back and walked off, as if to say, I dare you to do something humane. After that night, I believe I was now fully on their radar, because we all went through this intense period of being watched. Now, this is the craziest part about the months I called the watching hours. It didn't matter where we were. By we, I mean my wife and I. If there was a patch of woods, brush, or trees, they were there. How that happens, I have no clue. But what I can tell you is this. When these things watch you, you can feel it. And they don't hide the fact that they are watching you. That was the most confusing thing about it all. Until Liz explained it to me one evening. She and Warren were at the house for dinner, and I asked her if she had ever seen the wolves watching her and Frank when they were not at home. She laughed and said, oh yes, they studied us like we were their homework. Looking for weaknesses is what they do. They studied Frank and me for over a year. Then they made their move. Yes, it was all about Frank, though. Everything was designed to scare my poor Frank. What they didn't know was all they did was piss him off even more. That led to a fire. He tried to burn them out of their home because they tried to run us out of ours. The worst part about all the watching was that it felt like they had all the time in the world, like time was on their side. And they knew it. We had stuff we needed to do, burdens of just being human, the busyness of life. But for these creatures, we were their business. I will say this, during that time period it was relatively peaceful. Not much craziness happened, at least to any of us. However, there was a period when all hell broke loose in the woods. Warren called it the rumble in the woods. I remember that day. Our families had reached the point where we had keys to each other's houses. It was 9 a.m. Saturday morning, and I heard the front door open and Warren's voice saying, "Hey, you guys awake?" 30 minutes later, we were outside in the back by the woods, and he said, "Listen, they will be fighting soon." All I heard was what sounded like birds singing, but the singing was off. According to Warren, whenever you hear those sounds, the fake bird sounds, it's the Bigfoot moving through the area. He said that Frank explained to him that this is when the fighting always starts. I'm standing there confused when he says, "Let's go see." I'm like, "See what?" "See if they have been fighting yet." Now pause, I want you to understand at this point, I had seen so much I was desensitized to almost anything. So we went into the woods and he explains to me that we are looking for signs where the game has stampeded and left the area. It was at this point that I learned how much of a true menace Warren actually was. Because we are walking through the woods, and this is way before I understood what the signs of Bigfoot were in the woods, like the tree structures, the twisted limbs. And Warren is just messing with stuff. He walks over to these 3 trees that were neatly arranged and says, "See this? It's a Bigfoot marker to let the wolves know they are here and not to come any further." Then he gets a running start and rams into it, knocking it over. Looks at me and says, "That will help get the party started." We move further and come to this trail. He stops, looks, and says, "Oh, they have been hunting over here already. The wolves are not going to like this." Then he walks over and shows me this blind right off the trail, an ambush spot, less than 5 feet from the trail, filled with wax myrtle plants. He picks up a handful of that and starts to walk up the trail. As we are walking, just casually talking, he says, "We might want to step off this trail. Sounds like something is coming." He pulls me to the side, and we stand there. I can hear movements off in the distance, and it closes on us in seconds. And it's deer. They are hauling ass, 25 in a row, leaping and bounding. You know it's some weird stuff happening when a deer runs past you and looks at you like you're crazy, like Bambi from a cartoon, like, "Stupid human, don't you see us running?" You might want to run. Now remember, I told you Warren is a menace. After these deer pass, he says, "Seems like they are all hunting." He turns around, goes back to that blind, and crawls in and comes out with these wet leaves that smelled to me like 15 gallons of urine. He just starts to toss them all over the trail. Then he looks at me with this mischievous grin and says, "Well, there will be no more flushing game down this trail, so they will have to switch to their ground game and hunt at night. This is the main trail in this area. Now they will all have to hunt together at night until it starts to rain." Listen, we got back to my house and Warren starts to set lawn chairs out in the backyard. My wife and I are like, "Yeah, what are you doing?" He says, "No worries, y'all go do what needs to be done. I'm just preparing for later tonight." He has gone to the shed and gotten a little table, gets bottles of water, sets up this comfortable area, then says, "I'll come back later tonight." My wife is like, "Warren, we are not going to be up late tonight messing around with those things." He just looks and says, "I know you don't want to be up, but you kind of don't have a choice." Then he leaves the house. Fast forward to 7 p.m. We were having dinner when Warren knocks and comes in through the front door sitting down at the table. He and my wife start talking, and he's visibly excited. She asks, "Warren, what is about to happen?" And he replies, "Trust me, you don't want to go to sleep. You have to hear this." We finish dinner and he takes her outside, showing her the comfortable spot he had set up for her, complete with a lawn chair, pillow, and blanket. By this time, Warren had started treating my wife like the mother he never had, and he was very protective of her. At the same time, he would listen to what she said and follow it. It was like having an older son that didn't live in the house, so now we were all outside just talking when we start to hear those birds again. They were bird sounds, but too deep to be birds, and Warren says they are hunting. He goes on to explain the sounds, and it was like we were given a key to a secret language of the woods. When the fake birds started, all other normal sounds of the woods stopped. No crickets, nothing. Warren says, "Okay, it's just a matter of time before it starts because there's no way they can all hunt in the same area." He reminisces about the last time they all fought. The woods looked like a tornado hit. Then he changes the subject and starts to talk about this book he and my wife were both reading. She had introduced him to Resurrection Bay, a book about a deaf detective. My wife tried to get me to read it, but I just couldn't get into it. Like, how are you going to solve a crime when you can't hear? It was just too much for me. Picture the scene. The two of them are geeking out about the book, and I'm getting up because now my wife, who wanted to go to bed, asks for a glass of wine. I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned. The two nerds are having a book club meeting. When I get to the back door, it starts. This yell, man, it sounds like a blowhorn going off. Warren says that's a sentinel telling the rest he spotted something dangerous. Then you hear this whooping from all over the place, and he's giving us a play-by-play. They're sounding off now, letting each other know where they are. Then it goes quiet, dead silent, for like 5 minutes. I go inside, get the wine, come back out, and sit down. Now my wife is all into it, asking, why is it quiet? Warren explains it's kind of a standoff. They're giving each other a chance to leave. There have been times this happened and then nothing else. Other times, all hell breaks loose. It was like nature, all of nature, was waiting for a response, and when it came, it sounded like a T-Rex dinosaur responded from way off in the distance. Then it was on. Growling, whooping, trees breaking off in the distance. Then we started to hear stuff near us moving, coming down the ridge to the west of us, and Warren said, "Now the big boys are coming. Cover your ears." Listen, there is this growl that converts to a scream, then to a roar, all in the same breath. And for the next 4 days, when the sun went down, it sounded like a war was happening in the woods and hills behind us. There was no sleeping during that period. There would be these brief pauses in the action where you'd fall asleep for a few hours, and then it would sound like a tree was being ripped in half and thrown. This entire time, we had another neighbor who was super standoffish. Frankly, he was weird and rubbed me the wrong way. Never spoke, but always was eyeing my wife. Warren said he never liked the man ever since he was a kid. Our meeting him was almost as violent as the fighting going on in the woods. Make a mental note right now that I am speaking in hindsight, defined by me as knowing and understanding Gordon better now than I did at the time of these incidents. The day I met him, I got a call from Liz asking me to come up to her house. She said Warren was about to get the gun and start shooting. I'm thinking Warren is having problems with something in the woods, but when I get up to her house, I see a 65-year-old man beating on the front door. Skinny, he weighed about 165 pounds, soaking wet. He had a long gray beard and was wearing one of those blue traditional Greek fisherman's hats. Imagine the scene as I'm pulling up to the front door of Liz's house. He is now pacing back and forth on the front porch screaming, "I know you did it. I know you did it. Come outside, you little son of a bitch." Now I'm outside of my truck, walking up to the porch, and Gordon's attention turns to me. He explodes off the porch, doing what in that moment looked like a double overhand chopping motion. I guess his plan was to chop me on top of the head. My natural reaction was to sidestep and toss him, and he goes bouncing across the ground on his face, grass and mud, all in his mouth and teeth. I'm not sure if you have ever seen a man get even more angry when he realizes that you just made a fool of him. Having plenty of time being a cop, it would just be me and someone one-on-one. The first time you put them down, they can write it off as you got lucky, so they come again. The second time is more ferocious than the first. They lie to themselves. Well, Gordon comes at me again. This time, he pulls out a knife, and as he lunges towards me, I grab his hand, trying to get control of the knife, and can't. So I foot sweep him and toss him to the ground and run for my weapon in the truck. As I'm running to the truck, the front door opens, and it's Warren, and he shoots right at the ground where Gordon is. Old slightly rusted shotgun, and he says, "Now, Mr. Gordon, I know you're upset, but if you get up and attack my dad, I'm gonna have to kill you." Pause right here and understand this was the first time I realized that Warren, who is 18 years old now, considers me his dad. Gordon looks at him and says, "Your daddy is in prison where you belong. You know those things came over and killed all my dogs, my chickens, and my hogs. They never get to going crazy like this unless you or your granddaddy goes out into the woods and messes with them." Warren breaks the shotgun and loads 2 more shells and says, "Now you're talking about my dead granddaddy. Say one more word and I am going to prison." Looking at the kids, I just knew he was serious. It was during the silence that Liz comes out the door and says, "Gordon, you know you're wrong for coming to our house like that. I know you miss Frank, but you can't be doing these kinds of things, Gordon, or we are going to have to call the law on you or worse." Gordon stands up and tears start to flow. I mean a river. And he says, "Those things, they took it all, killed everything, Liz. What am I going to do? Stop and pause right here and listen." As this all unfolded right in front of me, I started to realize something. These people were all bonded, united in the trauma they experienced at the hands of the things in these woods. Because she takes the shotgun from Warren and tells everyone to come inside the house. Now, we are all sitting at the table and Gordon apologizes to me. It was looking in his eyes right then and there that I saw it. He was bipolar, being an ex-cop. It's this look people have in their eyes. It's like right behind their eyes there's a fire raging and the right words are the gasoline. Well, we are sitting down and he starts to explain that he had spent yesterday picking up body parts of his dogs and his chickens and his hogs, and it's just too much for him to do alone. Then he talks about how they were his food source and his companion ever since his wife died of cancer, and he breaks down crying again. "I can't do this alone," he says. Then he turns to Warren and apologizes, saying, "I came here for your help and I insulted you. I'm sorry, Warren. I've known you since you were a little boy." With the situation now in hand, Liz says, "Now, Gordon, remember the first time this happened. Your livestock insurance covered those animals. You still got that. And you see this light turn on inside his head." He says, "Yes, I still have it, but you know, my wife was the one who handled all that stuff. I'm not that good of a reader at all." That's when Liz volunteers me and Warren to help Gordon. It was also during this time period when I learned why Gordon was eyeing my wife. Imagine the scene. We head over to Gordon's place. I'm not sure if you have been able to gather much about the terrain, but Liz's house was uphill. Gordon was a lot like me, downhill on the other side of their property, except he was further back off in the woods. In fact, he was uncomfortably deep in the woods to me. At least Liz and I could get to the road without traveling through the woods. Not so for Gordon. When we got to his house, it looked normal until you go inside. Once inside, he had two sets of doors. A standard door that looked normal, but inside, behind that, was another door frame with these metal doors. Looking around the house, there were metal shutters inside the house with metal latches that would support them. Then I saw the picture of his wife. Her name was Melanie. And when I tell you my wife looked like her younger sister, I realized that all those times he drove by in his truck staring. He was not being a perv, he was thinking about his wife. He walks us quickly through the house and out the back door, and when we walk out that door, the stench of death is everywhere. Looking around, it was nothing but death. Animal parts thrown all over the place like Michael Myers had stopped over for a party. Black garbage bags full of chicken, hog, and dog parts. It was crazy, and this was the first time I ever saw the level of destruction that these creatures from the woods were capable of. Sheer savagery. This was not done for food. This was done in spite. You understand? This was done because they could, they wanted to. Warren says, "You know, it's going to take a hard rain for this stench to go away, right? But let's get this over with." So we all start the task of picking up the remains, and it's over 50 chickens, 10 hogs, and 5 of his dogs. The dogs were the worst. Lungs ripped out, skin peeled off. It was sad. Warren wanted to burn it, but Gordon told him the last time they used the policy they had to call the insurance company first to make sure they didn't need pictures or anything like that. Now Gordon is looking at me and says, "Will you call them?" So we head inside, leaving Warren out there in the carnage, and call the company. Well, the first person I talked to just doesn't seem right. The man came across as if he was already aggravated, so I decide not to give him the information but to ask him questions. I pretend that I have a bunch of livestock and that I am experiencing wild animal attacks, and ask him what coverage he would recommend. He says he is in claims and not sales, but I tell him then he knows what the company would pay for. So he is the perfect person to talk to. It was during that conversation that I learned the dogs were not covered, nor the chickens, only the swine. Also, there was a limit to the amount that this company paid with the mortality clauses, and they needed a special rider to cover wild animal attacks. By the time we hung up the phone, I was dazed, saying, "There is no way they are going to cover this." Well, Gordon gets up and walks over to the kitchen, opens the cabinet, and takes out this binder. It has tabs and everything, opens to insurance, and notes written by his wife. "Gordon, or whoever is helping him take care of this is our livestock mortality policy. It covers up to $75,000 in case of fire, wind, and freeze. However, we have the rider that covers up to $50,000 if our animals are killed. Call this number, give them this policy number, and tell them you have pictures of the kills and will mail them to them. They won't ask many questions, have not in the past." So I follow the instructions and pretend to be Gordon, and everything goes smoothly. The woman on the phone says she needs us to email her pictures of the livestock, just to confirm that it was a wild animal attack. Now you can hear her reading the script, and she says, "Wait, there is a note here in the system from the last claim. There will be no adjuster visiting the site." She hesitates for a second and stops reading out loud. Then she says, "Was there an incident where an adjuster was injured on your property, Mr. Gordon?" And he shakes his head, remembering I'm pretending to be him. She says, "Okay, sir, that is all I need. I will process your claims based on what's here in the system. Do you still have 87 swine on your property and 3 cattle and 2 horses?" Then Gordon looks at me. I'm like, "Yes." She says, "Great, thanks, I will be in touch soon," and hangs up the phone. Off the phone, I ask Gordon what the woman was talking about, and he says that happened long ago. I say, "Gordon, what happened?" And he starts to walk away, heading outside. So I follow him, insisting, "What happened to the adjuster?" He replies, "I don't want to talk about that." As we go back and forth, Warren chimes in while he is holding the paw of one of the dogs and says, "You mean that crazy man who tried to prove that you and Miss Melanie were lying and went missing?" Warren starts to laugh. He was the dumbest city boy I have. If you travel all the way from sunny California and people tell you there are monsters in the woods, why in the hell would you go into the woods? I mean, look around, look at this. He picks up a half-gnawed-on chick and says, "How do you fake this for insurance fraud?" Gordon goes quiet for a solid 15 minutes. Then he just starts talking about him and Melanie, his wife, and how they met. She was a liberal girl from Austin, Texas. You know how city girls can be. They think the whole world owes them something. That was my Melanie. Then add to that her father being a big-time lawyer. Yes, we were like night and day. When she decided I was the one for her and decided to abandon that city, her parents lost it. Her friends turned their backs on her. It was just me and her, so when we got this house, it was a true victory for us. Warren, you were just a little kid back then. Liz and Melanie used to take turns babysitting you. In fact, you were here the night it all started. The very first night they came and took everything from us, you were right there in the living room with Melanie playing with a red ball. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then, we had this shaggy, soft rug. You were lying on your back, tossing that ball in the air, when we heard the pigs start squealing, the worst sound I have ever heard. The sound of a painful death filled with fear. Then the sound of flesh being torn like paper bags. Melanie grabbed you and covered your ears as I went out the back door with a flashlight, only to see something that a man should not have to see. Monsters. Real wolf-like monsters, killing everything. This was a pack of 9 in total. 2 had attacked my dogs. I had 7 dogs back then, and those dogs didn't stand a chance. The rest were slaughtering everything. I'm standing there in shock, knowing I have Melanie and Warren in the house with me, and if they came to the house, there was nothing I could do. So we put you in the truck and left, Warren. We went up to Frank's place. I'm ashamed to say it. But we hid from them. The entire time, Frank was saying he and I needed to go down there and command them to leave, and if they didn't, we could kill them. But I was afraid, and Frank said it was my land, my choice. Then the adjuster came, the entire time he was talking, looking over at Warren like he remembered anything he was saying, and Warren was looking at me like, I was a kid. I don't remember any of this. Gordon goes on to explain that, firstly, the adjuster insisted they leave the property as it was until he arrived to see for himself, or else the claim would not be paid. Imagine a mess 3 times worse than what we had just cleaned. sitting there for 2 weeks in the summer heat. Then when this fool finally came to town, he looked around and said he couldn't tell if it was a wild animal attack. Gordon explains that he wanted to kill the guy right there and bury him on his land. However, Melanie had been reading the policy and challenged him, and the guy took it personally. He said he needed evidence of the wild animals. Gordon recounts how the adjuster planned to go into the woods himself to look for evidence. He says that when he warned the guy it was a bad idea, the man essentially backed him and Melanie into a corner, creating a conundrum. If there really was a wild animal, why wouldn't they let him search the property for evidence day or night? According to him, if they didn't allow it, it meant they were hiding something. It was Melanie who pointed out that, according to the contract, he had the right to inspect the property for 48 hours. However, she insisted that he call his company and speak to his boss. So Gordon, Melanie, Frank, and Mr. Satcher called his boss in California to explain the situation. Satcher's boss was confused as to why he needed to be informed, and Frank explained it straightforwardly. There are wild animals, and then there are animals that are wild. These are the latter and not the former, sir. We just want to make it clear that if something goes wrong, it will not have anything to do with us. We will be calling the sheriff as well to let him know. Satcher's boss seemed distracted and distant but agreed, and then just hung up. Frank told Satcher, "Listen, I will go with you so you can see what did this and I can get you back out of there safely." Satcher just laughed at Frank's warning, boasting about his years of experience facing mountain lions, bears, cougars, and other wildlife. Despite Frank's repeated assertions that these were not ordinary wild animals, but rather animals that act wild, Satcher didn't listen. 2 days later, he went onto the backside of Gordon's property and was never seen again. However, every night his screams for help could be heard, yet he remained unseen. The sheriff and others were involved in the search, but they found nothing, not a trace. And still, at night, his cries of "Help, help me," echoed through the area. Frank believed it wasn't Satcher, but one of the creatures trying to lure people into the woods. As I listened to this story, my hair started to stand on end. It was insane, but it happened. When I asked Liz about it, she confirmed, "Yep, poor Mr. Satcher. They took him, took his body and his voice." She speculated on how many people that man's voice had led to their deaths over the years. There are things in these woods that change skin, steal voices. They look human, but they are far from it. Liz explains that people often misuse the term skinwalkers, not understanding its true meaning. To walk in human skin refers to something far more sinister than simply wearing animal skins. She suggests asking Gordon for more details, as he has more experience with these beings. They would often come to him disguised as Melanie. She recounts how Gordon, while drunk one night, accidentally let one of these creatures into his house. He and Frank had to confront it, but it wouldn't die easily. It's frustrating when someone has all the answers to your questions but refuses to talk. That was the case with Gordon until my wife spoke with him. Then he began to open up about everything. He shared that for about 60 days after his wife's funeral, he thought he was losing his mind. He would hear her voice calling him from the woods, but something always felt off, as if his gut was telling him it wasn't her. So he ignored it and often sought company with Frank and Liz, especially when he felt lonely. One night, with Frank, Liz, and Warren in Little Rock, Gordon went to a bar for some drinks. One drink led to another, and soon he was driving home, drunk. He sat on his sofa thinking about Melanie and how much he missed her, eventually falling asleep. Around 4 a.m., he woke up to the sound of someone pounding on the back door and calling his name. Gordon describes the disorienting sensation of waking up still drunk, blurred vision, the overpowering smell of bile, and muffled hearing. In this state, he flung open the back door and, confronted with what he believed to be another one of those creatures, yelled, "What the fuck do you monsters want now?" Gordon, having already lost everything, opened the door to find no one there. In his frustration and grief, he stepped outside and cursed loudly, proclaiming that the tormentors would never find peace and would roam the woods until they died. Then he turned back to go into his house, leaving the door open behind him. He was halfway to the sofa when he heard his name. Turning around, he saw Melanie standing at the threshold. She said, "Aren't you going to welcome me home, Gordon? Let me in." Gordon knew instantly it wasn't his Melanie. The skin was peeling by the ear. Despite recognizing this, his longing for her was so strong that he invited her in. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the creature accelerated in a blink and was upon him, choking him. Gordon found himself in a desperate struggle, made worse by the creature mimicking his deceased wife's voice, pleading, "You're hurting me, Gordon," causing him to hesitate. Imagine the horror of beating something that looks like your dead wife with an iron skillet until it flees the house. That's what Gordon endured. When he finally talked to Frank, they both had to fight it off, engaging in a 3-night battle. Each time, the creature's skin regenerated to look just like Melanie. The emotional torture of repeatedly killing his wife was unbearable until they discovered that fire was the key. This revelation happened by accident. Trapped against the wall with his grill, with Frank knocked out on the ground, Gordon was being choked by the creature. It threatened to send him to be with his wife, and in a moment of instinct, he grabbed lighter fluid and squirted it in the creature's face. The terror on its face was evident, and when Gordon reached for the lighter, the creature stopped choking him and struggled to prevent him from lighting it. That was when Gordon realized that fire could kill it. After a tense struggle over the lighter, he managed to set its face ablaze. The creature panicked, running in circles. Gordon doused it with more lighter fluid, causing its entire body to catch fire before it ran into the woods, never to be seen again. Are you still there? Hello? Remember, I encountered the same thing and had no clue what I was dealing with. It all made sense now why it presented itself as Elizabeth. Then the winter months rolled around, bringing quiet. I despised the winter because it felt like we were suspended in limbo, knowing that when the weather changed, it would all start again. It was always in the back of our minds that they would return when the conditions were right. The winter months seemed like they would never end at times. It was during this time that I felt myself starting to get depressed. Now, to be clear, I have never been a man to even believe in depression. I mean clinical depression like one would be diagnosed with. The depression I mean is like these thoughts constantly bombarding my head. Not suicide or anything like that. Things like I would worry about my son and him growing up around this stuff and how it would affect him. That transformed and morphed into dreams about my son being left alone in the house with these things outside. Those dreams turned into nightmares where these things in the woods would kill my wife and son. Vivid nightmares. The worst of them was just this loup. I would wake up, it was nighttime, roll over, and my wife was not there, but the bed was wet. However, the room was pitch black, and I would get up and turn on the light, and the power was out. I would be walking barefoot down the hallway to the closet, and I remember the carpet being soaking wet. When I got to the closet and turned on the flashlight, there was blood on my feet. Shining the light, there was blood everywhere, drag marks from my wife's side of the bed. And when I followed the marks, they met with another set of drag marks, went downstairs and out the back door. When I got outside, the trail led into the woods. And when I followed that trail, I would find pieces and parts of my family along the trail. I would wake up in the dream and be back in darkness, thinking I was awake for real, reach over for my wife and feel the wetness again. Understand this was happening every night to the point that I only knew I was awake when I reached over and felt my wife's body. After suffering this for a week, I mentioned it to Gordon. I was over helping him fix a fence post. He says, "Oh, those nightmares are the worst, man. Do you know what it means?" he asks. I'm like, I have no clue what it means. He says that Frank told him that when the spirits can't get you afraid in the natural realm, they work on you in the dream realms. They disturb your sleep, plant seeds in your mind, and eventually in your body while you sleep. If you're listening to this story, understand I was confused. This made zero sense to me. However, what I knew was that everything else I saw and experienced was real, so there was no way that what he said was a lie. There was no incentive for him to lie to me. So I asked, "What did you do?" He said, "I learned how to pray." Well, Frank taught me how to pray. You know, most people before they go to bed, their prayers are still childish, like when we did when we were kids. I started to pray like this: "Father God in heaven, I acknowledge you and your son Jesus as the author and creator of all realms of existence and universes. Father, your word says in When you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet. So, Father, I hold you to your words, Father, and I expect to not be afraid by anything from any realms or dimension. And Father, I thank you for the promise of sweet sleep, and I claim it in the name of Jesus." He looks at me and smiles and says, then I would go to sleep, and if anything crazy happened, I would be mad, and then pray that God's angels attack it. It took a long time for me to get to that point and to actually believe it. The key is, you have to move past just believing the words. You have to know that it's true, that God cannot lie, so what he says he does, in fact, it's already done. Stop right here and let me say this. Gordon didn't strike me as a religious man, and back then I didn't know the difference between a religious man and a man with a relationship with God. I said, "You know, Gordon, I never thought of you as the church-going religious type." He cuts his eyes at me and gives me this look and says, "Religions can change, God does not. I have a relationship with God and his Christ. That is a huge difference." Frank taught me that. This was the first time I came to understand that a relationship with God was possible. Gordon went on to talk about what Frank would pontificate on daily, about how the closer you were to God, the more power he gave you access to. Then he told me a story about how he saw Frank make it stop raining. Gordon said that there were times when the area around his house would flood. He and Melanie had only been living in the house for 3 years when a torrential rainstorm came, raining for 5 days in a row. The water started to rise in the creek behind the property, and it kept rising. Liz had Frank drive over to check on them because she had a bad feeling. When he got there, the water was rising, and there was nothing they could do. Frank said it looked like it was going to end badly and started to hum this song. Then he took off his socks and shoes and walked out into the rain, talking to the clouds. He said, "Hear ye the words of one of the sons of God, a priest according to Jesus Christ. Mighty clouds, shut your bottles of water and spare this land. This I decree and declare in the name of Christ Jesus." Then he turned and came inside, went into the bathroom to dry his face, clean his feet, put his socks and shoes back on, and started to talk about football. They were sitting there talking, and 15 minutes later it stopped raining. Then the sun came out. According to Gordon, you could hear the thunder off in the distance. It did not rain in that area for more days. The waters receded, which didn't make sense to Gordon or Melanie because the creek was fed by water further north where it was still raining. Over the next few months, the dreams died down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going on with Liz. However, when I asked her how she was feeling, she always said she was fine. It was during one of these conversations that I realized that Liz was truly having issues. She never really said it, but it was what she started talking about. One evening she said, "I have been teaching your wife everything I know about how to deal with what's in these woods. I wish Frank was here to teach you, but I have something I need you to understand. However, you have to be ready to understand these things." I said, "Yes, I'm ready." Liz began talking about the realms of existence that we are protected from, that this protection comes from God. She said anyone who says that God does not exist and Jesus is not real is a damn fool, and that one should never waste time with them. She also said that anyone who claims that God has different names and it makes him a different God is a fool as well. Then she started teaching me the names of God, explaining that each name is a level of intimacy with him. Liz explained that I had already reached a level of intimacy that I was not aware of, and she needed me to understand. She explained to me the name Jehovah Shalom and said, "Even though you live with all this crazy stuff, you still find a way to have peace. Right? Your wife and you are not fighting, bills are paid, you're healthy. Understand that truly is God's peace that you are living in. It's like a bubble. Most people would have packed up and run away after seeing what you have. But nope, you are still here when you go out to face down whatever decides to come out of the woods. You are interacting with him in so many ways. He is your Ebenezer, your stone of help in battle. He is your strong tower. He is your light that shines in darkness." As Liz went on to explain what I had already experienced, it brought me to tears. Part of me believed that I faced these things myself, and instantly I was ashamed. She explained to me that the God of heaven is always with you, and when you realize that, you become more powerful than you can ever imagine. When he stops being something off in the distance, he becomes the one that you sit and talk to, and he will answer back. Over the next few months, Liz basically took me to school on everything that was, is, and will be of God. Then she started to tell me how Frank did the things he did, how he was so confident that he knew those things would work. She said Frank understood the ordinances of heaven. I can't teach you them all because they were taught to him directly by God over the years we lived here. I would watch him walk outside and talk to nature. A patch of dead grass, Frank would command it to grow in the name of Jesus Christ. Then he would watch, come running to me excited about the grass growing. He walked with God through the woods, winter, spring, summer, or fall, and he would just talk. Every time he came out, he had something new. You need to start walking with God, do you understand? I looked at Liz and said, "How do I do that?" She said, "By believing that he is with you at all times." Frank would do it early in the mornings, be gone sometimes the entire day. However, I knew where he was. Try it sometime. Let me know how it goes. 2 days later, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. To be clear, the only other time I had ventured into these woods was with Warren, and we all know what that led to. However, I got up, put on my jacket, boots, and as I walked out the door, I said, "Lord, I believe you are walking with me. Can we talk?" And I just headed out into the woods. It was quiet out, the sun was just coming up, everything was dead from the cold weather, and I was about 300 yards into the woods when I thought I needed to go get my shotgun. As that thought popped into my head, a voice inside my head said, "If we are going to walk together, you need to trust that nothing can harm you when you are with me." Stop, pause, and let me say this. When you experience that, you think you are crazy, I mean really crazy. It's a struggle, and after going through that struggle, I realized why it's like that. Nonetheless, I decided to keep walking, and again it was quiet. Still as I walked, I was just talking out loud and asking God why these things were here. I mean, I thought this was supposed to be my dream home, and it was. Now I'm in a battle, and for what I don't even know. Imagine the scene. I'm just walking along and talking, not fussing, but expressing myself and how I feel about the situation. This goes on for I don't know how long, and I look around and realize that I might just be lost. At first I didn't panic because I could see my tracks, so I started to backtrack and I was just talking away. I'm not hearing anything back, but it felt so good just to talk to God, so I did it. As I'm walking along following my own tracks, there comes this point where they disappear. The ground looks fresh, like I never walked in that direction. I mean, there is a footprint, and then there is nothing. So I'm like, okay, here we go with the weird stuff. So I keep walking, and then the entire area does not look the same. Now I know I had gone in this direction for sure. The footprints led this way, but man, it does not look the same. Well, I'm walking along, and that voice in my head, God says, "Tell the earth to stop hiding your path." I walk along for a few more minutes, roaming, lost, and finally, out of frustration, I say out loud, "Earth, stop hiding my path." I stand there and look around, and over to my left, I see my footprints again. I'm dumbfounded. Then what happened next was freaking. I start to walk in the direction of my own footprints, and up ahead is this shadow, 12 feet tall, broad daylight, just standing there right in the path, and the voice says, "Keep walking." I stop and I'm looking, and the voice says, "I said keep walking." So now I'm walking, timidly, and it gets bigger, 12 feet to 14 to 15 feet, and it gets wider. So I stop again, and God says, "Walk, don't be afraid." So I keep walking, and it gets wider to the point where it just looks like a wall of darkness in front of me. I'm now standing right in front of this darkness, and he says, "All shadows have doors, tell it to return and close the door." Now I'm thinking I'm crazy, like really losing it, but this shadow is here, and I say, "Return, shadow, to the door you came from and close it behind you." Seconds pass, and nothing. Now, I didn't hear this, I just remember Liz saying that Jesus was the Christ, and that is why his name had all power. So I say it again. In the name of Christ Jesus, return to your door, shadow, and close it, never to come again. Listen, when I tell you it was like that darkness folded in on itself, you know how you fold a piece of paper over and over again until it gets small. That is what it did. I'm standing there in shock and amazement. That evening, I went to see Liz and told her what happened, and in her words, she said she was proud. Then the weather changed, and Warren made a decision that, quite frankly, was immature and childish, but I understood why. Warren's entire life was dictated by his experiences. No one other than the other kids around perceived him as normal. So when he finally got a girlfriend and she urged him to have a party at his house, I can see why he wanted to do it despite the danger. However, when I tell you that ended badly, it ended horribly badly. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet. And then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up, and he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair, and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these 2 young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, "Son, get down, we have to go right now." He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. You are not taking these kids, I say. Do you hear me? It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, what is that going to do to me? And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it. I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are two different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster, but being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, you have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever. That grin stops and it has this serious look, like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, everyone separated, one was taken. So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, she is in the earth. She is in the earth. I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, follow me. Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face, and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed, when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, help me dig. She is here somewhere. So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, I got her. Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her, because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, hey, we are trying to help you. Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her. It was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. The first time I met Amanda, she struck me as being a little bit selfish, you know, the kind of girl that most guys fall for the first time around. Clingy, needy. I say this because there just came a time period where Warren was not around like he used to be. When I would ask where he was always at Amanda's place or with her and her friends. Not a big deal in my book. It happens to every boy as he becomes a man. He finds a girl and the two of them start to prioritize their time over family. However, I did notice that she didn't care much for being around any of us. She always wanted to pull him away from his support structure, and that gave me pause. Understand that a person who loves you wants to know your family. They want to understand where you come from. A person using you, well, they just need you. Fast forward, Gordon and Liz are heading to Pine Bluff for the weekend. She had a childhood friend whose son was a coach for one of the historically black colleges and universities, and he was getting an award. He insisted that his Auntie Liz be there, so Gordon was taking her there. The two of them would go to the ceremony and catch the football game, then head back on Monday morning. Now let me say this, I didn't know anything about the party being planned. Hell, I'm not sure there was much of a plan. All I know is that Saturday night around 8 p.m., all was quiet. And then the cars started coming. 5 at first, then 15, then 20. Next thing I knew, the entire road was full of cars and teenagers. Hell, it seemed every kid for 75 miles was at that house. Music blasting, and the minute I walked outside, I could feel it. Something was mad, pissed off, and this was not going to be good at all. So I rode up to the house, and it was chaos. Kids all over the front yard, parked on the lawn, drinking and acting a fool. I had never seen any of these kids in my life. I worked my way inside, and Warren was nowhere to be found, but that little heifer of a girlfriend of his, Amanda, was right there in the living room. I asked her where Warren was, and she said he was feeling sick and went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and found him vomiting in the toilet. I said to Warren, "You know these kids can't be here. What are you doing?" He looked up and said, "It's cool. As long as no one goes in the back, they will be fine." We explained that to them. I told him, "Clean yourself up and get out here and get rid of these kids before something bad happens, son. And do it now." This look came over his face, you know, that look your kid gets when they know they've messed it up. And he said, "Why can't I just be normal? Have some friends over, it's not fair." Looking at him, I understood I really did, but hell, life is not fair. I told him as much. That life is not fair and you can't run from things by trying to be like everyone else. As the two of us were going back and forth, I heard Amanda saying, "Oh my God, look how much space is back here." And I knew in that moment that she was going out on the backside of the house. I grabbed Warren and we headed out the door, only to discover kids piling out the back door and into the open field. Listen, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it would be something terrible. We stepped outside and told the kids they needed to go back into the house, but they wouldn't listen. Kids being kids, it took about 30 minutes before we could corral them and get them back into the house and then out the front door. This party wasn't going to stop, so I called the law. I told them what was going on and where, and that they needed to come before someone got hurt. 5 minutes later, 4 sheriff cars pulled up and helped disperse the crowd. The sheriff at the time was absolutely pissed with Warren. He grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Now, son, you know you can't have these kids around here. You know how dangerous it is." Warren knew good and well how bad the situation could turn out, but he was longing for the attention of his peers. He wasn't disrespectful at all, and we stood there while everyone dispersed. Well, the cars left, and we noticed that there were 3 cars still remaining. One was the car that Amanda and her best friend came in, and the other 2 cars no one knew who drove them. It was right then and there I got this sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew it, somehow I just knew it. 5 of them had gone into the woods. When the realization hit that they were missing, there was no considering anything else other than that they had gone into the woods. So, we headed to the backside of the house, and this was when Amanda came to realize that what people heard about these woods was true, because we were back there. The sheriff was coming up with a plan of action when she looked into the woods and said she saw her grandmother. Stop, pause, understand that her grandmother was dead. Looking in that direction, I didn't see a thing, and neither did anyone else. It was dead quiet outside, and that silence was broken by the telephone ringing inside the house. Warren was now trying to explain to Amanda that whatever she was seeing was not her grandmother, and I'm going inside to get the phone. When I answered, it was my wife telling me that there were 2 boys at the back door, scared out of their minds. I told her to hold them there, and I'm on my way. So now I'm racing out of the house to my truck and back down to my place. When I get there, these 2 young men are laying on the ground, having panic attacks, hyperventilating. I ask them what is wrong, and they tell me that they went into the woods, and then they don't know what happened. Now, one of the sheriffs is coming through my back door, and he takes over talking to them. It takes him 5 minutes to get them to give us the first clue of what happened. They heard about the place and just wanted to see, so they went into the woods, and according to them, they only went 50 yards in. They could still see the light of the house, and then it just went dark. Looking around, they were lost. So they decided to walk in, holding hands, and then they heard growling and laughter. Voices coming from the trees saying, "You have been found wanting." One kid says, "I was holding her hand and she was yanked away from me." That is how we found out a girl had gone into the woods with them. But wait, it gets even more crazy. We now knew we needed to get into the woods as fast as possible, so I grabbed my shotgun and flashlight and went. The sheriff circled back and regrouped with everyone else, and they went in from Liz's house. Now I'm alone, walking. The further I get away from the house, the worse the feeling gets, like I'm working my way into enemy territory. And that's when I hear, "Is someone there?" It's a male voice. Shining my light, it's this kid up in a tree, way up in a tree. I say, "Son, get down, we have to go right now." He just shakes his head no and points. I shine the light in the direction he is pointing, and standing there less than 50 feet away is this freaking wolf standing on its hind legs, massive shoulders, and it's looking at me with this look of anger on its face like I just caused it a problem. "You are not taking these kids," I say. "Do you hear me?" It looks up at the kid and then back at me, and now I have the shotgun pointed at it. It looks at the gun and grins like, "What is that going to do to me?" And this fear starts to hit me. When I say it hit me, it's like I get punched in the chest with fear, and it's trying to drill its way into my body. I know this is going to sound crazy, but it was like it projected that fear right at my heart. In that moment, I knew it, I felt it, and I refused to be afraid. Now, refusal to be afraid and feeling fear are 2 different things. There was a reason to feel fear. It was dark, this is a monster, but being made afraid was a choice, and I knew that. So I looked at it and said, "You have until I count to 3 to leave and find those other kids and bring them back to this spot, or I will empty every bullet in this gun and call for every angel in heaven to chase after you and give you no rest ever." That grin stops, and it has this serious look. like it's contemplating what to do, and then it takes one step and I hear it running off. What was crazy about the situation was it seemed brighter out when it was gone, like its presence was blocking out the light itself. Looking back up to the tree, the boy was climbing down. When I asked him about his friends, he said, "Everyone separated, one was taken." So, I worked my way back to the house with him, and then went back into the woods again. This time, it felt different. It felt like that darkness, that enemy territory was no longer there. So I pressed further and further, searching, looking. Stop and listen to what I'm about to say to you next. I'm positive no one has ever shared this with you. As I walked along, I heard that voice saying in my head, "She is in the earth. She is in the earth." I had no clue what that meant at the time, never heard anything like it, but off in the distance I see flashlights, and it's the sheriff. Warren is with them, and he has this look of guilt on his face. They tell me they found the other boy, but there is still a girl missing, and I ask Warren what it means that she's in the earth. This look comes across his face, and he takes off running through the woods, screaming, "Follow me." Understand? Now it's just me and Warren running at full speed. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever run in the woods at night, but it is not pleasant at all. There are branches smashing into your face, and your shins take a beating as you move along. And we are running for like 10 minutes at full speed, when I see the lights from Liz's house in the distance, and then we take a sharp right towards the creek. We go across the creek and up a hill. Now, my legs are burning as we go uphill, and then the light from where Warren was running disappears. He was 15 feet ahead of me, and now he is gone. I take a few more steps, and I'm sliding downwards. Ahead of me, I see Warren's light when I reach the bottom. It's not a cave, it's more like a mound of earth. You can see the roots of trees above, and Warren is now searching, digging in the dirt, moving earth around. He says, "Help me dig. She is here somewhere." So now I'm on my hands and knees, digging, looking, searching, when he says, "I got her." Sure enough, I shine the light, and he is pulling this girl from the soil. She is bare-chested and has dirt all in her face, ease, hair, and she is barely breathing. We then have to drag her back out of this hole, a process that seemed like it took forever. The air was rank and had the stench of death. When we finally get her outside, it was like the open air revived her, because she looks at us with eyes wide as baseballs and starts to scramble away, stands up, and takes off running and screaming. Warren has to literally tackle this girl to stop her from running back into the woods, and she is fighting for her life, kicking, punching, biting him. You can tell that this girl had been through it. He is holding her down, and I shine the light on my face and say, "Hey, we are trying to help you." Only then did she stop, and it was like instantly there was this emotional dump. She starts to cry and scream. Then she realizes she is bare-chested and starts to cover herself. I take off my shirt and give it to her, and we walk her back to Liz's house. It took days for the girl to talk. When I tell you she was mute as they questioned her, it was like the person that was inside her body retreated and hid away until it was safe to come out. That was just the start of the ramifications of the bad decision that Warren made. The woods came alive after that. There was no turning them back off. It was something that we were going to have to deal with. So we did, to the best of our ability. Then her parents tried to have her press charges. The sheriff came over to talk to me about it, and his exact words were, "Who and what are we going to arrest?" That was when I heard the story of what happened to her. Her name is Jewel, and when I learned what happened to her, it made my blood boil. It turns out that when everyone went into the woods, she was the only one apprehensive about it. According to her, 15 yards in, she knew it was evil back there. She saw what looked like 100 shadows moving among the trees, darting back and forth. She told them that after 45 feet she wanted to go back. They literally grabbed her by the hand and pulled her into the woods. 50 yards in, she could see the darkness closing in from all sides. Then there was silence and darkness. The laughter, that's when they all realized something was wrong. So they started to make their way back, but darkness closed in. She described it like a wall of darkness. Then she heard talking, and when she looked at her friends, their eyes were glowing red. They all just ran off into the darkness. She felt herself being pulled, yanked violently away, and up into the air. Seconds later, she felt hands all over her body, touching her in private places as she floated through the trees, swinging wildly up and down. Then she was dropped from what felt like 20 feet in the air, and when she stood up, she was topless. Looking around, it was dark. She had no clue where she was, so she started walking in the direction she thought she heard talking. As she walked along, something pulled her by her hair, yanking her backward to the ground, and started dragging her. She said at first she was afraid, but she knew she needed to fight. So she turned and twisted to get a look at what it was, and it didn't look human. She described it as having peeling human flesh, but beneath this, pale, hard skin. She described the process of hitting one of its legs with the other, tripping it, then crawling towards it and beating it with a rock. She couldn't get to the upper body, so she hit it as hard as she could in the waist, hips, and legs. According to Jewel, it started to bleed. She could feel the moisture from it. Then she was snatched again, this time by something stronger, hit in the head, and all she remembered was me shining the light in her face. The sheriff had her take a medical examination after Jewel said she felt like she'd been violated, and she was. I'm sure you are wondering how this all played out. It didn't go well. You see, her parents didn't believe the story. It turned out that they had their own ideas of what happened, that someone in the woods did this to her, a person. The sheriff was involved, and he even explained what he saw and encountered, but her dad insisted that someone had violated his daughter. It was a few weeks after the situation that he popped up at Liz's house looking for answers, angry, hurt, and confused. The man was on the edge of going nuclear, and it was understandable. Warren called me to come up to the house. Initially, he blamed Warren, for having the party in the first place. Warren agreed and apologized, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I never imagined that anyone would get hurt." As he stood there, I noticed he was printing, had a gun under his shirt. So I tell him, "Listen, I'm not sure what you came here to do, what you expect to accomplish, but this is not the way. There are things in those woods that cannot be explained." As all this conversation is going on, Liz is over in the corner, mumbling to herself, and all of a sudden she says, "This is not like what happened to your sister. I see it now. You were a kid then. There was no way you could have protected her. Honey, you have been carrying that weight your entire life. That is not fair. The man who did that to her is dead. God took him when you asked him to." She stands up and walks over to him, touches him on his shoulder, and hugs him. Listen, I don't know if you have ever seen a person experience a word of knowledge from God. That was my first time. I watched what looked like years of shame and anger fall off that man because he starts to cry, and snot comes out of his eyes, his ears, his nose. As she hugs him, he hyperventilates and falls to his knees, crying uncontrollably for 15 minutes. Liz somehow gets down on the floor with him and holds him, a complete stranger. She looks up at us and waves us off. An hour later, Liz calls for me and Warren. We were out back talking, and she says, "Now, I have explained to Norman here what is back there in the woods, and he wants retribution. He has a right to it. However, he can't do it. Take him there, and he is going to read what I wrote down for him to read. Then y'all leave." Okay. Looking at Norman, the poor guy was a mess. Clothes all messed up, hair a mess, but he was determined to go deal with it. So we walk into the woods, and he pulls out a piece of paper and starts to read. I speak these words from my exalted body, standing in heavenly places with my Savior Christ Jesus. I bind every principality, power, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. In the name of Jesus Christ, you shall not touch my family or my bloodline. According to God's word, you shall not come nigh to my dwelling. I petition for warring angels of the Lord to strike down whatever touched my child. As these words come out of his mouth, the tears start to flow again. He struggles for a moment, and then he says, "Lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Lord, something wicked has touched your heritage and your reward. I ask that you, the mighty man of war, make war and strike down what had done so. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." Listen, I knew in that moment something was about to happen. You could feel it. We head back to the house, and we are about to go inside. And Norman says, "I think I'm supposed to be outside alone for a second. I'll be fine." We leave him at the back door and go inside to get some water, and then thunder, the loudest thunder I have ever heard. I want to be clear that there were no storm clouds in the sky, but after that thunder it rained for 2 days, and we saw the most miraculous lightning in the sky I have ever seen. That was the first time I saw the lightning that Warren told me about. Lightnings that went horizontally back and forth through the woods, darting around trees, slicing through them. It was an amazing sight. Norman took a liking to Warren, and the next thing I knew, Jewel and Warren were a thing. Then tragedy struck, shaking us all to our cores as Warren called me one Saturday morning and said that Liz would not wake up. We called the ambulance and rushed to the house only to find her dead, smiling from ear to ear. She had her hand resting on the open Bible, open to a highlighted section, Nehemiah 9:6. "You alone are the Lord. You have made the heavens, the heaven of heavens with all their host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all of them, and the heavenly host bows down before you." Have you ever been happy and sad at the same time? It's the juxtaposition of the feeling that made these days so difficult. I was thankful, yet hurt. Happy, yet sad. However, through it all, I had peace knowing where Liz was. No doubt in anyone's mind when it came to her. Then the funeral came, and it was massive. People from all over the place. Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, all descended on our little town for Liz. The stories that came afterward, pastors she would pray for on the phone, who had accidentally dialed her phone number, and she told them God wanted her to talk to them. Hardcore gangsters from Shreveport that tried to rob her, and she told them what she saw around them, and they dropped their guns when they saw 15-foot-tall angels. Then she gave them money anyway and made them promise to call and talk to her. You never really know a person's life until they die. It is in that moment that the rich tapestry of the events is laid before our eyes for all to see. The days after the death of Liz were surreal. You know how it is to go to a person's house expecting to see them. I knew she was dead, but I still wanted to see her, still expected to see her. I guess in time it goes away, but it was a long time before it went away for me. Then the clearing of the house started, and Warren struggled. Lord, did my kids struggle with it all. I remember him coming over one night and just sitting there talking to me, saying how he had no one left. It was just him all on his own, and as he was talking, I noticed what looked like a shadow dark behind him. And in that moment, I knew it was more than just the loss of Liz. This was an attack, a spiritual attack. I started to ask him a few questions like, has he been feeling heavy or afraid? And he says yes. Right then and there, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus, and I bind that wicked spirit trying to kill him. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but that is the end goal of all demonic spirits, for you to die in sin and join them in hell. Warren, in that moment, realized what was going on with him. He went into tears and said, "Dad, I'm not sure what to do." I told him, "Son, no worries. I will help you." Over the next week, it seemed like everything around us was mourning. I remember the birds, quails, 50 of them, landed on Liz's house. I remember looking at them and thinking that these animals are paying their respects. I didn't realize how right I was until one evening I'm there with Warren and Jewel. I went out the back door and was just standing there. When I looked out into the woods in the dark places, the places where there was no light shining, I could see eye shine all over the place, green eye shine. It was just there, looking at the house. I didn't feel like I was in danger. In fact, I felt great sadness. It was overwhelming, and it was right then and there in that moment that I realized Liz meant something to what was in those woods. She represented more than just a woman. Liz was a peacekeeper. How do I know that? Because a week later, it's Friday night, I'm in bed, and it sounds like a T-Rex is outside in the woods. This roaring goes on for over an hour, like there was a challenge being offered. Now I'm outside in the backyard listening when I see those Indians again. It was when I saw them, I knew there was about to be a fight somewhere in the woods. One of them looks at me and then walks into the woods. There is another one just standing there, looking at me, staring, so much so that I say, "What do you want?" But it just stays there staring and looking. Again I hear this roar and I'm like, "Whoa, what in the hell is going on?" I got something roaring in the woods and this dude over here is looking at me like I owe him money. So I decide to go inside and get a bottle of water. As I'm walking in the door, the voice in my head, which I now know is God, says, "So when are you going to pray and deal with that?" Pause right here and let me say this. Understanding the voice of God was a challenge. Why? Because I had to learn that it is possible for other things to speak to you in your head as well. When God gave us dominion and authority, every spirit knew and understood that if they wanted to participate in the realm of the earth, they needed a partner that was human. So they try to force themselves on you with negative thoughts to bring you into fear. If I were to tell you the kinds of things I faced to hear God's voice, it would intimidate you. However, instead, I'm going to share with you a cheat code. God is His Word, and when you study His Word, then you will know who is speaking to you. You do this by knowing not necessarily what God is, but more so what He is not. Example, God is not the author of confusion, so if you find yourself having confusing thoughts, that is not God. The best way to know what God is and what He is not, you have to study His Word. His Word is His Son. Hence, as you study, you get to know Jesus. What you will then understand is that warfare will happen no matter what. There is no escaping it. You cannot hide. You have to deal with it. If not, someone else in your family will have to deal with it. I'm sorry, let me get back to the story. So God says, when are you going to pray about this? And I'm thinking, what am I supposed to do with these things fighting in the woods? They clearly have an issue with each other. What am I supposed to do? Then nothing, radio silence. I get the bottle of water and go back outside and sit down. I'm not sure if you have ever heard a Bigfoot, I mean an alpha male Bigfoot roar, but there is nothing like that sound. It cannot be mistaken. As that Bigfoot is responding, the Lord says, "Son, you need to stop this before it starts." As I'm there thinking up, Warren walks around the side of the house and he says, "Dad, I'm not sure what is going on, but they don't act this way. Something is crazy." I ask him if this has happened before, out of the blue, and he says yes, when his grandpa died. I ask, "What did Liz do?" He says he doesn't know. He remembers her walking outside, but he didn't go. Again, I pray, but I don't know what to pray, and then I hear, "Coward." Oh, it's clear as day, coward. As that is being said, I see those Indians starting to manifest in the woods all around, and Warren is like, What the hell is going on? Again I hear coward, then I hear speak. So I just start to pray, Father, I come before you asking for assistance with what is going on around me right now. I don't even know what to say, but I turn my tongue over to you. You speak to what is there and bring it to heal. Now it was at this point where I can honestly say I do not remember what came out of my mouth. I do remember zooming past the Indians that were standing there. Like my spirit was taken out of my body, I remember looking back and seeing Warren below me, standing next to my body with his hand on my shoulder. Then just light. The brightest light I have ever seen, light that felt like it burned, and me saying, "Oh, it hurts." Then I saw this ruin. It was like a stone building on top of the hills in the woods. It was being rebuilt and then destroyed at the same time. Each brick that was placed was crushed as it was put in place. Then there came this fist that smashes this ruin, and by ruin, I mean it was a stone building. It was smashed into dust, fine powder. Then, just like that, I was standing next to Warren when I opened my eyes. It felt like I had been hit by a truck. Looking at him, he had this look on his face like, what in the hell is going on? In that moment, I hear what sounds like trees parting and moving and look towards the woods, and back off in the distance like 20 feet in the air are these eyes looking down on me and Warren. These eyes are glowing on their own like freaking flashlights, and it was like something as tall as the trees, moving them and looking at us. The freakiest thing that happened, it was like whatever it was wanted us to see its eyes, because seconds later you hear trees bending and the eyes are gone. Then that roar happens again, like a freaking T-Rex, and nothing, just silence. After that, I remember Warren helping me inside to the sofa and saying, "I will stay with you," and then him calling my wife. When I woke up, there was blood on my shirt, and when I asked Warren, who was sleeping in the recliner, what happened, he said, "Honestly, I don't know, but you need to sleep," but I was hungry. Looking at the clock, it was 4 a.m., and I was starving. So I went into the kitchen and made a sandwich. Warren went back to sleep. I went to check on my wife, and she was out cold. So I go back outside and sit and eat my sandwich. And again, I hear the trees moving, and look in the distance and see those same large eyes. Eyes so big they look like 2 green floodlights 12 feet apart. And then God says, "Son, you binded them. They are looking for you to let them leave before the sun rises. Tell them to go in peace." So I say, go in peace and stop this madness. Now, I don't know how else to describe this, but have you seen where companies use ship anchor chains to clear the woods? They connect the chains to 2 bulldozers, then they pull the chains, knocking down everything in between. That is what it sounded like when these 2 things left. It sounded like everything in the area broke, ripped, and torn into pieces. When the sun came up, I was wide awake, so I went into the woods to see. Listen, it was not until then that I realized they were way closer than I thought. 95 yards into those woods were 2 trails of destruction, like 2 freaking bulldozers took off straight in opposite directions. That was the day I came to realize that they were not afraid of me. I was nothing, but they were afraid of the Spirit of God in me. An even more important lesson was that being a coward was unacceptable in God's kingdom. I mean, completely unacceptable. There is one thing we fear in the kingdom of heaven, and that is the King himself. Let me stop right here and give you an opportunity to join the kingdom. It's simple and it's private between you and God. Just repeat after me. Jesus Christ, come into my heart. I invite you in. Give me your renewed mind. I believe you died for my sins, and I accept you as my Savior. Now back to my story. Over the next few days, there was this peace in the woods that was amazing. It felt like everything dark had been pushed back. That was the beginning of what I call the time of dominion over the woods. I started to take longer walks in the woods and learn even more from God. It was amazing, the lessons that I was taught. It was a season of peace. Warren and Jewel became closer, and her father Norman would come over and hang out with me. I learned more about him and his childhood. I asked him how things had been around the house, and he said ever since he was with Liz, his life had been amazing. There was so much peace that it took me a while to realize that Gordon had not been around. My wife was the one who brought it to my attention. She said, "Honey, where is Gordon? I called for him, and he is not answering." So I headed over to his place, and his truck was there, but no answer, so I went around to the side of the house, got his spare key, and went inside. There was no sign of Gordon. What I mean is, it was like he had not been home. However, there were no cell phones back in those days, so I had to wait. When I tell you I was going to Gordon's house every morning, I went to his house every morning looking for him for a week, then I got worried. I started praying with my wife, and the next day we got a phone call, and it was Gordon. He said he was down in Louisiana fishing and hunting. He was excited, saying he had booked a little airboat fishing and hunting tour, and that he was sorry he didn't tell anyone. Well, you can imagine how concerned we were about him, considering everything that was going on. But I was fine, just knowing that he was all right. Another day passes, and he calls me again. This time it's 8:30, and you can hear fear in his voice. Stop right here. I need you to understand there was no internet, no cell phones, nothing in those days. We had no clue that these creatures were anywhere other than in our woods. We thought it was an isolated occurrence. Well, Gordon says that the cabin he and the other two guys are in is not in the swamps of Louisiana, but on the outskirts, and that he had to walk over to the main little restaurant to call me. I ask what's wrong, and he says he is seeing eyeshine like what we see back at home here. I can tell that Gordon is afraid and in the process of being made completely afraid. My response is, "So, what's the problem? You have dealt with this before." And Gordon explains, "Yes, I have, on my land. This is not my land. I'm not sure if this will work here." As he is talking, you hear a woman saying, "You can't tie up our phone all night. We have customers calling in to make orders, honey." He says, "I just need a few more minutes." Then he says he is not sure what to do, and frankly, I wasn't sure either. I say, "Listen, maybe you and the guys should just leave." He says, "I suggested that, but they think it's just hogs and coyotes in the woods. I didn't drive myself, so I'm stuck here." He asks if I can come to get him. I talk to my wife and ask her what she thinks, and she says I should go get him. Listen, we are talking about an 8-hour drive. However, I got on the road. Little did I know, while I was racing to Phoenix, Louisiana, they were under siege from these things in Louisiana. Imagine leaving your house at 10 p.m. with the mindset that you are going to drive through the night until the sun comes up. Now, add in the fact that your bedtime is 9:30 p.m. and you never stay up past midnight. Well, that is what I was facing. I carried my shotgun with me and my Bible, figured that would be about all I needed. No extra clothes, no extra underwear, just me and the open road. Things went well until about 2:45 a.m. I'm on Highway 67 just south of Winfield, Louisiana. I'm driving the speed limit when I see this cop behind me with his lights on. At first I'm thinking, okay, this is a trooper and there is an emergency, so he is gonna come speeding past me. Right? Well, wrong. He gets right up on my tail and pulls me over, jumps out of the car, moving fast, flashlight in hand, shining it inside my truck. Then he bangs on the window and demands that I get out. Now, I'm not sure what kind of emotional roller coaster this guy is on. Being a former cop, I understand that we are all just men. For all I knew, he just found out his wife was sleeping with his brother and his dog has cancer. What I did know was that we were all alone on the side of the road and it was 3 a.m. Prime time for some crazy stuff to happen and one of us loses our lives. So I roll the window down, smile and say, "Hey officer, what can I do for you?" That is when I get a good look at his eyes and there is this look of panic and anger. He says, "Sir, please step out." I tell him I'm a retired cop, and I have done nothing that requires me to step out of my vehicle. Now he is shining the light at the bed of my truck, and he says, "Sir, please step out of the vehicle." He nods his head, motioning toward the back of the truck, and I notice he has his hand on his weapon. So I step out, and he pulls me to the front of the truck, and I'm expecting him to pat me down. Instead, he starts to whisper. He says, "Sir, I pulled you over because I'm not sure what I saw in the back of your truck, but it was freaky and weird. I can't explain it to you. I need to have a closer look." It was right there. In that moment, I was shown something. Call it a vision, call it whatever you want. But it was a spider jumping from one part of a web to another. And as he walked away, God spoke and said, "Stop him." "Sir," I said, "1 second. I don't think you should check it alone. I have my shotgun. We will go together." He said I could come with him, but he didn't want me with the shotgun, so we went, circled around the driver's side of my truck, headed to the back. Then we didn't have these hard-top covers like people do today. We had the soft-top truck bed covers, and as we are moving, he shines the light, and that soft black cloth cover is moving. As he shifts that light around, we notice it has a slit in it like it's been cut open with a knife, in an arching motion. You know how in those movies they have those jump scare scenes that make you almost poop your pants? It was lining up to be one of those moments for the two of us, but this was way worse than any movie. Because this long, skinny, pale forearm comes out of that slit. And the craziest thing was the closer it got to the wrist, the wider and bigger things got. The wrist was wide, and the hands were wide, and the fingers were long and thick. The forearm is so long that this thing is feeling around, reaching over the side of the bed of the truck, like it's searching. The two of us look at each other, and he signals, "Yeah, you better get that shotgun." So I tiptoe open the door, grab the shotgun. We were in the process of signaling what we were going to do to make sure that we would not be in a crossfire when, not if, but when, we started shooting. When this thing comes tearing through the fabric. Listen, I have seen a lot. I mean, a lot of terrifying, pardon my language, stuff in the woods. But this was something I had never seen. From the trunk emerges a gaunt, pale, humanoid creature, almost translucent with these deep, sunken eyes. But it hung from the bones as if it had this flexibility. It's hard to explain. But what was most terrifying was its head was upside down. It had these sunken-in black eyes. It's looking at us, and its mouth is moving up and down like it's talking, and its teeth are making this clacking noise, a chatter. Then it leaps, while looking down at us, off and at an angle, landing 25 feet to the right off the edge of the tree line next to the road, and then blends in with the trees. Understand by blending in, I mean it's there, the light is on it, and then it blends in right in front of us and disappears. When I tell you that the cop looks at me with this look of fear unlike anything I have ever seen, it was like his heart was about to stop beating. This man was no more than 26 years old. His face was turning blue. It was like he was experiencing heart failure. He stumbles back towards his car, and he is just looking at me. I say, "Are you okay?" And he says, "I don't know what I just saw." Listen, then this cop walks around to his car, gets in the vehicle, and leaves me standing there on the side of the road in the darkness. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the hell out of here. We're going to pause right here, and let me explain something to you, or better yet, let me ask you a question. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where it seems like all hell is breaking loose on all sides? I mean, in every aspect of your life, things are going wrong. Your health, your finances, your relationships. It's an attack on your life, I mean that definitively. I had no clue that what was taking place at this moment was one of the worst attacks my family and I would ever experience. By family, I mean everyone you have heard me speak of in this story. However, this was the launch of an attack unlike anything I have ever seen. While I was on the side of the road, Gordon was under siege, and if that was not bad enough, back home, my wife was calling Warren to come to the house because something was beating on the back door. When she went to take a look, it looked exactly like what I had just encountered. However, in that moment, I didn't know that was going on, and she had no way of contacting me. Down in the swamps of Louisiana, Gordon was wide awake. He had already vehemently expressed his desire to leave, and the other two men thought he was going crazy. That was until the walking on the roof of the cabin started. We are talking about the swamps of Louisiana, raised cabins on stilts 12 feet in the air, making the rooftops 30 feet above the ground. It was when that walking, the sound of wood bending, started that they decided that something might be going on and all met up in the living room. Gordon told them the best thing to do was to wait and leave at sunrise, and even then, there was no way to guarantee they would be safe. However, most men, those who have never seen strange things, underestimate the danger of the supernatural. Call it arrogance, call it pride, I call it stupidity. Well, that combination reared its ugly head, and William, the man who drove them down there, decided to go outside with a rifle. Imagine for a moment the front door opens to pitch blackness, and according to Gordon, he knew it was a huge problem when the light from the flashlight scanned the water. Alligators' eyes glow red at night, this bright red. Well, when that light shines over the swamp, there are 15 alligators in the water, some on the left and others on the right. However, in between are 3 sets of eyes glowing this amber yellow. Gordon knew right then in that moment they were in major trouble. What made it worse was these bright red eyes of the gators were all looking at the amber eyes, and the amber eyes were looking right at the front door. There was a swath of land, about 50 feet before the water's edge, just enough for the steps to be placed. Those amber eyes were 20 yards away from the water's edge. Gordon told me that he knew this was a setup. So I tell William to come back inside. There was this porch, and you know how when there is a covered porch, there is an edge of the roof, right? Well, Williams is walking towards that edge of the covered porch, and you can hear something is above. So Gordon grabs him and pulls him back, and William starts to tussle with him, calling him crazy. This goes on for a few seconds, Gordon staying close to the entrance to the door, when you hear this splash of water. Gordon said they heard and felt this thing jump from the roof. He was not sure if the earth gave way when it landed on the ground, but all he knew at that moment was something jumped from the roof and hit the water. When he shone his light, he saw its back, black fur, and this giant hump. That was enough, and he said, "Screw it." Ran inside to the room he had, closed the door, and he started praying. He said it took a moment for the other 2 guys to comprehend what they were seeing. But when they did, he said the sounds they made, these men, those sounds of fear were unlike anything he ever heard. Then there was a slamming of the door and the furniture moving and just all this commotion. Gordon said he knew the only thing that could help them was God. Now here is the weird thing, according to Gordon. He was praying, his adrenaline was pumping, fear raging, and then the next thing he knew, he was asleep. Woke up the next morning on the floor, back hurting, feet numb, below hurting, and when he walked out of the room, the other 2 men looked like they had been rode hard and hung up wet. They just looked at him and said, "How could you sleep through that, all that growling and splashing?" According to Gordon, he heard nothing. They took Gordon up to the local store and left him there. He said the fear on these 2 men was so intense that they could barely speak. When I finally arrived, he was at a small diner having coffee. He tells me this entire story of what happened, and he is laughing as he explains. When he was praying, he said, "Lord, I can't take this. I don't want to die like this. I feel so much fear. I just wish I could go to sleep and you fast forward to when it's time for me to go home." He is laughing and says that's exactly what happened. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were okay, my wife, son, and Warren were under siege in a way I would have never imagined was possible. Little did I know that while Gordon and I were having coffee, my son was lost in the woods. The night before, my wife had called Warren over because something was beating on the back door. Warren described the scene like this. He said it was a struggle to stay standing, like a force was pulling it back away from the house, and that it would eventually be pulled back to the woods. It would get a running start, and you could see it struggling to move forward like it was fighting an invisible wind. He said it was crazy, and at first he was afraid looking at this 7-foot-tall creature. When the fear hit him, he decided that he was not going to give in. He asked my wife for the shotgun, loaded it, opened the back door to go out. And as he crossed the threshold, he felt what was like an invisible giant hand on his chest holding him back. He pressed forward and was pushed back, and the door closed on its own. Now, he and my wife stood there looking as this thing struggled and was forced right back to the edge of the wood line. It was like it was being held there, and then the door opened on its own. Now, to be clear, I have a giant sliding glass door. This door slides open on its own, and Warren said in that moment this rage came over him. It was like he was soaked in anger. It was in his bones, in his chest. His feet were burning. And he just ran out the door, screaming, ran as fast as he could, raised that shotgun, and started shooting. When the first shot hit, a chunk of flesh flew off its shoulder, and he said this look of fear came across its face like it didn't expect to be hurt. So he shot again, this time in the leg, and the entire leg flies off, and it falls to the ground and starts to crawl away. Warren said all he saw in that moment was red in his peripherals, like he was looking through goggles with red paint on them. He said it was dark back there, but he could clearly see this thing, and he shot it in the back, exploding pieces of it all over the place, and it was still moving. He fired again, hitting it in the head, and then it stops, turns, starts to walk back to the house, and he sees out of the corner of his eye the Indian that I had been seeing, and he says this anger wells up again inside of him, and he says, "I rebuke you, wicked spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ, our lives are not for your entertainment," and it turns into a ball of light and folds in on itself. Then he goes back inside, and the second he crosses the threshold, all the anger is gone, but his body feels like it's been connected to a 9,000-watt generator, and he knew he was not sleeping that night. The house settled down, and when the sun comes up, he falls asleep on the sofa, only to be awakened by my wife panicking at 8:15, asking where my son is. Stop, pause, I want you to realize something. I have not mentioned the name of my wife or my son. That is done intentionally, and I think I should warn you, starting at this moment. I have watched how people behave in this field, the creators, some of the listeners. Their immoral behavior, the downright devilish acts that you people, talking to the ones who behave that way, that behavior is appalling. So, I will say this to you right now, you may be able to find where we are and you have free will to come. However, if any of you show up, or talk about my family, or attack us in any way, especially if you leave where you are to come here, I will view it as God's judgment against you. I will take your life and send you to meet him, because in my mind, he brought you here for judgment. Back to the story, my wife is in a full panic, and Warren is awakened to her screaming for my son. When his eyesight clears up, he notices that the back door is open. She explains to him that when she woke up and went to his room, he was not there. When she came down, the door was open. However, it wasn't wide open. It was slid just enough for a child to get out. Now, mind you, I have no clue what is going on, and there is no way to reach me. So Warren and my wife venture into the woods. This was my wife's first time being in the woods, something I didn't let her do. The Bible says we as men are to cover and protect our wives. Under the circumstances, she and I had an agreement the only time she was ever to go into those woods was if it was an extreme emergency, and this qualified as such. She told me that the second she stepped foot into the woods, she heard grunting like things were talking to each other, things she could not see, and it was terrifying. But she was not leaving our son in the woods alone. The two of them walked for 20 minutes, calling his name, gripped in panic before she remembered something that Liz told her. Liz said that the love of a wife and a mother conquers all things, and that love covers a multitude of sins. So she stopped, took her shoes off, and stood still. Warren was still in a full panic, and she prayed, saying, "Father, I'm not sure what happened to my son, where he is, or if something has taken him, but I trust you fully. I trust your love for me and our family. So I will not be brought into doubt about his safety. I refuse to be brought into fear. Father, I ask, according to your word, where you say to make our petitions and requests known to the Lord. Father, I ask that you have these woods return my son safely to us." She said it was right then and there, with their eyes closed. She could see him walking with this tall man, 12 feet tall. She knew in that moment it was an angel with him. The man looked at her, and his eyes shined like fire, raised his hand and motioned for her to come. So she walked, and as she was walking, Warren was freaking out. "Where are you going? We need to go this way." She calmly looked at him and said, "He is fine, Warren, and he is this way." They walked for another 300 yards and saw him standing there, talking to what looked like a tree. I mean, he was having a full-on conversation with this tree, asking, "So, how long have you been here?" When he spotted his mom, he took off running. Warren told me they ran to him, and when he looked back up, the tree that he was talking to was not there. He said it freaked him all the way out. When they got him back to the house, nothing was wrong with him, not even a scratch, and he just told them about the adventure he had in the woods. Earlier, he thought he heard his mom calling him to come outside, so he went. Then he heard her voice in the woods, so he went. But once he got in the woods, this tall man stopped him. He went on to describe this man as having pretty eyes, and that the man told him it was not his mother. But he did not listen, so he kept walking, and the man followed him. He said he got to where the creek is, and then the voice calling him changed. He said it sounded scary, so he started to run. And the man told him not to run, just walk with him, and he would protect him, so he walked with him, and the voice went away, and they talked about the woods. Then he excitedly said, "He showed me that there are monkeys in the woods, Mom." Well, he showed me the young ones. They are big, but are babies. They are not human, but they are not bad. He told me that the young ones know me and watch me when I go outside. Then he asked if I wanted to see something cool. I told him yes, and he made a tree open its eyes. Excitedly, he said, "Mom, do you know that trees can sing and that the grass can sing?" It was amazing. They all started to sing. Then he told me you were looking for me and that you were afraid and worried and that we needed to walk back, but we were far away and he would get us back fast. I was talking to him, then looked over, and there you were. My son goes on to tell my wife how much he loved her, and the entire time, according to Warren, he was sitting there with his head about to explode. So when I finally got home, this is the story that I was met with. Part of me was angry, but the other part of me was so grateful that my son was okay. When I asked him the man's name, he said that he didn't have a name. He told him to call him a servant. Then he says, "Daddy, what's a servant? Is it a slave?" "No, son, not this guy. He was no slave. He was an angel." The look that came across my son's face was priceless. Over the next few days, I would catch him talking to himself, or so I thought, and when I asked, he said he was talking to the servant. I wanted to make sure that it was not a wicked spirit or something trying to deceive my son, so I turned on some of that old-school gospel music that Liz used to play, turned it up real loud, and my son starts dancing around the house and clapping, and I ask what he is doing, and he says, "Servant and him are dancing." I turn off the music, leave the room, and come back, and he is still dancing, and I say, "Son, the music is off," and he says, "No, it's not. I can hear it, and the servant wants you to know that he understands why you put it on and that you should play it outside sometimes and see what happens." In that moment, I was thrown aback, but I decided to try it. I took the speaker. Back then, they had these thin wires, and carried it outside and turned on the gospel music and just played it and came inside. Went to the bathroom. Was talking about just a quick glimpse. Went to the bathroom. When I came back out, I got a glimpse of the man he was talking about, just a quick glimpse, and it freaked me out, because he was looking at me, smiling, and he looked like a grown-up version of my son, except he was the perfect specimen, slender but muscular. It was amazing. This was the start of my son having encounters in the woods and the beginning of the woods keying in and focusing on him. Warren calls it the targeting of the next generation. He took it personally, remembering the things he experienced when he was a little boy. This only brought my two sons closer, and indeed they would need to be close because I was about to go through a bout with sickness. When I say that I was about to face a bout of sickness, I would like you to understand that this came from nowhere. I was healthy, no blood pressure issues, no heart problems, nothing abnormal at all. Then one day, I just felt sick. It was like I was walking in water and mud. Every movement was labored. The first few days, I figured I needed some rest. So I just took it easy, but then it only got worse. So much so that I went to the doctor, and they ran a bunch of tests but found nothing abnormal. It was like my body was being toyed with. Fatigue, overall weakness. Things I had never felt in my life, and I'm not talking about due to stress or old age. It was like my body was breaking down at a rapid pace. The juxtaposition was my son was becoming more and more active and wanted to be outside more. During this time period, I thanked the Lord for Warren. The two of them would spend a lot of time together. As much as I wanted to teach my son about what was in those woods, the duty fell to Warren, and he was up for the task. Stop right here, pause, and let me say this to you. What I would later learn is that what I was going through was called my body being afflicted. This was something I learned during my conversations with James. You know him as Dark Waters. I think I need to explain something to you about the agreement that he signed to get this story to you. The reason why this story is being read by a computer is because I have dictated each and every word. These are my words, and this computer is replacing my voice. Granted, he is the most talented storyteller there is on YouTube, but I wanted complete control over details about my family for our safety. So when I say this, it's me talking, not him. There are men of God, and then there are godly men. James is a godly man. That means that the Spirit of God lives inside of him and functions through him. How do I know this? Because over the years, I have met many men like him. Men who have been tamed by God. Warriors, fighters, vicious individuals that God has taken residence inside of them and made them anew. I want to thank him publicly for the amount of leverage he has given me in sharing this story and say this to the Christian audience. I have watched him be persecuted for being a Christian online, watched people lie about him, steal from him, do everything to destroy him, and in the face of it all, the Lord has blessed him. This too is a form of affliction, and Jesus said that it would happen to those who believed in him. Now I say all of that to say this. In Psalms 34:19 it says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all." So you see, persecutions and afflictions, know and understand where the deliverance from it comes. It comes from the Lord. Now back to the story. So while I was dealing with health problems, the two of them, Warren and my son, were off into the woods on these adventures. The first adventure that I can remember was when Warren told me that my son had taken him to where the baby monkeys lived. Warren told me that the boy just walked into the woods and was moving around like he had a map in his head. They worked their way up this hill, and at the top was a plateau 75 yards across. He said my son just sat down on the ground and said, "They will be back. Let's give them some time." Within 15 minutes, he said he heard what sounded like birds making noises, but the bird sounds were slightly off and breathy. Then my son stood up and starts to look around. Warren says he then sees what looked like something from Planet of the Apes, peeping from behind a tree, and my son just waves and then it hides. This game of hide-and-seek goes on with multiple ape-looking creatures until they hear a heavy grunt off in the distance. He looks at Warren and says, "Well, playtime's up. The adults are coming back. We need to go." So the two of them leave. As they are working their way back, Warren asks him how he knows about those things, and he explains that Servant taught him. So he asks if Servant told him anything about the wolves, the big one, and he says yes. My son tells him that not all the wolves are bad, but they all do have bad things that talk to them in their ears. Sometimes those bad things can get them to do bad things. He says it's best just to stay away from them, but the monkeys, bad things talk to them too, but they don't listen as much as the wolves do. The way Warren described the conversation was straightforward and matter-of-fact, like the kid knew what he was saying was true, no hint of doubt. Then there came a stormy night when I realized that my son had learned a lot more than I could have ever conceived. I was going through this phase of my affliction where body parts were just not working the way they should. For example, there were days when my legs were so weak I could not walk. The next morning I would wake up and walk fine. Then there were other days where it was my right arm. Well, that entire day, it was my legs that were just exhibiting crazy weakness, pain. I could barely walk. When at 1 a.m., it's storming outside, and I hear this growling outside. And I already know the wolves, not sure why they are here. They had been quiet, no activity at all. I was wondering why they would come. When I hear the door to our bedroom opening, and my son walks in and says, "Daddy, I need to use your window." This kid walks over to the window, opens it, and says, "Why are you listening to those bad things? Return to your home. Go. You don't belong here." He closes the window, climbs in bed with me and my wife, and goes to sleep, and all the noise stops, and I just lay there in tears, crying, trying to be silent. Do you know what it feels like to be helpless? And your son, a child, stands up and faces things that most men would find terrifying. It was such a mix of emotions. I was proud, but I was ashamed and angry because it was my job to protect this family and because I was not able to. That was a night where I was almost broken, and doubt came in. You know, like, God, why is this happening to me? I didn't want any of this. However, I caught myself and realized what had just happened was wonderful. I was not going to let something weigh me down and make me feel bad, so I closed my eyes and rested. Not slept, just rested. The next morning, we woke late, 11 a.m. It was like everyone was in a slumber except my son. He was already up and moving around. School started in a few days, and he was trying to have as much fun before he had to go, so he and Warren went back into the woods again. It was when he went off to school that I really realized my son was being followed by the things here in the woods, both good and bad. It was the third day of school. He said they were playing football at recess, and one of the kids went over into the woods to get the football after another kid kicked it and came out saying there were a bunch of monkeys in the woods looking at them. This would be a recurring theme when it came to him, them growing up watching him and him acknowledging their presence. Fast forward a year, and I'm still dealing with sickness, the only way to describe it, and no one knows what is going on. One day I'm reading the Bible and I stumble across that scripture about affliction, and I just say, "Lord, your word says you will deliver me from them all. Why haven't you kept your word?" In that moment, I hear, "I am my word. Have you asked me according to my word?" I realize in that moment I prayed, sure, asked for help, but never did I support that prayer with what he said. So I say, "Lord, according to your word, you will deliver me from all affliction, and I hold you to your word, Lord, deliver me." 2 days later, I felt like the old me. It was amazing, and it was great to be back to myself again because things were only going to get more interesting when we found out that Jewel was pregnant. The beginning of the testing of the next generation was both amazing and terrifying. When we learned that Jewel was pregnant, I started praying for her and the baby, and those prayers were needed. The first thing we did was make sure the two of them got married. I called over Norman and had a conversation. He was excited, but felt the same way, that the two of them needed to be married before the eyes of God. So we spoke to Warren, and he was in full agreement. And he and Jewel wanted to, so we called one of the local pastors. Warren got a ring and they got married, and Jewel moved into the house. Then the crazy stuff started with Jewel. At first it was dreams that she was going to have a miscarriage. She would wake up in the middle of the night afraid, and this was in the first trimester. These attacks only escalated as the pregnancy progressed, this fear, intense fear and anxiety raging in her. I remember Warren and my wife talking, and he told her that she would spend more time with Jewel. The two of them started talking and hanging out, praying over the baby. This helped, but then something in the woods decided to visit. This was the first time I had ever seen or heard of something like this. Stop, and I want you to know something. These spirits work in teams of two. The spirit of fear opens the door to confusion. I believe that it was this fear that she was constantly being bombarded with that started all of this confusion that happened next. The day this thing came out of the woods, we were all having lunch together, Jewel and her father, me, my wife, my son, and Warren. The days had been going well, then all of a sudden it was like confusion came flying in. Jewel was in the kitchen, and her father was joking with her, and she got offended, saying, "I can never do anything right for you." She got offended, and then he got offended. The two of them started to argue out of the blue, and next thing I knew, Warren was jumping into the mix. I was standing there confused because he was just joking, and then it hits me. This is an attack. So I just start to pray out loud. Lord, I rebuke the spirit of confusion from this household, bind it, and cast it to the dry places according to your word. This I decree and declare in the name of Jesus Christ. It was like they were all broken from a spell because it stops. There is this silence, then it was awkward. This silence was there for a few minutes, and then my son broke it by saying, "I'm hungry. Can I have some chips?" Later that evening, just as the sun was going down, is when this thing came out of the woods. We were all sitting around watching TV. We hear this screaming. I mean, it sounds like a woman screaming, and you could feel it. The presence coming from the woods. We get up and go to the back door and go outside, and it sounds like a woman is being murdered. When we looked, it was a woman who looked exactly like Jewel, except she was off. She was pregnant, but her belly was dragging across the ground like she had multiple babies inside her belly. We are standing there looking like, "What the F is this?" And Jewel starts to freak out and hyperventilate and starts to black out. Warren catches her and takes her back inside the house, and her father and I stay outside. I wanted to get the shotgun and kill it, but something told me not to. It was not my place, so I looked over at their father and told him, "You need to rebuke this. It's a physical manifestation of the miscarriage of your grandchild." It was in that moment that Norman starts to walk towards this thing, and you can see that it was surprised. It was almost like it got a memo that it was time for it to show up, and it was late and didn't realize that the environment was not right for its appearance. Because as Norman walks forward, it slows down and starts to look around, like it's not just seeing him, but he is seeing something walking with him. Then Norman says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You will not have my grandchild, and I cast you away to a dry place on another continent. And I bind you from entering any human body or animal body to return. I assign 2 warring angels to chase you and fight you, and I blot out your evil prophecy against my family." I'm not sure if you have ever seen a portal open, but they look like flashes of light. There is a flash of light, and then it closes. It was a crazy encounter, and over the next 6 months, she didn't have anything strange happen. In fact, when the baby came, they named him after his grandfather. That baby was anointed and consecrated to the Lord the minute the blood was wiped from his body, and as soon as he was put in his mother's arms. Things calmed down for a few months, and all was good. Then Gordon was back on deck for trouble. He calls me one night and says that the wolves are on his property again, and that he needed help. I'm still not sure why, but they love to mess with Gordon. This time they were just showing themselves to him in the day and night, trying to bring him into fear. Based on the sound of his voice, it was starting to work. When I got there, I asked how long it had been going on, and he told me it was going on 2 weeks, and they have been getting closer and closer. Mind you, it's nighttime, and he and I went outside, with the understanding of what my son disclosed to me, that these things were hearing from wicked spirits. So I tell Gordon, listen, tell them not to listen. He says, to what? I said, this is your property. You have to tell them not to listen to those spirits and bind those evil spirits from traveling onto your property with them. So he says, I bind you wicked spirits from entering this property. Then this is when it got crazy. This was the first and only time I saw these things behave that way. They came out of the woods into the open and showed themselves. It was 12 of them. They stood there where we could see them, and then they turned and walked away. They didn't hide themselves in any way whatsoever. I personally have come to believe that we were going through the process of taking dominion of these woods from the spirits that had been running amok for years, decades, and probably centuries. That is what I felt was happening. I will give you an example of why. A few days later, we are at home, and my son says that a servant wants to show us something in the woods. So we go into the woods, and he is just walking along, and you can hear this grunting and huffing. He looks and says hello, and keeps walking. Then I realize we are being shadowed as we are walking through the woods. He looks at me and says, that is their parents. They are just walking with us, Dad. We keep walking, and they do, and then it stops, and my son says, okay. The servant is saying that we are getting close, and we turn right and start to go up this hill, and remember those ruins I told you about. Well, there are these stones that are there, and I know that this is the place from that vision. My son's servant is telling me this is where it all started and that you need to know it. Then my son walks off and says he sees one of the little wolves and starts talking to the bushes and asks where its parents are. Then I see the bushes move and this giant wolf head comes out, and I'm like, son, move away from that thing. I start to head in that direction, and he reaches out his hand and it licks his. I'm flabbergasted by what I'm seeing. Then it pulls its head back into the bushes, and then my son says, okay, that is all the servant wanted you to see. Let's go home. So we head back home. That was the start of the wolves visiting my property, just looking. Nothing aggressive or crazy. They were just there.
Vibrate before Yahweh Elohim. There is a courtesy that they understand. One of such courtesies is a courtesy of reverence. Another courtesy of standing before a spirit that is holy is the courtesy of honor. Another courtesy is a courtesy of expectation. If your heart is not full of expectation, you will walk past where creatures of glory are walking through, and you will not connect with the energies of Zion. We are ascending the mountains of God. Those are not songs. They are chants of war. They are summons into heights of glory. They are not songs, brothers and sisters. Only men that make it to the top of the mountain will command the armies of God. They are certain that we not make it to the top. Life will not make so much meaning on ground. Hi, hi, hey, hey, so you reign, you ancient Zion's king. Kadosh, Kadosh,
time where things seemed to level out around the area. I mean, there was a presence of wolves and Bigfoot, yes. However, it was as if they had peace. I came to believe and understand that this was due to us partnering with God to subdue the territory. Then things started to change again when someone bought the property across the road from me and began to clear the land. I remember it like yesterday. These crews came out with construction equipment, bulldozers, to clear the land, and they started working fast. In days, they had cleared the land, and then they started leveling it. The foreman on the job, Eric, came over and knocked on the door, and he was a gentleman. He said, "Sir, I know over the next few months there will be a lot of traffic in this area, and I want you to know that if for any reason there is damage done to your property, we are fully insured. We plan to put a modular house here, and eventually we will be bringing out a crane to set it on its foundation. I will coordinate with you when that day comes. I just wanted to introduce myself." I was impressed by him, and he went on to tell me that he had plans to develop in this area 5 more houses. In that moment, I thought to tell him that was a bad idea, but I didn't want to sound crazy. However, I did tell him, "Listen, Eric, I would not sink too much money into this land all at once. Take it slow and let things come to you. These are tough lands, and I hate to see you have problems." This look came across his face, and I think he took it more as a threat than a warning. However, I'm not sure how you warn someone about monsters and demons. You know, that is a conversation that has to start after they come to understand what is in these woods. It didn't take long for things to escalate, not long at all. About 2 weeks in, they left their equipment out there, and in the middle of the night, it sounded like a freaking car accident was happening. I looked out the front window and you could see one of those bulldozers rolling like a freaking tumbleweed across that cleared land. And what made it worse was the trailer that they used to bring it to the construction site. The wheels were laying in the middle of the road, and I knew in that moment that this construction was going to be a major problem. The following morning at 8 a.m., there was a knock at the door. It was not Eric, it was one of his guys, and he was pissed. I understood, and he was asking what happened, and I told him I did not know. He accused me of doing something, and in that moment, I didn't know what to say. "How do you explain what happened?" I just told him, "I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with it." An hour later, Eric knocks on the door, and he is more diplomatic about it. He says, "Sir, do you have any clue who was here and did this?" I say, "Eric, it was not a person that did that. Who do you know that can do something like that? Rip the wheels off the trailer." The look on his face was strange as he grappled with what was being said. He looked at me with this blank look and said, "I don't understand?" I tell him, "I know you don't." I tell Eric, "I know you don't understand, but just don't leave equipment here overnight. It's not a good idea." He is just standing there trying to comprehend what I'm saying, and then he turns and walks away without a word. That entire day was spent salvaging the trailer and getting the bulldozer flipped over. The next day I wake up and see trees and logs on the cleared lot, roots and all. So I walk out there and look, and I want to be clear with you. These trees and logs are not from the immediate area. They are thrown all around, some of them driven into the ground. Imagine seeing a 15-foot log driven into the ground like a pile driver was used. I'm standing there in amazement when Eric pulls up, gets out of the truck, and says, "What the freak is going on?" Listen, I have seen something since I lived here, but this was crazy. There are 3 of these that made a triangle. Now Eric is mad, I mean pissed, but I don't know what to tell him. He just stands there and looks silently. So I go back to the house, and they spend that day removing all the logs from the plot of land. That evening, he knocks on the door and asks if we can talk. I say sure, and he comes inside and starts to ask questions. I'm doing my best to work him into understanding the bad decision he made to buy the property when my son comes into the room. He is listening, and you know how kids are. He says, "The things in the woods are not going to let you build on that land. They don't know you." Then he walks off. The look on Eric's face is even more crazy than before. He says, "What is he talking about?" And I start to tell him our story, the same story you have heard. I get about 10 minutes in, and he looks at me like I'm crazy and says this makes no sense. He excuses himself and leaves, and then makes a huge mistake. 2 days later, he comes out with a witch. He knocks on the door and tells me that he has a solution to the problem. And when I looked at her, immediately I knew she was a witch. As he is talking, I tell him, "Listen, don't give that witch dominion over your land. You have dominion, don't hand it over." She looks at me with this look of anger, and I tell her, "You know exactly what I'm talking about." She says, "That is his choice." I warn him again. I say, "Eric, you don't know me or anything about this place, neither does she." As I'm talking, she starts to back away, looking like she is scared, and she keeps going back and back until she is in the road. I say, "Eric, you are making a mistake. I can explain to you what needs to be done, but this is a mistake." He does not listen, so I close the door and watch through the window as they cross the street, and she sprinkles some stuff all around the property. 3 days pass, and there is nothing. They are not digging a foundation and preparing to lay the slab. You know how you lay the wood frame, and rebar for the foundation, right? They do all of that, and that night it rains. At 4 a.m., it sounds like World War VII outside. It wakes my entire house up, and we look outside. But it's dark over there, but it sounds like stuff hitting the trees. This goes on for about 30 minutes, and when the sun comes up, the rebar has been ripped out and is up in the tops of trees, and there are logs driven into the ground right where the foundation was. I already know this dude is going to freak out. When he gets there, I tell my wife if he knocks not to answer the door. Sure enough, he knocks, and we ignore it. He had made his decision, and it was his choice. Later that day, the witch shows up again, and the window is open, and I hear them talking, and she tells Eric that I'm a sorcerer. "Stop right here and let me explain something to you, those who are children of darkness. Lying is a part of their religion. They lie boldly, even when lying makes no sense." I'm listening, and I walk outside and call for Eric, and I say, "Eric, I want you to listen to me. I heard what this woman has told you, and it is a lie. I warned you, but let me ask you a question. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you go to church?" He says, "Yes." I ask him, "Then why did you turn to a witch instead of God?" And he looks at me like I'm crazy. He had no answer. Then I turn to her and say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." She looks at me and turns and walks away. Over the next month, Eric and this woman came back and forth, and every time she came, it got worse. I would just ignore Eric and his issues, and when I prayed, God said he will come when he figures out what is going on. Well, I don't know if it was his idea or her idea, but Eric decided to park his truck in the middle of the lot and stay there overnight. I remember coming home and seeing him sitting there as the sun went down and thinking, "Dude, you are in for a rude awakening." Sure enough, it happened, but this time it started early, 9 p.m. I'm just getting out of the shower, and I hear what sounds like another car accident. I didn't even get a chance to get to the bedroom before he was beating on the front door, and when I opened it, I knew Eric now understood what was going on. He tries to barge his way into my house, and I stop him, putting my foot behind the door. "Stop right here and let me teach you something. Anyone who has come into agreement with a witch, you should never come into agreement with them if you are Christian. You open yourself to their consequences, and you darn sure don't let them in your house." So I go outside. He is in full panic, and when I look over, his Ford truck is flipped over on its side. Taking a closer look at him, he is bleeding from the back of his head. Again, he insists that I let him in, and I say, "No, I will take him to the hospital, but he isn't coming into my house." So we get in my truck, and I ride him over to the hospital, and he is in a daze. I get him to the emergency room and leave him. His truck sits there for 2 days before he returns and has it flipped back over. Then he comes to talk and tell me what he saw. He said he was sitting in the truck and he thought he saw something move in the trees. So he turned on the headlight, and when the tree line lit up, it was nothing but golden Aishin in the woods. Then he says, "You know how you see something moving out of the corner of your eyes?" I say, "Yes." He says, "That's how fast it happened. There was motion out of the corner of his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his truck was flipped on its side and being pushed sideways and down into the earth." Then he asks the million-dollar question, "What is going on out here, and what do I do?" Over the next few days, I explained to Eric what he has gotten himself into, and at first I thought he understood. But you know what they say? A hard head makes a soft behind. Because he comes back out with the witch again. Now, mind you, it has been over 2 months, and all he has successfully done is clear the land. Everything else is sabotaged. When I see the two of them, I go inside and watch TV. I never thought that what happened next could happen. It was crazy. So, you will understand, about a mile up the road is where the creek crosses over. It runs behind Gordon's house. There is a little bridge over the road, so that means the creek is a mile away from this man's land. Well, I wake up and the whole thing is flooded underwater, and I'm like, this is new. I got to go see this. So, I head to the bridge where the creek is and listen. The water that was flowing through the creek, if you stand on the bridge and look to the left, it flows for about 45 yards and then it drops into this hole in the ground and dries up. Somehow, these things had diverted the water underground and to Eric's property, and I'm standing there like, okay, this is wild. When I'm walking in the woods next to the creek, it's dry, so I go back to try and find where the water is coming from on his land, and I can't get back in there. I knew this was going to be it for Eric. This was too much for me, but again, hard heads make sorry behinds. Now, you would think that after me explaining to Eric what was going on and him seeing for himself, he would reconsider. You know, take a moment to reflect on what has happened and come up with a new plan. However, pride kicked in, and man, when I tell you that he decided he was going to go to war with the creatures in the woods, he did. Eric bought even more land, mind you. He has not been able to build a house yet, but he sinks more money into the project. This was done at the advice of the witch he was seeking wise counsel from, and what I will say is this. That was the worst decision that this man probably has ever made in his life. It was at this point, when 6 bulldozers came in, that I knew Eric didn't stand a chance. We are all at my house having dinner, Gordon and I are talking, and he is asking me why I didn't explain things to Eric, and I tell him I did, gave it that good old Boy Scouts try, and he wouldn't listen. That is when Gordon shares with me what has been going on at his house, that it has been silent, quiet as a Baptist church on Saturday morning. He says, when the woods go quiet like that, it is not a good sign. We all knew he was right, but what could we do? This point right here is where I first encountered the dream walker, that witch, walking into my dreams and interrogating me. Stop right here for a moment, and let me teach you something that I learned the hard way. The dream realm is real, very real, as I have told you before, but I didn't know that a person could come into your dreams. One night I'm asleep, and I'm having this dream that my family and I are sitting at the dinner table talking. But there is this other person there in the conversation. It's a female, and I can't see her face, but she is asking all these questions. One I remember clearly was, have you seen an altar in the woods? I remember answering the question in the dream and waking up at 4 a.m. feeling like I was violated, then going right back to sleep and into the same dream, where I was being asked questions, and then I said, I'm not telling you anything else, and the person gets up and walks out of the house. This goes on for about 3 more nights until I talk to Warren, and he says his dreams have been crazy, people asking him questions, people he does not know. Then it is confirmed by Gordon that he is experiencing the same thing. We are all sitting around talking one day when Warren excuses himself and says he will be right back. He's gone for 30 minutes and comes back with Frank's diary and starts to read about the dream realm. And he said, I knew I had heard of this before. Grandpa used to have people come in his dreams once in a while. Some would share information with him. Others would try and get information. That is when I learned the true meaning of the wheat and the tares in the Bible. Matthew 13:24-30. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced a crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servants said to him, Do you want us then to go and gather them up? But he said, No, lest while you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, First gather together the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Frank had meticulous notes on this scripture that explained that we are God's field, our body, spirit, and soul, that God is always planting in his field. However, there are those who come along at night and plant alongside what the Lord had planted in our life. He goes on to explain that when Adam was with God, the dream realm is where he communicated with him what he could not during the daytime. But when Adam fell, all of creation fell with him, opening the entire creation to the influences of darkness, including the dreams of man. Frank furthermore explained that sleep is only for men. Angels don't sleep, spirits don't sleep. They rest, and that God never sleeps or slumbers. That sleep is only for the world of men, including animals. Frank laid out how he stopped people from dream walking, and it was all in that scripture, a true understanding of what was being said. It was angels coming to the Lord, informing him that tares were planted, and that the Lord gave specific instruction to tear up the tares, bind them, and burn them. That the tares were demonic programs sown into our body, soul, and spirit, waiting on a day to manifest in our lives. Also, that the enemy could be a person, a spirit, or a fallen angel. So we must ask the Lord to reap the harvest early and separate the wheat from the tares and burn the tares and arrest the enemy. We are all there looking at each other after he reads this and are like, wow, that is wild. However, we prayed right then and there in that moment. And when I tell you that it was like electricity flowing in our bones, it was crazy. That night, I went to sleep, and it was the most peaceful dreams I had ever had. The next day, Eric is back, and they are clearing more land, something that we all knew would stir up everything in the woods. That is exactly what happened. He decided to hire a security crew to guard the property at night. That only lasted for 2 nights. The first night, it sounded like a zoo outside, all the noise coming from that side of the road where his property was. But the second night is when the gunfire started, small arms, but they started shooting. My family and I spent time on the floor trying not to get shot. That shooting lasted about 15 minutes. Then you can hear the trucks starting up and peeling out down the road. The next morning, Eric is back, and at this point, he is not speaking to me anymore. He just gives these evil glances like I'm the reason he has problems. However, at this point, it was his problem, not mine. They continue to clear the land, and it just gets worse. Over the next few days, an entire bulldozer disappears. Now, you explain to me how an entire bulldozer goes missing. The thing was dragged off into the woods. That was the most amazing thing I have ever seen. This goes on back and forth, him taking land and them destroying his equipment. One day he tells me that he has lost over $500,000 in equipment. I simply say, Eric, you need to leave it alone. It will only get worse. He looks at me, and again that pride kicks in and says, I have never started a job and didn't make money. I will not lose to some monster in the woods. Eric was serious because the next day there was a crew of hunters that came out. 6 men went out into those woods with rifles, and I knew that we would not hear from those men again. Imagine for days those men's trucks were parked right out on the road and never came back. I'm not sure where they were from, but after 4 days, their trucks were loaded on the back of 2 trucks and taken away. Never heard or seen from them since then. The next time I saw Eric, he looked down and dejected. He tells me he is having problems with the bank. From there, it only went downhill for Eric. Part of me felt sorry for him, but at the same time, it was his decision to make. Years later, that land still sits untouched, undeveloped. The last I heard about Eric, he went bankrupt. I never really ventured into the woods across the road from my house. Hell, I had my hands full with everything that was going on behind me. Then, after years, Warren and I decided to take a walk in those woods. The two of us are just walking along, talking about how crazy things had been, the death of Liz, the birth of little Frank, all the stuff that happened. In that moment, I realized that Warren had become a man. Although he was left with a good amount of money, he was managing it and his family well. I was proud of him. We walked for about 35 minutes before we started to hear what sounded like metal clacking together, but the sound was coming from above our heads. We looked at each other and turned around to start to leave. We were on our way back, and this noise was just constant, and it was forcing us to look up and around, and I noticed that the wind was blowing in the trees, but it was weird. We didn't feel any wind on the ground. We kept walking, and it was like we left the sound behind, but you could still hear it. Warren says he wants to go back and see what it was because it doesn't make sense to him. I vote against it, and we go home. Well, the next day, about 12 noon, Warren shows up and tells me, "You've got to see this," and tells me to follow him back into those woods. Now there is no noise at all. Then when we get in that area, the noise starts again. He says, "Look up at the tree." When I look up, it's two pieces of metal hung on a rope, and this rope is going from tree branch to tree branch, and you can see that it's being tugged. This is when I learned that there were little people in these woods, because we follow that rope, and the next thing I know, 2 hours have passed, and we did not walk for 2 hours. Hell, we did walk for over 300 yards, but it took 2 hours, and I was tired. When I realized what was happening, we turned around, and that is when I saw one of them. Listen, have you ever seen something and did a double take? I mean, look at it twice. That is what I did. Right next to a tree was this little greenish being, and it was just looking at us and smiling, showing its yellow and black teeth. I tap Warren and tell him to look, and he is like, "What the hell is that?" Then it vanished right before our eyes. Now, what was crazy is that everything else in these woods brought on fear. This thing just brought on confusion. I mean, like stumbling words, trouble thinking confusion. Over the next few days, I just felt off. My words were not clear, my thoughts were not clear. It was pure insanity. And when I talked to Warren, he was dealing with the same thing. What we all encountered next was so different that it took a while for us to even figure it out. What I'm talking about are the tricks that started to happen around the property. I now know why they call little people tricksters. The first thing that starts to happen to me is stuff just goes missing. We aren't talking about little stuff. My entire shotgun is gone from under the bed. I ask my wife and son. No one has seen it. Then keys that I always hang right next to the door, missing, gone. I find them later inside the microwave. Then my son comes to me one day and says that a servant has told him we have little people around the house, that they are spirits that love to mess with stuff. That same day, a lamp goes missing and we find it outside in the shed. Now, while this was going on at my house, the stuff happening to Warren and Jewel was a bit more scary. Jewel was complaining about diapers going missing and random stuff that she needed for little Frank, just disappearing. Then it escalated to one night she wakes up to check on little Frank, who was in the room with them, and finds the cover over his head and him struggling. She had a bad feeling like something was in the room, so she sat on the edge of the bed and watched in the dark, and something from under the bed grabbed her ankle and pulled. That woke Warren up, and while he was looking under the bed, something pulled little Frank from one end of his crib to the other, and after that they started praying. It stopped, but in their house, these little people were targeting little Frank so much that they would not leave him in the room alone. This went on for a few days before Jewel showed up and asked if she could stay with us, signaling that it was a major problem. So Gordon and I go up to Warren's place and talk to him, and Gordon lays out all he knows about the little people. He asks when we encountered them. Did we bring anything back from their area? And I said no. Gordon goes on to explain, by anything he means a blade of grass, soil on the bottom of our shoes, anything at all. That is the day Gordon talked about territorial spirits, and that is what little people were. That when you enter their territory, it's their domain. If you bring anything back, you have agreed to them retrieving it from your territory. In other words, you have opened a door. Gordon tells us this story about when he was in his early 20s, he met a native girl, started dating her, and the girl's dad didn't like it at all. You know how things were back then. Racially, it was a no-no. Well, the girl had 4 brothers. One of them was a little more or less traditional than the others, and when they went on a date, that brother and his girlfriend joined them. They went to this burger joint and had a great time. Well, when he takes everyone home, one of the other brothers comes out and talks for a while and then hands him this quarter, tells him it's a token of appreciation for taking care of his sister and making sure nothing bad happened to her. Gordon said in that moment, both his girlfriend and the other brother who was hanging out with them looked strange, and as he went to the car, his girlfriend asked him to give the quarter to her as a gift. He told her no, he appreciated it and kept the quarter. Well, Gordon leaves, heads to the gas station, pulls up to the pump, gets out of the car, leaving the keys in the ignition, and walks inside to pay, and when he comes back out, his keys are gone. The car is there, keys are gone, all of them. He checks his pockets, checks the floor, checks everywhere, but nope, nowhere. That started a series of events that affected his entire family. His father, his mother, stuff that just didn't make sense until one day it affected his girlfriend. She wanted to go out to dinner, so she came over to the house early that day, brought her purse, put it on the sofa. Her father had given her money that morning, but it was the money for all the bills in the house. I was supposed to take her to the bank at 2 p.m. We got to my house at 1:33 p.m. Well, she put her purse on our table. It's just me and her in the house. We go into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and I go to the bathroom to pee. The plan was to get right back in the car and go to the bank. As I'm relieving myself, I hear her fussing and screaming, saying, "Give me my purse back." When I come out of the bathroom, she is talking to the room, looking around. Her purse is gone. That is when she loses it and tells me what her brother did, saying the only way to get that purse back is to destroy the quarter that her brother gave me. Stop. Pause. Listen. My mind didn't interpret the words. All I heard was that this entire time stuff has been going wrong. She knew why and didn't tell me, and I was pissed and I let her have it. She starts to cry and begs me to find the quarter or else her father would be mad. It was all the money they had. Well, the problem was I had a lot of quarters. Hell, I had a mason jar full of spare change, and I knew for a fact that I put that quarter in that jar. So now we are taking every coin from that jar and drilling holes in them, trying to destroy them. This goes on for an hour. Then all of a sudden she says, "I think we got it." We go back inside and look, and her purse is right there on the table. After that, we had a long conversation about what had just happened. She explained to me that her brother did it. That is why she tried to take it, because she knew what he was doing. She tried to help, in her own words. However, that was it for the two of us. That is when Warren realized that he did take something from the woods. He had taken a small piece of metal from the woods. He goes home, takes it, and throws it back across the road into the woods. Then Gordon questions me about whether I had taken anything from the woods, and I told him I had taken nothing. He suggests that I throw away the shoes that I wore into the woods, and I say, "Damn, I'm not throwing a good pair of shoes away." And I decided to just pray and cast them out. Never had another problem. The following day, I wake up to a bunch of fancy cars on the road, and Eric is back. Now let me say this. To me, that was the dumbest man I had ever met. Turns out he has a group of investors that he is trying to pawn this land off on. As I come outside to look, I see Eric walks up and whispers to me, "Listen, don't screw this up for me." I tell him that it's a bad idea, but he does the deal anyway. And the next thing you know, there are signs on the property, "New homes coming soon." Well, sure enough, in a few weeks they had a foundation and were framing the house and things were going fast. Next thing I know, they got an entire house buttoned up, and I'm frankly surprised based on everything that had happened. Well, they have that home as a model home, and I go over and meet the investors myself. Turns out, one of the investors is a man named Pastor Hines. Well, we get to talking, and I congratulate him on the house, and he says that the land was bad, but he dedicated it to the Lord and took dominion over that land. I tell him, "Sir, you have no clue how bad it is here." He goes on to explain to me that the Holy Spirit told him, also gave him the design for the house itself. He walks me through and shows me this small room, and he explains that every house he builds has a prayer closet. That was why his business was successful. Every house that he builds is dedicated to the Lord, whether the buyer is Christian or heathen, it doesn't matter. The Lord has a place in every house. Well, as construction went on, Pastor Hines and I got closer, and when I tell you this man knew things that he should not have known, it was crazy. One day he comes to the house, knocks on the door, and says, "I know now why the Lord had me buy this land. I saw it in a dream. You people have been subduing this darkness on your own. Can I come in?" He comes into the house, and my son comes running out of his room, and he says, "Hello." Pastor Hines is looking around and says, "This house is amazing." But he was not talking about in the natural realm. He says, "Yes, it's nice, but if you could see your house in the spirit realm, you would really be amazed." He starts to describe these things he sees. He says, "You have flaming swords that swing in circles on your ceiling and all the windows." In that moment, it was like he was hallucinating. He just starts walking around my house and goes out the back door and stands there looking and says, "Holy cow, there is a hedge that goes all the way into the woods. This is amazing." He asks if I have an altar. I tell him I have a place where I pray. He says, "Great, I will be back with a gift for you." We talk for a little while and then he leaves. A few days pass and he comes back and brings me this anointing oil and asks for my permission to anoint the house and pray. I let him. And when I tell you that it was like my house got brighter, the lights seemed brighter in the house. Well, Pastor Hines took a liking to my son, and we ended up going to his church, all of us. They built out all their houses, and then it was crazy because the house just sat there. It seemed like nobody wanted to buy it. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches, The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road, and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas, and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house, and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass, and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on? That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trashed, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this. So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on. And that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that. And the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then when I looked down that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch. And inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up, and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny. It was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me, and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen
A Dogman encounter happened early one morning. You see, as a trucker, I spend very long hours on the road. And oftentimes, I tend to push myself a little bit further than I need to when driving. This particular day, I'd been driving and started to feel sleepy. So I stopped at Love's truck stop, just off Highway 10 and 90. I got the truck backed in and situated, then climbed to the back seat and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was about 6:45 a.m., so I headed into Love's to grab the shower and some breakfast, coffee, and got back on the road. I was headed to Sierra Vista. As I got on the roadway, the sun was just rising. One of the best things about being a truck driver is the views. Since I was a little kid, I've absolutely loved taking long road trips, and I was always fascinated about the terrain and how it changes across the U.S. I turned, taking 90 south, heading towards Sierra Vista, traveling about 65 miles an hour. And just as I'm passing Cavern State Park, I see something leaping across the roadway on my left-hand side. As I got closer to it, this thing was standing in the median, looking at my truck. Then it takes one leap and clears the entire roadway. Now this is a 2-lane highway, 15 feet per lane at least, and about 8 feet on each side as a buffer. So this thing jumped damn near 40 to 50 feet. And when I say leaped, you should have seen the trajectory of this thing. It jumped up, and had I been closer, it would have easily cleared the hood of my rig. And what it looked like a giant black wolf is all I can tell you. Everything happened so fast, and I know this sounds crazy, but while it was in the air, I could have sworn as this thing took a quick glance at me. It freaked me completely the fuck out. I've heard people on these talk shows saying they go out looking for these creatures. Well, I'll tell you what I saw, no one should be looking for. The muscle mass on this thing was ridiculous. Its arms and shoulders, and I guess you would call it its thighs, were massive. And the speed at which it moved, like nothing I've ever seen. I did tap on my brakes and look through my side mirror once I passed that spot. And this thing was just walking off the roadway. It seemed like my presence didn't faze it at all. Nor did the presence of my truck. I'm not sure what it was or where it comes from, but I don't ever want to encounter that thing again. In my early 20s, I worked for a company that had a contract with the U.S. government at the border. And no, I was not a Border Patrol agent. I worked as part of a maintenance program. My job was to maintain the border fences and manage crews of workers. Now, this job was intense. Not only did you have to contend with the weather, but there was a constant flow of illegal aliens and contraband across the border. The illegals posed a minor threat. Most of the times they would hide from you or run away. But the cartel and drug smugglers were a whole nother story. They would kill you at any moment. Although the job was dangerous, our company didn't permit us to carry firearms. However, my crew and I always carried a weapon because we figured our lives were more important than any job. I remember going through the safety training class and how the instructor would joke saying that we should stay in pairs of 2s and 3s. He would say 4 eyes are always better than 2. While in class, a few rumors began to circulate about reasons why this contract had such high turnover. There were some guys that got killed by the cartel, and other guys started seeing strange things in the sky at night. I pretty much heard it all over coffee and smoke breaks. Outside of the cartel business, I believed everything else was bullshit. But there was one exception. Nowadays, you call it Dogman. They didn't call it Dogman around the office, though. They called it DX587. So when people initially talked about it, I figured it was some kind of experimental weapon or a freaking robot that they used to patrol the border. we would have tailgate meetings in the morning, and our supervisor would say stuff like, there are DX 587s working in Zone 6. I want you guys to stay clear of that area and work Zone 4. They talked about it real casually, so I figured, hey, don't worry about it. Besides, most of the guys I work with had never seen it. That was until one afternoon. 2 of my crew members and I were out in Zone 6 repairing a fence. Some illegals had taken a blowtorch to the fence, cutting through the 3 feet metal rods and creating a hole that you could simply drive a truck through. Until that day, I'd never seen DX 587. Hell, to be honest with you, by that time, I figured it all was some bullshit. I figured the cartel had paid our supervisors to come up with this story about DX 587 just to keep us out of the areas where they'd be trafficking the drugs through. I never actually imagined that DX 587 actually existed, and it was a real threat. Back to what I was saying. We're in Zone 6, and I'm working a spider crane trying to replace the metal that had been damaged. Sandy and Brent, the other 2 guys with me, are trying to hold on to this rod and guide it into its foundation. That's when we see a group of people running towards us. It had to be 30 people, most of them men. They were running north towards the U.S. border. Now, our viewpoint was elevated, so we had a damn good view of this. Sandy, one of the guys who had been working this area the longest, was one of those slow talkers. And he said, them people getting chased by something. I'm not sure what it is, but they running for their lives. It's time we get moving. The crowd was still a good distance away, and we decided we should start loading the truck. But that's when we started hearing screams and growling sounds. We all just stood there frozen, and it started to sink into us that this was DX 587 at work. This creature actually fucking existed. Through my binoculars, I could see what looked like 2 huge dogs chasing these people. At first, I just figured they were being chased by a pack of wild dogs. Very big dogs, but yet just wild dogs. That was until I saw one of the dogs stand up on his 2 hind legs. For a second, I thought I was tripping. So I threw the binoculars to Sandy, telling him to take a look and not telling him exactly what I saw. And at first, he thought it was funny. He said, look at them dogs, having a field day with them. Then he went silent and said, what the hell? That ain't no dogs. That's when he tossed me the binoculars and started tightening the straps on the truck, and we left. When we returned to the yard, it was dark, but our manager was still there in the office. This is where the strange part really starts to happen. He apologizes to us and said, you guys should not have been in Zone 6 today. He went on to explain that he made a mistake in his morning briefing. He then said, what you saw today was DX 587 that we've been trying to avoid. I'm happy you guys are safe, but I'm going to have to let you go. Now, at this point in time, I'm completely pissed off. I asked him, first of all, how did you know what we saw today? Because none of us told him what we saw. Secondly, how are you going to let me go because I saw something? I was just doing my job. That went absolutely nowhere. And yes, we were fired because of what we saw. I was given a $13,000 severance check the very next day. And when I had finally calmed down, I approached my supervisor like a man and said, hey, what the fuck is all this about? And that's when he tied it all in this neat knot. He simply said we would never get any work done if people really knew what was out there. In other words, we would pay it off to be silent and go away, so they can keep their government contract and have a steady flow of workers. Ain't that a bitch?
Pirates and Mermaids.
When Ben showed up again, he wasn't alone. He had these 3 guys with him. The first thing I noticed about one of them was that he looked like Ralph Macchio from The Karate Kid. The second guy, who introduced himself as Chef, was about 6 feet tall, and there was no way to avoid looking at the scars he had all over his hands, arms, and face. And the third guy looked kind of foreign, and I didn't like the look in his eyes. He just made your skin crawl. You could feel it. Like this guy wasn't missing some of his screws, but all of his screws. Even when he smiled at me, it just looked fake, like he didn't even know how to use his facial muscles to make a smile. That's when Ben asked if we had done our part and gotten the supplies we needed. but he used this authoritative tone, almost like he was in charge. And based on his tone, I knew in that very moment that it was just a matter of time before Roger and Ben would start bumping heads. And holy shit, let me tell you, when they did, it was explosive. The following day, we boarded our plane and headed to Caracas, Venezuela, a 3-hour flight. Then we headed on a 22-hour flight to Liberia. And it was on this 22-hour flight that the ice began to break, starting with Ben. He told us more about the intel on Sorkin, and he went deep into why he fucking hated it. You see, a few years ago, he was working on a private security mission for Sorkin, protecting some freight ships right off the coast of Africa. And back then, he worked with this guy that he was really close to called Babyface. He had gotten that nickname because he was the spitting image of the notorious mobster Babyface Nelson. Babyface and Ben had worked over 22 jobs together, and during that time, they got extremely close. On this particular mission, Ben, Babyface, and 15 other men were protecting this freight ship. Now, they was under the impression that the only thing they had to do was protect the oil on the ship. And that's when pirates attacked. 6 small boats, Somalis with AK-47s, RPGs, and these fuckers weren't playing. For the most part, this conflict was just target practice for them. That was until 2 of the boats got close enough to the front of the ship and allowed 6 of the pirates to board. They killed 8 of the contractors and were firing RPGs from an elevated position atop some cargo containers. Once the Somalis got that kind of advantage, Ben and Babyface were forced to flee to the hull of the ship. And when they got below deck, Ben said that he realized the ship had been modified. It looked like a standard ship up top, but down below, it was like nothing he'd ever seen before. The 2 of them quickly devised a plan. They were going to work their way to the front of the ship, come back up, and flank these bastards from behind. Ben told us they had been moving through the ship for about 3 to 5 minutes when they started to take fire below deck. And this wasn't coming from the pirates. These were other contractors. Hold your fire! Hold your fire! We're with you! Hold your fire! But they didn't stop. Now they were in a fucked up situation. They had pirates up above them, and God knows who this was in front of them shooting. It took Ben and Babyface 10 minutes to move forward using suppressive fire, pushing the guys back. And that's when they came across this room. And inside, a massive tank filled with water, a monitoring station with cameras showing everything going on above deck. Inside of the first tank was this creature, and it looked like a woman. In fact, it had breasts like a woman, but the thing was, it had these webbed fingers, and its skin had this greenish blue tint. Ben said the thing that stuck out to him the most was how massive this thing's legs were. It made its upper body look small. In the second tank was another creature, this one male. Now, while Ben and Babyface stood there distracted looking at these things, they started taking fire from across the room, and Babyface was hit in the head. Blood, brains, and teeth exploded all over Ben. That's when his eyes glossed over, and you could tell he was becoming emotional. Then he changed the subject to Alessandro. Ben went on to tell us that Alessandro was the single most dangerous operative he knew. Ben said that in order to be successful, we needed to be patient and wait on our opportunity to grab him. After we had our hands on him, we would let Scissors take care of the rest. Chinese dissidents and MI6 agents. Time was up and everyone had done their jobs. Mary had made contact with the 2 inside men who were able to confirm 2 things. Number 1, that they could get us inside of Sorkin's building with the clearance to go to any level. And number 2, that the underground parking lot was not a parking lot at all. It was a series of underground labs where Sorkin was doing genetic experiments. Now, only one of them had access to the lowest levels of the complex. And he told her that what they were doing down there was pure evil. The only problem was the contact was not able to confirm what kind of experiments were being conducted. And therefore, we were walking into this situation blind. For all we knew, Sorkin could be developing super soldiers, and we would be walking into certain death. The team left on a Friday morning heading to Chengdu, China, a 22-hour flight. It was myself, Roger, Ben, Scissors, Kid, and Chef. That was quiet on this flight for the first 6 hours, until Roger broke out a bottle of whiskey, and everyone got to drinking. As time passed, I could feel us starting to become a team again. Scissors and Kids towards the back of the plane discussing what part of China had the better looking women, Shanghai or Beijing. Roger and Ben reviewing the intel, and Chef was reading a cookbook. Things were starting to feel normal again. But this was just the calm before the storm. Because from the moment we landed in China, things would start moving fast, extremely fast. When we landed, Ben's cell phone rang, and it was Mary's husband, asking him if Ben had spoken with Mary. He said that she hadn't come home, and it was unusual for her. Her movements were like clockwork, which later on we would find out it was this exact same predictability of movement that was Mary's problem. We drove north for 5 hours into the mountainous regions until we got to the city where Chung lived. And I'll tell you, the Chinese countryside is beautiful, rolling hills and mountains, but the people there lived in abject poverty, like nothing I've ever seen. Remember the old black and white movies where there was this villain that lived along the side of a mountain or a hill, like Count Dracula's castle, sitting on top of a mountain looking down on the poor masses of peasants? This is exactly how Sorkin's building was set up. High on a mountaintop, houses were cascading down the mountainside into this small valley. This was some straight modern day medieval bullshit going on. These people didn't even have power, but this building was shining brightly as the sun set behind the mountain. We were told that we could find Chung, the person we needed to make contact with, near the center of town. And I swear to you guys, we have it lucky in the United States. The way these people were living was heartbreaking. Roger was the only one of us who was able to speak a little bit of Mandarin, and it didn't take long before a kid walked up to us and started pointing towards this rickety building. Outside, some men were sitting at a table drinking tea. Approaching the building, the men quickly stood up, walking away, scattering in all different directions. In that moment, I thought this was some type of setup and these men were clearing out before we got hit. But then I realized that Ben was trailing behind the group, and compared to the smaller physiques of these Chinese men, Ben looked like a Viking god. The little boy motioned for us to follow him into this building and pointed to a table. Remember I told you how poor these people were? It's a stretch to call this thing that we were about to sit at a table. And as Roger and I sat down, everyone else took up positions. Ben stood outside of the front door. Chef, Scissors, and Kid spread out around the room. And we watched as this little boy walked through this beaded curtain, heading into darkness. A few minutes later, out walks this guy who looks like he's been through the meat grinder. He had a wound on the side of his head like someone damn near cracked his skull in half. And his right eyeball was completely white. This dude looked like someone had fucked him up. He sits down at the table with us and introduces himself as Chung. Then he reaches behind his back, pulls out an envelope, and hands it to Roger. Then stands up and tells us to follow him into the back. We walk through that beaded curtain through this little doorway, and it opens into a kitchen. Through that kitchen, which connects to a second building. Then up a set of stairs that seem like we have been walking forever, passing through people's houses, other kitchens. We eventually emerged into this open area, and we were halfway up the mountain. He stops, points, and says, "This is it, the building you came for. Can you destroy it?" By now it was nighttime, and the building really did look like some type of evil castle, fully lit up, high above the peasants below. That's when Chung went on to tell us about how women had been going missing in the area. So many that he organized a protest a few years ago, and over 1,000 people took to the streets to petition the government to close down the building. However, instead of the communist Chinese government supporting its citizens, the army came rolling in, beating and shooting the protesters. After the crowd had dispersed, they realized that some of the people had been taken hostage. They tortured them to find out who organized this protest. Next thing you know, Chung's wife and daughter are killed right in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he told us how they dragged their bodies down the same steps we had just walked up. And I'll tell you, I was completely and utterly heartbroken as Chung described his daughter's head bobbing and bouncing down those steps, blood spilling everywhere. They killed his family but left him alive as an example to anyone else who decided they wanted to be a political activist. They would suffer the same fate as he did. Then he escorted us to these small houses or accommodations for the night and told us that he would take our vehicles and hide them. And we had some time to burn because we needed to wait another 24 hours until the two men inside the compound would make contact. The following morning, I went back down to that tea shop on the road and sat there just watching the people walking around with chickens, cows, and then I noticed something. Cars driving up to the compound. But the people inside were not Chinese. Some were clearly Africans. Others looked German. But these were not Chinese people. Imagine a parade of 40 cars with not one Chinese person in sight. This confirmed the intel from Mary that only 7 Chinese people even worked in the building. Sitting there, I figured that these had to be employees coming in to work. And with nothing else to do, I sat there in that spot, drinking bottles of water and watching the kids play. That's when Ben and Scissors walked up to me, let me know we needed to get moving. It was time for our meeting with our contacts inside the building. 35 minutes later, we were on these twisting and winding dirt roads, and Chung starts talking about the pregnant women who had been going missing from the villages. He told us that pregnant women go missing all the time, so much so that people are moving or not even having babies. What do you think is happening? Asked Roger. Chung held his head down and said, they're being taken into that building. I know it. Now what happens once they're inside? I don't have a clue. We arrived in a small village, and by small, I mean small. The houses were spread out, and this was wide open land, unlike the mountainous region we had just left. And off in the distance, you could see this house. The place looked modern, not like the shacks and wooden houses we had seen on our way over. Whoever lived here had money. As we approached, pulling into the driveway, a woman stepped out of the front door, followed by a tall man. This guy's at least 6'6", and he wasn't fully Chinese. His facial features were more of a mix of Chinese and Eastern European. And as the engine turned off, I saw him waving for us to come inside of the house. He introduced himself as John. This guy's English was not broken at all, and clearly he had grew up in the States. As for the house, this house was nice, extremely nice, and made me wonder how he was able to keep the poor peasants in this area from just killing him and taking all his shit. But as we settled into his house and sat down at his kitchen table, it became very clear that he was well protected. Because out of the back room stepped 2 men, both Chinese, wearing all black. These guys had the eyes of killers, their shirts open just enough where you can see their triad tattoos. John cheerfully offered us drinks, American beers, and went on to tell us his role and what he could do for us. He was a part of MI6 and had been working with an American joint task force that was assigned to spy on Sorkin in China. John told us he'd been investigating this guy for 4 years, and unfortunately, his American counterparts met an untimely demise. Then he went on to tell us that he and his counterpart worked inside of the building. John was head of security of the above ground section, but the security for the building overall was extremely tight, and that all of the employees who worked in the underground facility were actually shipped in and out by car or van every day. And they were assigned housing in these villages 50 miles away. John said that there was no way that we could sneak in, but John was solely responsible for the outside security contractors. He did all the hiring and all the training. And that's how we were going into the building. Looking around the table, it seemed like it was fine with everybody. But the only problem was that we would actually have to go through a real orientation before we got access to the building. There was no way of faking it. No way of just getting a badge like on the movies. He was hiring us, and we needed to do a job. That's when Roger chimed in and said, "You are aware that we plan to blow this building up, correct?" To which John smiled and replied, "Yes, but blowing up the building and blowing my cover are two different things. I hope you didn't expect to fly in here and blow up something like your John McClane on Die Hard, did you? That's not how things work. I'll get you access, and you'll be able to confirm the layout of the building. Within a week or two, you'll have access to the lower levels. And then you can coordinate however you want to destroy this place without killing the people that work inside." With that, John stood up from the table, excusing himself and showing us to the door. He told us to meet him at the building the next morning. Just drive on up like we belong there, and he would be at the checkpoint waiting for us. Hey, you. Yeah, you. How long have you been sitting here listening to this stream? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? If you like the content that you've been hearing so far, you have to get the premium membership. For only $3.99, the content is 20 times better than what you've heard. And what you're listening to right now is some of the best horror narration content in the world. Now, the membership is only $3.99 a month. Go ahead and sign up and become a member of the Dark Waters Premium Content family today. In 30 days from now, you'll be sitting around with your family and friends, and you'll say to yourself, getting this membership and spending this type of quality time with my family and friends, fully engaged in my imagination, was one of the best decisions that I've ever made. Trust me on this one. Go ahead and get your premium membership today. Attention Dark Waters family. I am so excited to tell you that Dark Waters apparel is on sale right now. And on average, you're getting 15 to 25% off. It's easy to order and it's easy to buy. Click the Dark Waters apparel link right here on the front page and get your Dark Waters apparel today.
Dark Waters, this story I'm about to share with you is something that I struggled with for many years. I may sound unbelievable to you, and I realize that in many ways it is. However, when I heard you on Coast to Coast, I realized that you were the person to share my encounter with. I worked at one of the wildlife reserves here in Louisiana, and when I can confidently tell you that Dogman is real. Not only is it real, but it is absolutely terrifying. Part of my job is to collect data for our location and compile it into a report. That same data is taken and then combined with information from around the United States and to create the annual Refuge Performance Report. This report has all kinds of data from annual revenue to the number of invasive species located in each location. So here in Louisiana, our main invasive species is the silver carp fish. It's impossible to actually determine the numbers of these fish, but we capture them and measure for size, just to get an idea of how large they become. We also trap females to get an idea of the number of eggs that they lay, and this gives us a rough estimate of the population in our waterways. This particular evening I'm out in an airboat. Now normally I'm not alone, I take a few contacted fishermen out with me, but this was supposed to be a short trip. My plan was to run into the marsh and retrieve a few of the fish traps that I had set out the day before. These traps had been set in this small cove. Now the area around this cover was partial dry land, and the day before I was able to get out the boat and walk around a bit. But just like everything else in the Louisiana swamps, the terrain is always changing, evolving, and last night it had rained a bit and I decided it would be best to work from the boat and retrieve these traps. So I'm on my knees reaching down into the water to grab this rope when I notice that the area is silent. Now I can't say for sure that the area went silent in that moment because honestly, I was not paying attention, but I noticed at that moment it was dead quiet. It gave me this eerie feeling and immediately brought to my mind that there was a spirit around in this area. You see, some bad things had gone down in these swamps over the years. Lynchings, murders, rapes, really bad things. The kind of things that leave negative energy. So I started to hurry, moving to the next trap. Now picture this Imo at the front of the airboat. I'm paddling with an oar, and the area I'm moving into now has trees that hang over the water. Think foliage on them that starts to block out the sun. To my right is the landmass I told you about, and to my left is water lily pad, weeds, and grass. I bend down to pull the rope on the next trap, and leaves begin to fall off the tree above me. Not 1 or 2 leaves, 20-30 leaves falling all at the same time, causing me to look up. When I do, I see this thing moving away from me on one of the large tree branches above. I remember saying to myself, what the fuck is that? It moves as far as it could until it reaches the trunk of the tree, a huge oak tree, and then it starts to climb up. Now it wasn't until this thing begins to stretch its body climbing that tree that I realized this was a monster. I don't use that word lightly either. Monster. Claws. Long. Black, and curved. Gray fur with pinkish skin beneath. And the head on this thing was massive. After it had gotten damn near 35 more feet into the air, this thing grabs another tree branch with one arm, digging its claws in, and suspends itself hanging there in the air, looking down at me. Snout like a dog, its eyes set wide to the side of its head, and 2 long teeth that hung out its mouth. You know, when we were kids we had those encyclopedias. I tell you, this thing had teeth like a saber-toothed tiger, but the head of an oversized ungroomed greyhound. You know how they have them long snouts. Same thing, but make it 6 to 7 times bigger. It just hung there looking at me, these steely black eyes. For a few seconds I was in shock. I'm thinking this can't be real. But then its ears began to twitch and move. Holy fuck. I almost fell out the boat trying to climb up into my seat and get the hell out of there. I refused to look back as I speed away, turning the boat all the way around and heading back out of the cove. When I got back to the dock and began to take the boat out of the water, my hands were shaking, legs felt weak, and my vision was blurred. I thought I was having a heart attack, and for the next 2 days, I could not sleep. I sent 2 contractors to go get those traps and asked them to check the trees in the area for scratch marks. When they returned, they said that the traps were missing and that the area felt weird, like something was watching them. As for the scratch marks on the oak tree, they found them and only said something big had to make those marks.
The witness was on his way home near Norway, Iowa, late one night after work. He almost always walked the train tracks because they were a straight shot towards the house. These train tracks ran past a cemetery which was alleged to be haunted, an old settler cemetery. It's already dark and has been so for a few hours. There was no moon that night. As he walks near the cemetery, he starts hearing muffled footsteps behind him, but doesn't think much of it. Plenty of other guys walk home this way as well. So he keeps going, and the footsteps get louder and louder. About midway past the cemetery, he gets nervous, and the steps are getting closer, so he turns to look behind him. According to the witness, he saw a goat man, or the devil himself. He describes this thing as a man who basically had goat hooves and horns along the lines of the mythical Pan, and this thing was heading straight for him. Reportedly, all the snow around this creature was instantly melting as it walked through. The witness runs screaming like a banshee. He hears the clopping of the beast's footsteps behind him speed up to catch him as he's running. Finally, he gets past the graveyard and he sees the thing stop right at the edge of the cemetery. He continues running, stops to look back, and the beast just vanishes. One of his older co-workers confided that there was a tale about a goat man many years ago. It was supposedly a Polish immigrant who disappeared one night but returned as a creature several years later. There had been UFO and strange being reports around the same time the man had vanished.
Dark Waters family, we have an absolutely amazing horror narrator, Mr. Extremes. His content will be streaming live here 24 hours, along with all the other content here at IamDogwaters.com. Make sure you go on over to his YouTube page and check him out, Mr. X Dreams. You won't be disappointed. Attention Dark Waters family, I am so excited to tell you that Dark Waters apparel is on sale right now, and on average you're getting 15 to 25% off. It's easy to order and it's easy to buy. Click the Dark Waters apparel link right here on the front page and get your Dark Waters apparel today. Dark Waters family, we have an absolutely amazing horror narrator, Mr. Extremes. His content will be streaming live here 24 hours, along with all the other content here at IamDogwaters.com. Make sure you go on over to his YouTube page and check him out, Mr. X Dreams. You won't be disappointed.
My background is in mixed martial arts, and my upbringing is what forced me to become a fighter. Growing up in the poverty-stricken neighborhoods of East Point, Detroit was no easy thing to do. The one lesson you learn in the streets is never back down. Those were the words that came to mind the night I had my encounter with the Shadow Man. I had been working security at a local Detroit nightclub. This particular venue was in a very rough neighborhood. And that night, there were several fights. I was forced to rough up a few people and needed to step outside for a smoke break. Exiting through the back door of the club, I stepped out into the back alley. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, causing my heart to race and my skin to burn. This was a feeling that I was all too familiar with, and it felt good, but I needed to bring myself down. Standing there in the middle of the alleyway, I tilted my head back, looking up at the night sky, which was drowned out by the city lights. I was just beginning to calm down when I got this intense feeling that someone was watching me. Have you ever been somewhere and felt a person staring directly at you, only to look and realize that someone is looking right at you? Well, take that feeling and multiply it by 10, and that's what I felt. An overwhelming and intense sense that someone was coming straight at me. As I lowered my head, my eyes focused on what looked like a man in all black walking down the alley. The figure was abnormally large with wide shoulders. It was much taller than me, and I stand 6 feet 6 inches. While looking at this thing, I was hit with this intense fear that flooded my body, causing this tingling sensation that pulsed with every heartbeat. My gut instincts told me that this thing wasn't normal and I should run, but my body wasn't responding. I was stuck there, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. And then it stepped into the light. And this thing was no man. Yes, it had the shape of a man. It moved like a man would. But it looked like someone had taken the darkest, most black smoke you could find and crafted it into the figure of a man. The smoke swirled and twisted inward on itself, almost as if some invisible barrier was holding it all in place. And the motion was slow, deliberate, and it seemed to absorb the light from above. Then this thing began to move forward, towards me, and my fight-or-flight response kicked in. I can still remember the exact thought that ran through my mind at that moment. Never back down. It was drilled into my head over the years from my instructors. Showing fear will only strengthen your opponent. In that same moment, I took a sliding step forward toward that thing and, raising my fist, was preparing for a fight. To my surprise, it retreated, moving backwards swiftly down the alleyway and disappearing. When I get back inside the club, I walked straight to the bar and had a shot of vodka. My mind was completely blown by my first encounter with the Shadow Man. Later, he would return, and I wouldn't fare so well against him.
I'll never forget my first time seeing a Dogman. I was a little boy, no more than 9 years old. You see, my grandparents were black Southern Baptists, and I can never forget that day. It was at a revival service. Back in those days, Christian revivals were held outdoors, inside tents. And to paint a clear picture for you, if you can imagine being outside on a hot summer day with a huge white tent set up, rows and rows and rows of chairs, a makeshift stage, and people were heavy in the worship. This is my first time going to a revival. Although I've been dragged in and out of church every Sunday my entire life, I thought it was interesting. The way people worshiped out of the church was completely different than the way they worshiped in church. It was much more intense. And I could never forget the sounds of that day. The revival had started at about 3 o'clock and had gone on for hours. And right as the sun began to set and the pastor started doing the altar call to save souls, something weird started to happen. From my position on the right-hand side of the back row, I started to hear the strange sound coming from the woods, but I wasn't sure what it was. You could hear it faintly, just above the sound of the singing. Then as the singing and the clapping stopped, I could hear it clearer. Something was growling, and growling loudly. Initially, I thought I was hearing things until my grandmother started looking in the same direction as the sound. Then others in the congregation began to look that way too. And out from the wood line stepped something I had never seen before and hoped to never see again. This thing was massive, 9 feet tall, with the huge head of a wolf. Its fur was black, jet black, and its upper body had more muscles than anything I had ever seen. It just stood there, showing its teeth and growling. The people in the congregation finally caught on to it and began to run. The pastor grabbed his Bible and began to pray, repeatedly saying, "Get ye behind me, Satan. Get ye behind me, Satan." Until one of the deacons grabbed him by his collar and pulled him, yanking him off the stage. Everyone ran back to their cars and fled the area. I never knew exactly what that was that I saw until I heard you on Coast to Coast AM talking about the Dogman. I'm sure that not only did I see a Dogman, but 200 other people did as well. My wife and I had lived along the bayous of southeast Louisiana our entire life. Hell, we grew up in the swamps. One of the proudest moments I can ever remember is when we bought our 3-bedroom home. Talk about waterfront property. Our house is directly on a waterway, and we have a front row seat to all of nature's wonders. Since we've been in this house, we've seen a lot of strange things. Alligators on our porch, rabbits and deer running by. But the strangest thing that we've seen over and over again is that around the end of the month, we get a special visitor. You call him Dogman. We call him the rougarou. My wife and I often sit out on the porch and drink coffee late at night, just talking and laughing. And the first time we saw this creature, we thought it was extremely odd. Now, to paint a clear picture for you, my house is up on stilts, way above sea level. And from this vantage point, it gives us a clear view of the land. After you walk down my front set of steps, you have about 15 feet before you walk straight into the bayou. There's a landmass across the bayou from our property. And the way we're situated, the bayou kind of forms a T. The waterway that runs directly in front of our property then splits, going right and left. On the far side of that split is a levee. You can often see deer and rabbit and all kinds of wild creatures move along that levee to get back and forth throughout the bayous. Like I was saying, I still remember the first time we saw the Dogman. My wife and I were sitting there drinking coffee, talking, and I was smoking a cigarette. And my wife stood up and said, "Hey, what's that over there?" By the light of the moon, you can see a tall object moving. It walked upright like a man on 2 legs, but it moved kind of awkwardly, as if its upper body was leaning forward as it moved. My wife hustled into the house and grabbed the spotlight, and when we shined it across the bayou, what we saw we couldn't believe. I mean, this thing was huge, but it had the head of a dog. When it looked over at us shining the light, its eyes glistened this amberish yellow color. Then it turned its head and continued about its business. 20 yards later, it dove into the bayou, swam across to the levee, climbed up, and took off running. Now, we've seen this creature over and over and over again, and not once have we felt threatened. In fact, we just figured it was ignoring us, so it was a part of the wildlife and entertainment for us. That was until one evening my wife had this bright idea of having a house party. Now, house parties on the bayou are not exactly a wine and cheese event. We're talking about LSU football, Budweiser, cigarettes, whiskey, shotguns, screaming and talking loud. It's a party. And since we're out here on the bayous, there's no neighbors close by to complain to the cops. That night, my wife and I had been out on the porch talking. David, one of my co-workers, was there for the party. He had been shooting my shotgun all day long. He wasn't shooting at anything particular. More than anything, he was shooting just for the hell of it. Well, as night came, we all moved inside and left David out on the porch, beer in his left hand and shotgun in his right. And as my wife and I stood around talking in the kitchen, entertaining our guests, Dave came rushing into the front door, grabbed a box of shotgun shells, and hauled ass back outside. At first, I thought nothing of it. I just figured he was going to waste another $12 box of shotgun shells. Next thing you know, he's blasting away. Shot after shot after shot. It sounded like World War II was going on outside of my house. My wife looked me in the eye and said, "Go take that gun from Dave before he does something stupid." And when I walked out of the front door, that's when I realized what he was doing. Our friend, the rougarou, was passing by just as he normally did. And for whatever crazy reason, David got scared or whatever was going on, but he started shooting at it. Now, keep in mind, this thing had been passing by our house for the past 12 to 18 months and never once came anywhere close. Now as I looked across the bayou, it was walking directly towards us. I looked at David and said, "Man, what are you doing?" He was like, "You act like you don't see that monster over there." I said, "Of course I see it. Why are you shooting at it? It's a monster." We began to tussle a bit as I tried to take the shotgun away from him, which caught the attention of everybody inside the house. And they all came rushing out to the front porch. Now, while I'm attempting to take this loaded shotgun from Dave, who's had over 15 beers, my wife is constantly hitting me on the back saying, "It's coming this way. It's coming this way." After about 3 to 4 minutes of pushing and shoving, I finally was able to wrestle the shotgun from his grip. And when I turned my attention to the other side of the bayou, there it was, standing right on the edge of the waterway, no more than 50 yards away, looking directly at me. This creature was not afraid of us or the shotgun. It stood there staring at us. Its eyes glistened that same amberish yellow color, illuminated by the floodlights on the front of my house. Everything went silent. No one talked, and it didn't move, almost as if we were in some type of Mexican standoff. Then this creature looked directly at me, turned around, and walked the other way. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know of any creature in the wild that behaves this way. Since that night, we've seen it multiple times, and it's never come back near our house again. Part of me feels like we have this unspoken understanding with this creature. We'll leave it alone as long as it leaves us alone. And I intend to maintain that same understanding, because I would never want this thing coming in my house to get me. The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only.
Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Water strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
For years, I've been going to Bayou Sauvage on the outskirts of New Orleans East. I started going as a kid, riding my bike along the levees. And as a young adult, I would ride my four-wheeler back there. But it all came to a screeching halt once I saw the Dogman. I was riding along the levee, just as I'd done many times in the past, when I saw something swimming in the water of the bayou. This thing was big and black. It was swimming like a person, but heading in a direction going away from me. I started to slow down. I wanted to get a better look, so I drove my four-wheeler down the levee right up on the edge of the bayou. I was so close that my tires began to sink into the mud. This thing was pitch black, and I could see the muscles in his shoulders twitching and moving as it swam through the water. Completely fascinated, I sat there and watched this creature swim until it reached the embankment about 75 yards away from me. I probably should have got out of there way before this, but I just wanted to know what it was. It wasn't until it actually started climbing out of the water and up onto the banks that I really got freaked out. This thing climbed out of the water on all fours. It started shaking its body like a dog, spraying water everywhere. Then it stood up on two legs. Yeah, up on two legs. This was an upright walking dog or something, and its color was black. I mean, really black. I clicked my four-wheeler in gear to go ahead and back out of there. I think that's when it heard me, because it turned and took a look at me. Now, I couldn't see his eyes or teeth, but I saw his head turning and it knew I was there. It stood there looking in my direction for a while, then dropped down on all fours and ran off. At this point, I was completely overcome by fear. I backed my four-wheeler up as fast as possible, skirting back up the levee, spun it around, and headed back out of there to get home. Since I've seen that thing, I don't go riding back in Bayou Sauvage anymore. What I saw could have easily killed me, especially if it was anywhere closer to me. I don't think I would have been able to outrun this thing on my four-wheeler. So it took me a long time to share my Dogman encounter with anyone, partially because it was completely humiliating, and also because I figured no one else would believe me. You see, I worked for the post office my entire life. And being a mail carrier is no glamorous job whatsoever. Over the years, I worked in major cities like Chicago and had a route on the south side, a place I hope to never visit ever again. But when I transferred to Oklahoma, that was when I had my first Dogman encounter. Being new to the mail unit, I was forced to work this shitty route. Even though I had been with the Postal Service for years, office politics still played a major role in what routes you got. And my very first assignment was a rural route, about 85 houses and 10 farms. When I say it was shitty, man, this thing was shitty. You had to drive all damn day long to get to these places. And the people weren't too friendly at all. So I'm out on the tail end of my route, and on this little section of roadway. It has about a total of 15 mailboxes. And all these mailboxes, except for one, are right up on the road. To get to the one mailbox that's not on the road, I had to make a right turn down off onto this dirt roadway, drive a little ways, and then the mailbox is right there. I had just made that right turn off onto this dirt roadway headed to the mailbox when I saw something dart from left to right. It was big. It was moving on all fours. But this thing moved so damn quick, I only got a small glimpse of it. Now in my mind, I figured it was just one of those wild dogs. You see, there's a lot of wild dogs out here running around in these woods. So I proceeded to ride up and head to the mailbox. I'm there at the mailbox, lollygagging, sorting through this lady's mail, when the truck starts to shake. And you know the truck I'm talking about, our little box trucks that we use to deliver mail. Well, this truck is shaking violently, like the Incredible Hulk or Andre the Giant was pushing on it. And when I looked back through the rearview mirror, All I could see was this brown fur and this kind of skin with these freckles and spots all over it. It wasn't until I looked out of my side mirror that I saw what looked like shoulders and arms. Something was standing there shaking my truck. I took my foot off the brake and hit the gas, and the engine revved and roared. I could even hear the back wheel spinning on the dirt road. But I was going nowhere. Whatever this thing was strong enough to hold my vehicle and keep it from moving. So I quickly cut my wheel to the left away from the mailbox, and the truck began to slide a bit and move. Then I could hear this kind of scratching sound. And a few seconds after that, it was almost like it let go, because my vehicle took off full speed. I had gotten about 65 feet away from whatever this thing was and looked through the mirror again. That's when I saw it. This giant creature with a dog head, these big pointed ears. It was standing there, looking at me drive away. Then this thing dropped down on all fours and laid down right in the roadway. Needless to say, no one got their mail that day. I mean, I was shook up, man. And I don't even know how this thing was able to sneak up on me. Since I've been working this job, I pride myself on paying attention to my environment, never getting complacent. I've been attacked by dogs many times while working my routes. So for something like that to sneak up on me, completely befuddled me. The next day I was sent out again and had to take that same route. Except for this time, I sped down that damn dirt road and threw the mail out in the general area of the mailbox. I refused to stop, so I did that every day. Until finally, one day the property owner was standing out there at the mailbox waiting. She flagged me down, and boy, did she have an attitude on her. She stood there yelling at me, "Why do you keep dropping my mail on the ground? I gotta walk out here and pick up my mail from in the bushes and the trees." This lady cursed and screamed and beat on the side of the truck. I mean, she acted a complete damn fool. I just sat there looking at her. And after she had gone on like this for about 5 or 6 minutes, I kindly asked her, "Are you finished?" And that's when I told her, "Do you know you got a motherfucking werewolf running around outside your house right now? So until you move your mailbox out to the main road like everyone else, your shit is going to be right here on the ground." And then I threw the mail out at her again and drove off. Eventually she complained and I got written up, but I didn't give a damn. 2 weeks later, her mailbox is on the main road like everyone else. I went on to work that route for over a year. Several times I would see this thing running through the woods. It never really bothered me after that. But technically, I never came to a complete stop either. You see, I had gotten smart and put these handwritten notes in every mailbox on the route, telling them, once you check your mail, leave your box open. Those who left their box open allowed me to just drive up and throw the mail in. And if your mailbox was closed, you would find a neat bundle of mail right there on the ground next to your mailbox. Lord knows, I was not about to get eaten by a dog-headed monster, just so these people can get a bunch of bills that they probably weren't going to pay anyway. Screw that. Hey, you. Yeah, you. How long have you been sitting here listening to this stream? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? If you like the content that you've been hearing so far, you have to get the premium membership. For only $3.99, the content is 20 times better than what you've heard. And what you're listening to right now is some of the best horror narration content in the world. Now, the membership is only $3.99 a month. Go ahead and sign up and become a member of the Dark Waters Premium Content family today. In 30 days from now, you'll be sitting around with your family and friends, and you'll say to yourself, getting this membership and spending this type of quality time with my family and friends, fully engaged in my imagination, was one of the best decisions that I've ever made. Trust me on this one. Go ahead and get your premium membership today.
let's go. Look, we got two constellations. Number one, Frankenstein's on our side. And number two, my dad's a cop. Anybody who fools around with us, he kicks their ass. Hey, Frankie, come on. Don't call him a monster. But what if he's dead? Then he died to help us. Now look, I'm the leader of this squad. So listen up. You said Dracula knows we're here. So let's just try to find the amulet. And get the hell out of here. Kick him in the north! Kick him in the north! He doesn't have north! Go it! Go it! Wolfman's got nards! Come on! Come on!
Dark Waters, this story I'm about to share with you is something that I struggled with for many years. I may sound unbelievable to you, and I realize that in many ways it is. However, when I heard you on Coast to Coast, I realized that you were the person to share my encounter with. I worked at one of the wildlife reserves here in Louisiana, and when I can confidently tell you that Dogman is real. Not only is it real, but it is absolutely terrifying. Part of my job is to collect data for our location and compile it into a report. That same data is taken and then combined with information from around the United States and to create the annual Refuge Performance Report. This report has all kinds of data for annual revenue to the number of invasive species located in each location. So here in Louisiana, our main invasive species is the silver carp fish. It's impossible to actually determine the numbers of these fish, but we capture them and measure for size, just to get an idea of how large they become. We also trap females to get an idea of the number of eggs that they lay, and this gives us a rough estimate of the population in our waterways. This particular evening I'm out in an airboat. Now normally I'm not alone, I take a few contacted fishermen out with me, but this was supposed to be a short trip. My plan was to run into the marsh and retrieve a few of the fish traps that I had set out the day before. These traps had been set in this small cove. Now the area around this cover was partial dry land, and the day before I was able to get at the boat and walk around a bit. But just like everything else in the Louisiana swamps, the terrain is always changing, evolving, and last night it had rained a bit and I decided it would be best to work from the boat to and retrieve these traps. So I'm on my knees reaching down into the water to grab this rope when I notice that the area is silent. Now I can't say for sure that the area went silent in that moment because honestly, I was not paying attention, but I noticed at that moment it was dead quiet. It gave me this eerie feeling and immediately brought to my mind that there was a spirit around in this area. You see, some bad things had gone down in these swamps over the years. Lynchings, murders, rapes, really bad things. The kind of things that leave negative energy. So I started to hurry, moving to the next trap. Now picture this: I'm at the front of the airboat, I'm paddling with an oar, and the area I'm moving into now has trees that hang over the water. Think foliage on them that starts to block out the sun. To my right is the landmass I told you about, and to my left is water lily pad, weeds, and grass. I bend down to pull the rope on the next trap, and leaves begin to fall off the tree above me. Not 1 or 2 leaves, 20-30 leaves falling all at the same time, causing me to look up. When I do, I see this thing moving away from me on one of the large tree branches above. I remember saying to myself, what the fuck is that? It moves as far as it could until it reaches the trunk of the tree, huge oak tree, and then it starts to climb up. Now it wasn't until this thing begins to stretch its body climbing that tree that I realized this was a monster. I don't use that word lightly either. Monster. Claws. Long. Black, and curved. Grey fur with pinkish skin beneath. And the head on this thing was massive. After it had gotten damn near 35 more feet into the air, this thing grabs another tree branch with one arm digging its claws in and suspends itself hanging there in the air, looking down at me. Snout like a dog, its eyes set wide to the side of its head, and two long teeth that hung out its mouth. You know, when we were kids we had those encyclopedias. I tell you, this thing had teeth like a saber-toothed tiger but the head of an oversized ungroomed greyhound. You know how they have them long snouts. Same thing, but make it 6 to 7 times bigger. It just hung there looking at me, these steely black eyes. For a few seconds I was in shock. I'm thinking this can't be real. But then its ears began to twitch and move. Holy fuck. I almost fell out the boat trying to climb up into my seat and get the hell out of there. I refused to look back as I speed away, turning the boat all the way around and heading back out of the cove. When I got back to the dock and began to take the boat out of the water, my hands were shaking, legs felt weak, and my vision was blurred. I thought I was having a heart attack, and for the next 2 days, I could not sleep. I sent 2 contractors to go get those traps and asked them to check the trees in the area for scratch marks. When they returned, they said that the traps were missing and that the area felt weird, like something was watching them. As for the scratch marks on the oak tree, they found them and only said something big had to make those marks.
The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters. Criminal court here in New Orleans can be a zoo at times. Drug dealers, pedophiles, murderers, just all the scum of the earth are paraded through the chamber doors where I work as a court clerk. Over the past 35 years, I've looked into the eyes of many defendants, but there's only one person who I'll never forget. 8 years ago, a case was brought to court in which a father killed his 2-year-old son and dumped his body in a local park. This case made national news. The bastard was disputing with his baby mother over $4,000 in past due child support, so instead of getting an extra job, he killed his 2-year-old son. slitting his throat, and dumping his body in a park. But this story is not about him. His actions are really the background setting for what happened. During his trial, the courtroom was filled with news reporters and people from his family. My desk, as the clerk, sits facing the courtroom, just to the left of the judge. Looking out, I can see the entire courtroom. During the trial, a man walked into the courtroom, well-dressed, black custom suit, light blue shirt, with the most beautiful golden tie I've ever seen. He was a very handsome man, the kind of man that makes a woman swoon a bit. He approached the defense attorneys and handed them a large file of papers, then took a seat in the audience. I noticed his cufflinks. There were 2 golden crowns. They had to be very expensive. Not to sound like a gold digger, but we women notice these things on a man. So during the trial, the judge called for a 20-minute recess. It was just enough time for me to sneak down the back stairs and take a quick smoke break. As people cleared out of the courtroom, I organized the papers on my desk and headed out the room through the side door, which led to a hallway, and then to the stairwell that took me down to the back side of the building. I didn't expect to see anyone on the stairway. The only people who use it are attorneys that occasionally smoke, and a judge I work for who takes a quick cigarette every now and then when things get intense in the courtroom. Opening the door, I could smell the scent of a man's cologne. The smell was masculine and clean. The smell painted the picture of the person wearing it, a powerful man of wealth and class. When I reached the first landing, I peeked my head over the rail and saw someone walking out the door. Cool, I'll have some company, I thought to myself. When I opened the side door to step out, it was him, so tall and lean. His back was turned to me. A little excited, I let go of the door before sliding the wood doorstop in place to ensure that I would not have to walk back around the front side of the courthouse to get in. "Hey, how's it going?" I said as I lit my cigarette. He didn't respond. "You here to help the defense attorneys? This is a tough case to defend. The bastard killed that boy." I turned to check the door, and that's when I realized I would have to walk around to the front of the building to get back in. Turning and walking past him, his back was still turned to me. I just figured he was an asshole attorney on his high horse. While passing, he quickly turned to face me in a motion so quick that I thought he was grabbing me. But he wasn't. He was looking at me with huge black eyes. No white was there, just huge black voids. It was so evil and sinister, for a second I froze, then took off running around the building. I reached the front of the courthouse and entered through the metal detectors, setting off the alarm as I showed my badge and rushed through. When I got back to the courtroom and took my seat, the judge was just about to start the proceedings when he walked back into the room. His eyes were now regular, a shade of hazel. He just stared at me and smiled for a few minutes, then got up and walked out. The judge and I are close friends, and I shared this with her. She said that she believes there have been many demon-possessed people come in and out of her courtroom. She named a number of attorneys who she says all give her the creeps when they come in her chambers. The guy who I ran into was on the top of her list. I'm a member of the New Orleans Police Department, and I've been on the force for 20 years. I've been assigned to a special unit that very few people know about. I've been tasked, along with my partner, to deal with the more supernatural type of events that happen in the city of New Orleans. This story is about one of those events. 3 years ago, there were a number of complaints about a satanic coven operating in the city of New Orleans. They use local cemeteries to do rituals and seances. Along with that, There were complaints about hearing loud dog barks and howls coming out of the same cemeteries. One evening, a call came across my radio about such an event, and I headed over to the cemetery to check it out. This particular evening, I was alone. My partner had taken some vacation time, and I entered the cemetery not expecting to see much. In fact, I had busted the majority of these satanic cults in action, and I knew everyone by name. I didn't take it personally. I'm a Christian. They choose to worship Satan, that's their thing. They can go straight to hell. This particular night, I walked up on a seance, and everyone stopped. But they had this weird look in their eyes. They all looked spooked. Now, I figure if you're sitting there in the cemetery worshiping Satan, you should be spooked. So I think nothing of it. After all, we're in the cemetery at night. All right, guys, break it up. Break it up. It's time for you to get out of here. You know you're trespassing. Don't make me arrest you. The entire group just stood there, looking at me, but not looking at me. More so looking through me, or dare to say, looking past me. They stood there frozen with this terrified look on their faces. Guys, you heard me. Break it up. It's time to get out of here. Again, none of them moved. They just stood there, donned in their black robes and red rope belts. They all stood there frozen. For the first time, I began to feel a chill down my spine, and I had an urge to look behind me. Everything told me not to turn around, but I did. What I saw when I turned around could only be described as a hellhound. The hellhound had a face of an overgrown Doberman pinscher. His head was huge. Its eyes were a deep glowing reddish color, and it was large, much larger than my 200-pound Rottweiler. What really disturbed me was that it appeared to be ghostly and solid at the same time, almost as if it existed in a realm between the living and the dead. It stood there ready to pounce as I maneuvered my way among the members of the group. Reaching for my weapon, the leader, a woman named Catherine, quietly said, "This is just a warning. Don't do anything, and we'll be fine. But if you shoot, it will attack." At this point, I never had any experience with this type of entity, so I had no clue what to do, and I trusted her. For some reason, I did. She then threw what looked like a bag of powder in the direction of the hellhound. A barking sound began to emanate from all around us, but not from the hellhound itself. These sounds seemed as if they were coming from below us and above us, almost like from another dimension or another world. Then the hellhound let out a sound that was not a bark, but more of a demonic roar. The sound was otherworldly. Then it simply disappeared before our eyes. This was the first encounter I had with the hellhound, but wouldn't be the last. I walked the group out of the cemetery and questioned Catherine about the incident. She said that some of the ceremonies that they hold, hellhounds show up expecting to collect the human soul. It was a sign that the ritual had worked. This job has led me down some dark paths and forced me to befriend some weird and strange people, but I take comfort in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. This is going to sound strange and extremely weird, but my friends and I have a game that we play called Bathroom Bowl. The rules of the game are that you must use at least 10 random bathrooms a month to take a dump. We've been playing this game for the past 5 years, and we take selfies while on the toilet and send them to each other. I know, it's weird, but it's what we do. One evening, while waiting on my wife to get in at the New Orleans International Airport, I stopped at the Hilton Hotel across the street. I stopped at the bar. I had a drink. Decided what better place to take a picture than a good old-fashioned Hilton hotel. As usual, I proceeded to the bathroom, checked the stalls, and sat down to take a poop. Now, this bathroom was kind of weird. There were two ways in. There was a front door, and when you walk in, to the left were 3 face bowls. Past the face bowls were 2 urinals, and they had an unusual number of bathroom stalls for taking a dump. If I can recall, it was 6 in all. Towards the back of the restroom was a second doorway that when I walked in was open. What it led to, I didn't know. So, I'm there, sitting, taking a dump, and as I pull my phone out of my jeans to take my selfie, the lights flicker. There was no sound of a light switch being clicked on or off. The lights just flickered. Initially, I thought nothing of it, and I took my phone out and snapped a quick selfie and started to search a place for my wife and I to have dinner. Seconds later, the lights flickered again, this time in a more ominous way, almost like someone was deliberately doing it. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? No one responded. By now, I'm starting to get nervous, so I reached back to grab some toilet paper and begin the process of wiping off. Then the lights flickered again and went off. Now I'm sitting there freaking out. Somebody is in this restroom playing games with me. I had been in the stall for about 5 minutes, and when I walked in, I checked every stall, and no one was there. However, I didn't look through that back door that was open to see what it led to. Now, sitting there in the dark, I could hear nothing, and just as suddenly as the lights went off, they flickered back on. In total shock, I saw what looked like a child's feet right outside the stall door. Both toes pointed towards me. I reached forward to unlock the latch and swung the door open. There, standing before me, was a little black boy with his head down. Kid, what are you doing in the bathroom? The lights flickered again, and this time he scared the shit out of me. He was looking directly at me, his eyes wide open, but not normal eyes. Eyes that were a gaping black void, almost as if someone had dug into his face and ripped his eyeballs out of the sockets. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The door handle began to shake violently, way too violently for some child to be pulling on the door. I hurried and tried to pull my pants up and stand up, and that's when the lights went out again and then flicked back on, and all motion and sound had stopped. I stepped out of the stall door, pulling my pants up, and briskly walked out of the bathroom as I tried to zip my pants, not even wiping my ass. When I got back to the lobby, I told the young lady behind the counter, I said, hey, there was a kid in the restroom. You guys, have you seen a kid come out of the bathroom? She said, no, sir, no children have checked into our hotel all day long. That experience has traumatized me, and I'm no longer able to use public restrooms. Last month, while visiting my family in Destin, Florida, I witnessed something that should not have been possible. My cousin Lynn and I were in her room watching YouTube while our moms were out back drinking wine poolside. Lynn decided to download a Ouija board app on her iPad. Personally, I am not into that kind of stuff, so I just moved over to the other side of the room while she sat there asking this electronic Ouija board questions. I did my best to ignore her, putting my earbuds in and listening to some music. Her lips were moving as if to ask questions to the Ouija board, and her face showed a look of disappointment. Assuming her little experiment was not going well, I excused myself and went to the bathroom down the hall. then went downstairs to talk to my mom and aunt at the poolside. When I returned to the room an hour later, she was already in bed under the covers, which was weird for Lynn. She was more of a night owl. She never went to bed early. I was a bit tired, so I crawled in my sleeping bag on the floor next to her bed and went to sleep to the sounds of waves crashing against the rocks on YouTube. At 3 a.m., I was awakened by the sounds of vomiting. It was Lynn standing at the foot of her bed and projectile vomiting all over her comforter. She looked pale and weak, the complete polar opposite to the teenager that I had just saw before I went to bed. We called an ambulance thinking she must have food poison. The rest of the story is what my auntie told my mother when we reached the hospital. See, my mom and I drove the car while they both were in the back of the ambulance. She said Lynn had to be restrained, and she began talking in a strange voice and in a totally different language. She broke out of the restraints, and then they had to sedate her. She said it was almost like Lynn had been possessed. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she let out violent sounds and roars. Lynn spent 4 days in the hospital, and she's now back home. But my auntie claims that she's just not the same little girl.
Let me in, let me in, let me in, don't be afraid of me. Let me in, let me in. Let me in, let me in.
That sound brought me out of my kitchen, down the hallway, into the living room, where my wife was standing there, staring at the front door, looking like she'd seen a ghost. Baby, what the hell was that? You see, that sound was coming through the radio inside of our home. The sound of a little kid over static asking us to let him in. Prior to me going in the kitchen, my wife decided to go answer the front door. I thought nothing of it. It was just 6 p.m. It was light outside. There was nothing for us to be afraid of. But I was wrong. As I stood behind her, she was frozen, staring at the door handle. I said, babe, what's wrong? Who's outside? What is that noise? What's that sound? She wouldn't speak. I reached to open the door, turning the handle. And as I opened the door, there standing before me were 2 little boys, no older than 12 years old, staring directly at me with eyes that were black voids. They seemed to have a mesmerizing effect on me. They said, let us in.
I need to use the phone. Let me in. Let me in.
Every part of my being wanted to resist them. Every ounce of my body told me not to let them in. But for some reason, I found my hand moving up to signal to let them into the house. My wife grabbed my hand and pulled it back to my side. Let us in. Let us in now. We need to use your phone. Let us in now. My wife slammed the door shut and went and closed all the curtains and blinds. They were out there for a little while, saying, let us in. We need to use the phone. Let us in now. Please, let us in. I dialed 911 and told the New Orleans Police Department that there were 2 little kids trying to break into our home. When the cops arrived, they were gone. I'm very leery about opening my front door now, and I'm not sure who or what they were. I will say that they were supernatural. Do you know anything about these black-eyed children?
been, I'm not sure of the time, but I had definitely been asleep for several hours. And I never slept much, so I probably went to bed, that was probably midnight, and historically I'd wake up by 6. But I was disturbed in the middle of my sleep by some voices that sounded like they were in the house. It was 2 female voices. First part of me was a little nervous because I'm like, well, who in the hell is in my house? I know nobody's here, or supposed to be here for that matter. Secondly, again, I said I leave my doors unlocked. Oftentimes I would leave the downstairs. There were 2 French doors leading to the pool room, wide open. And my house did not have a back neighbor because that row of houses on Egyptian Fields took up the whole block. So you didn't have a neighbor in the back, and oftentimes you'd park your car in the back and enter through the back. So I'm hearing these voices. Initially I got nervous. I'm thinking, okay, what is going on? And as manly as I like to think I am, I did not run and call myself to action, ready to take on whatever it was. Even though it were female voices, I still had that initial, holy shit, what am I going to do? Should I get the gun? Should I get the knife? Should I piss on them? I don't know. I'm just running a gamut of crazy thoughts. So eventually I sit there, I sit up in bed, and these people are having a fucking conversation. I was too uneasy to focus on what they were talking about, but it was loud and clear like they were in my home. The first thing that came to mind after I calmed down was, well, maybe the computer, a bug hit the computer screen. It's a touchscreen computer, so it would come on and a video from later on was playing. I just running, my brain's running. Why is this happening? As I'm building up my courage to go to the 3rd floor. You got to realize I got to go to a couple of floors, and these people could be anywhere. You go this way, you got a room over there. You go this way, you got a room over there. You go this way, you got stairs. So, this isn't one of those, I'm a skilled policeman where I'm turning corners and all that stuff with guns, because I have no idea where they could be. But I hear them loud and clear. So I build up enough courage. I go down to the 3rd floor. My office faced the Elysian Fields. So I went there first. And I looked down, and I saw these 2 white girls sitting on my lawn. Now, it is strange because, like I said, this isn't the lakefront where you commonly and routinely have cars parking and people jibber-jabbing and hanging out and having drinks and smoking or whatnot. There is no earthly logical explanation for these 2 women to be sitting on my porch. The fact that they were white was exciting because, maybe I could lure them in and, and have a good time. I don't care what color they were. That was my second thought. Maybe I could get them to come in. But then I got a sense to go, I was like, why? Why are they here? There's no car. Secondly, there's no parking in the front of these houses. I said to take up the whole block, so you park in the back. And anyone who knows to go to the back street and park. So I'm looking and I'm confused as hell. I'm like, why in the fuck would they pick my lawn out of all the houses and all the activity? It may be, 2, 3, 4 in the morning at this point, and cars are sparse, one here, one there. But I didn't see a broken down car. But then if it was, they were stranded. Why my house? Why my lawn? So I'm sitting there looking, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And they're talking like they are clearly supposed to be there. So I calmed down. I said, well, it's just 2 women. If anything happened, I could handle that. Of course, they had a rough time sleeping. But I left them alone and went back up because being a spiritual man, I'm always thinking and wondering, okay, what's the purpose? What's the point? So I had no idea why they were there. I was confused, befuddled, but I dealt with it. It wasn't worthy of calling the police because they weren't doing anything but sitting, legs crossed, and talking like they were sharing a cigarette or something. So I let that slide. I let that pass. The next day, and it may have been 2 days. So I go downstairs again. I'm having the middle of my sleep, maybe 3 o'clock again. I wake up, but I don't hear anything. Something just says, wake up, go back to the office. So I wake up, go downstairs, take a right to the office. I get into the room and I look outside. And there is this dog with red eyes sitting on the median. So this dog, this hellhound, so to speak, it was a large dog. I knew the dogs in the neighborhood, and mine had just died, consequently, so he was not there to alarm me or alert me to any strange activity. I'm looking outside and I see this huge dog, not quite a Great Dane, and I'm a dog person, so I know the breed. This was not a normal breed of a dog. And he had these red, piercing eyes that I could clearly see in the dark, like it was almost light. And he was sitting in the median, facing my house, sitting like a well-trained German Shepherd or a well-trained Dogman. That would be the two references I could give. But he just sat there like a trained dog. He's dangling a piece of food in front of his face. Focused, not moving, a car might pass, he sat there, not even tracking the car. And that scared the living shit out of me, but it also put into focus the girls. And I said, oh my God, I believe those were two angels protecting my house. Now again, I said I couldn't hear, I could not understand what they were saying. I heard every word, but I had deduced that these two angels were sent to protect my home. They were outside in front doing a seance or something to put a shield over my home. And I know the shield was there because, again, you have a hellhound sitting there, staring at the house. He knew he wanted to be in that house. He knew what he wanted was over there, but he could not move. So what else could it be but the protective shield of the angels that were put there days before? And nothing happened after that. Maybe a year passed, and that's when Hurricane Katrina came along and put 6 feet of water in that house. But it's always been a story that my mind goes back to because of the strong, overbearing elements there. 2 women, 1 dog, 1 man, 1 house. And I would love to get some insight, some clarity. Is there anybody else that's experienced this, hopefully in those exact orders? Or just having any experience with a hellhound and what came out of it? What, if they did not get the protective covering of the angels, and where it led, what it led to, which is why I'm sharing the story with you, Black Dark Wars.
After my divorce, I moved into an old 2-bedroom home in New Orleans. My sons would come over to visit me every 2 weeks, and they enjoyed their bunk beds. My oldest slept at the bottom, and the youngest slept in the top bunk. Daily, strange things would happen around the house. Keys would be missing, cabinet doors would be left open. My youngest son finally told me that he didn't feel comfortable in the house alone with his brother. Claimed that when I would leave them alone, his brother's attitude would change and become very aggressive and mean. I didn't believe this at all. His older brother had always been protective and been very loving towards him. That night, I tucked him in and told him good night. When I went to tuck his older brother in the bottom bunk, he looked scared and said, "Dad, can you check under the bed? Someone is there." "Son, no one is under your bed," I said. He insisted that I check under the bed. I slowly lifted the cover, looking under his bed, and there, under the bed, I saw another him with black eyes, his index finger over his lips, gesturing for me to be quiet. I didn't say anything. I simply kneeled next to the bed and said a prayer
then looked under again, and the figure was gone. I sent my sons back to stay with their mother for the next week while I moved out of that house and into a new apartment. We haven't had any such problems since then. I wanted to keep our agreement and share with you in detail the issues and problems my wife and I have been experiencing over the past 5 years. 5 years ago, I was in a trucking business with a partner whose name I'll keep private for your safety. However, this individual was and still is a major drug dealer here in New Orleans. The picture that comes to mind when we talk about a drug dealer in New Orleans is a black man with his pants hanging down, looking crazy. This man is black, but he's nothing like what you expect. He attended one of the best universities in America, and also was in the U.S. military where he fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. He mingles with some of the most powerful people in the state of Louisiana, and this man can be found on the list of many political donation reports throughout the state. He and I met when I was looking for a partner to help me grow my business. Initially, I was not aware that he was a monster. However, as we got closer, I would notice how he was prone to violence and extremely paranoid. I finally realized that he was a murderer after a contractor was late paying us for one of the jobs we worked on. 2 young black men came to my office who looked like they were straight out of prison, picked up a file with the personal information of the contractor, and 2 days later, he was found 100 miles away inside his car, dead. The car had been burned, and the body had bullet wounds to the head and chest. Naturally, I was not comfortable with this, and met with him to try and buy him out of the company. Well, that conversation ended with an argument in which he promised that he would drive me crazy and force me to commit suicide. A week after that conversation, I lost every city contract I had. When I went to City Hall to ask for a reason, I was stonewalled. Months later, I learned that he had donated to the campaign of a city councilman in exchange for him taking my contracts. Since then, I've been harassed by the police and street thugs. There are many stories I plan to share with you, but I wanted to give you some background information first. 2 weeks ago, my wife and I went to church, as we normally do on Sunday mornings. We parked our car in a lot next to the church, locked the doors, and went inside. It's a Southern Baptist church, so we're inside for almost 2.5 hours. When we came out, our car was moved from the parking lot and parked directly across the street from the front door of the church. This happens all the time now. I had the car computer reprogrammed to change the electronic code for the door locks, but still, they were able to get in. That same night, while we were sleeping, someone was locking and unlocking our car door in the driveway. This type of harassment has gone on for 5 years now. In another incident, my mother, who is 85 years old, was admitted to the hospital for surgery. I passed by her house to check up on things, and when I entered the home, I could smell the gas was on inside the house. I walked into the kitchen and discovered that all 4 of her stove eyes were on, and gas was all over the house. Had I walked in smoking a cigarette, which I normally did, the house would have blown up, killing me. Imagine this, driving down the street and being followed by an ambulance. No sirens on, but just being followed. While simultaneously your cell phone is constantly getting text messages, so many that your phone cannot operate correctly. My son, who was 25 years old, was ran off the road in his new Ford F-150 late one night while leaving the French quarters. He was driving when suddenly a car pulled up next to him. The person in the passenger side pulled the gun. He swerved to get away, ran off the road, and into someone's house. I reached out to some friends of mine who are in the New Orleans Police Department, and they simply said that I have a major problem with one of the ranking officers. People on the force know about what's going on, and many of them are on the take. I have taken your advice and reached out to the contacts that you have provided, but so far I've heard nothing back. If this continues, I will have to relocate my family elsewhere. There's much more I'd like to share with you, but even as I write this message, My wife's car is beeping and making the sound of doors locking, then unlocking. Before I share the story with you, I need to give you some background information. I'm a former Army Ranger with extensive outdoors experience. I fought in several different areas of the world and found myself in some hairy situations. I identify with the outdoors. Up until this encounter, I can honestly say I never had any fear of an animal in the woods. Respect, yes, but fear, no. It was the summer of 2012. I had just finished a long divorce mediation and just wanted to get away from everything. My father wanted to catch a movie that same evening, so I decided to go fishing close to the city. I had a secret fishing spot in New Orleans East that was always good to me. It was a bit out of the way, but I liked this spot. It was peaceful. I left my house at 5 a.m., headed across town, and arrived at the Little Woods exit about 30 minutes later. The area I was going to fish was on the outskirts of Bayou Sauvage Wildlife Refuge. It's an area of protected woodland and marsh that is on the outskirts of the city. To get to my fishing spot, I had to drive on top of the levee that protects the city from storm surge. After a 10-minute drive, I reached a barricade used to deter people from driving any further into the area. When I stepped out of my car, it was 5:45 a.m., and I grabbed my small cooler and placed my High Point 45 handgun into my tackle box along with my car keys. It was a bit foggy as I walked along the levee, and it reminded me of something out of a horror movie, but I thought nothing of it. The sun would be over the horizon soon and would burn the fog away quickly. My fishing spot was a solid 2-mile walk from where I parked. As the sun came out, I got excited. The last visit to this place, I caught a cooler full of fish. Now, a description of this area is needed in order for my story to make sense. The levee is elevated almost 11 feet above the surrounding ground level. When standing on the levee, to the left, at the base of the levee is a train track. Beyond that track is Lake Pontchartrain. To the right of the levee is Bayou Sauvage, a lightly forested wetland area. I finally reached the spot and descended down the levee towards the lake. I sat on my cooler and started to get my line in the water. My fishing line was in the water for about 35 minutes when I got my first bite. As I stood on the rocks with my rod high in the air, I noticed the train was coming down the tracks. I hated being caught trapped between the water and the train, so I quickly reeled the fish in and got him in the cooler. The train was still a ways off when I decided to climb up the levee. As I walked up the levee, I lit my cigar and took a puff. When I reached the top of the levee, I instantly felt an eerie feeling. I scanned the area, but didn't see anything. As I turned to see how far away the train was, I noticed movement at my 2 o'clock. Something was in the water, the bayou. I looked closer, and it was a head sticking out of the water. My initial thought was, what is a black bear doing in the bayou? Then I started noticing things. The head was huge, pointed ears like 2 black triangles on his head, and the snout was long and wide. I watched, thinking, man, this is a big bear, until I saw a shoulder come out of the water, and then came a long arm with claws. I verbally said, holy shit. My body was frozen, and my mind was telling me, bear. It looked at me. Its eyes reflected a yellowish color from the shade of the trees. At that point, my mind and body agreed it was time to get the hell out of here. I watched as it changed directions coming towards me through the water. Its head and shoulders began to elevate out of the water, and I heard a growl. This growl was nothing like I ever heard or felt before. I felt the vibration in my bones. As a ranger, I know what fear is, and this was not regular fear. This was primal fear. I turned and ran down the levee towards the train tracks, jumping across the train tracks, totally unconcerned about the fact that the train was bearing down on me. I needed to put something between me and this thing. I went straight to my tackle box and grabbed my weapon, put my back to the lake, and looked up the levee. As I chambered around, the train horn began to blare loudly. The conductor was looking in my direction, his eyes as big as his head. As he passed me, he pointed to the left, which was the other side of the levee. Instinctively, I began to run alongside the train. I felt my adrenaline kick in as I ran at a steady pace along the side of the train. The horn blew again, this time for 10 to 15 seconds. What was he telling me? I decided that trying to jump this cargo train was too dangerous in this situation. If I fell, I would be injured with this thing on my ass. I ran for what seemed like 12 to 15 minutes full speed, and I felt as if I would make it out of this situation. Then I patted my pants leg looking for my keys. Fuck! I left the keys in the tackle box. I truly had no way of knowing how far I had ran, as the train obscured my view of the top of the levee. I could not see my car, nor could I see anything else. I looked back, and there were only 30 cars left before the train passed me, and I was alone. Although there was no other person there, the train made me feel safe. Only 20 cars left. I need to stop and catch my breath. 10 cars. I'm thinking about my dad and how we were supposed to go to the movies. I should have been nicer to him yesterday. 1 car left. I leveled my weapon and started up the levee. As I got to the top, nothing. But I still had that eerie feeling. I glanced to my right, and my car was about 50 yards away. So I ran full speed to my car. As I approached the side of my car, I slid to the ground trying to stop. I can't explain the feeling, but my body knew I was in danger. When I made it to my feet and looked back, there it was, standing at the edge of the tree line, nose in the air, sniffing. This thing was huge, so huge that I could see it clearly from 200 yards away. I could see the left profile of it. Its arms were long, with what looked like hands or claws. The chest was huge and tapered down to a small waist. It looked fast and strong. It sniffed in my direction and rolled its lips back, showing its teeth. At this point, I used my weapon to break my driver's door window and hopped in the car, pulling my spare key out of the glove box. When I looked up, it was on all 4 legs or arms and moving towards me. I cranked the car and threw it in reverse. I had to focus and drive backwards down the elevated roadway and turned hard, spinning my car, and drove out. As I drove out, I could see it standing there at the base of the levee watching me. I then drove to the nearest gas station and had a meltdown. I was so full of emotion that I cried and laughed at the same time. I realized I just saw a monster. Until this day, I have never shared this with anyone. There are houses within 5 miles of that location. I wonder if the people know what lives in their backyards.
Up next, coming to the stage, is Mindy. Mindy live on stage. Put your hands together for Mindy.
This story is how I was stalked and almost killed when I was 19 years old, working at a high-end strip club in West Virginia. Yes, there are high-end strip clubs in West Virginia. Anyway, I was extremely wild back in those days and partied a lot. I had a pretty bad drug problem, mostly opiates, but I'd take pretty much anything. My work schedule was normally Wednesday through Saturday nights, Sometimes if I needed some extra cash, I'd pick up a day shift, but that wasn't often because men that came during the day were just flat out broke. I had a ton of regulars and a pretty popular name at this point, so my club started to have me do private parties outside of the club where I'd choose a bouncer to go with me, and I danced for whoever paid the most. I loved this because it was triple the money for half of the work. Like I said before, I had a lot of regulars who came in on certain days, tipped me very well, and brought me a lot of gifts. No big deal. There were actually a few I liked a lot, but some of them were a little creepy and would try to take things too far. I was a dancer and not a hooker, and I sure as hell wasn't looking for a husband in there. Anyway, as creepy as some of these guys were, none of them came close to a man I'm about to tell you about. He was an absolute psycho. We're going to call him Steve. Steve was a middle-aged married man who was very handsome. He owned a few coal mines in the area, which is a huge deal for here. He had sold them before the coal business fell off and made a lot of money, enough to live a few lifetimes on. Steve started out by coming in on weekends to see me. He would pay for a few private dances, hand me an extra $100, and then leave. He never talked to other girls, never drank, or visited the drug dealers in the back of the club. He would just get his dances and leave. He eventually started coming in more often, sitting in the back and just watching me the entire time. He started wanting to talk during his dances and would pay me very well just to tell him about myself and listen to him. So I did it. It was easy money. Nice to get off my feet for a little while. After a few weeks of this, he was coming in every night and stayed from the moment I got there till I was done for the night. He also started to bring me a lot of gifts, sexy outfits which he wanted me to wear on stage, flowers, teddy bears, drugs, money, and tons of cards. The cards started off really sweet, telling me I was beautiful and all the BS men want to say when they want to get in your pants. Then they started getting weird. He started telling me how he thought about me 24 hours a day and how I was the only one who understood him. He actually said if I would marry him that he would cut his kids out of his will and leave his entire estate to me. Yeah, I know, creepy as fuck. One day I got a call from my boss. A guy called and requested me for a private party, and that I needed to wear a white evening gown and my hair down and curled with black lace panties with a matching bra. I laughed and said, damn, this guy's real specific, ain't he? He said, yeah, but they're paying a lot of money, so please do it. I didn't think much of it. Guys would request schoolgirl outfits, leather stuff like that. Maybe this guy just had a little more class than the others. I called the bouncer that I always take with me and let him know what time I will be ready for him to pick me up. We always went to these parties together so that he knew I was safe the entire time I was there. I put on the outfit the guy requested and we showed up right on time. It was a huge house in the middle of nowhere, but there were only 2 cars in the driveway, which wasn't what I expected to see at a private party. I got out with my bouncer behind me and rang the doorbell. Steve answers the door with a huge smile on his face until he saw the man standing right behind me. He gave the bouncer that I hate you kind of look, but then smiled again at me and asked me to come in. I asked him if he was throwing a party, and he said no, it's just us. I figured you could use a relaxing night off stage. I said, oh yeah, okay, that's nice. Well, thank you. Trying not to sound weirded out, even though I was. We went into his living room where he had candles, rose petals, champagne, and even dinner waiting. I told him he didn't have to do this. That isn't really what the private parties were. He said, well, your boss seemed to be really happy with the amount I paid to spend the evening with you. I didn't say anything else after this because I really didn't want him to call my club and ask my boss for the money back. I knew he'd end up sticking me on a day shift for a few weeks, which meant no money, which ultimately meant no drugs. I sat down with him and ate as quickly as I could, as he kept trying to get my bouncer to drink. Thank God he was on guard as I was and wouldn't drink anything. The night went really smoothly with no issues at all, till the very end when he gave me a little jewelry box. I opened it, and inside there was the biggest diamond I had ever seen. It was absolutely huge. I looked up at him, and he was down on one knee. He was asking me to marry him. And a man walked out of another room. Steve looked up at me and said, "It's why I wanted you to wear a white dress here so I could marry you tonight. This guy here is a priest, and he could marry us right now." I must have looked horrified because he just started crying and saying, "I can take care of you. I would never try to change you." I got up from the table and told him, "Steve, this is so sweet, but I can't get married right now. I'm way too young for that." And every other excuse that I could think of to get the hell out of there. I then gave him his ring back, got my money, and got the hell out of there. Now, a normal person would have put him on the list to not come back into the club at this point. But I was far from a normal place in my life at this time, and really needed the money and the drugs he was giving me. I think when you have a problem as bad as mine, you don't have a normal fear response anymore. He didn't come back in the strip club for almost a week, and I had pretty much forgotten about that night when he finally came in again on a Saturday night with the huge bouquet of purple roses and a card. He left the stuff at the bar for me and then left. The bartender brought it over to me and I opened the card. It was one of those cards for your wife saying that you're sorry, which was weird as fuck. But on the inside was a picture of his family with a picture of me where his wife was. The strange thing is that it wasn't a picture of me with all my makeup on and extensions in. It was a normal picture of me in my town, about 2 hours away from the club, in my everyday attire, sweatpants, tennis shoes, and no makeup. I had no idea how he could have gotten this picture. I also noticed he used my real name on a card, not my stage name. No one in the entire club knew my real name. Most of them thought my stage name was my real name. At this point, I'm freaked out. I actually left work early that night, went home, did a lot of dope, and then went to bed. I woke up about 2 a.m. to a knock on my window. I would guess as much dope as I had done earlier, it had taken a very loud noise to bring my ass back to reality. But hearing that made me sober up real fast. I knew automatically that this was Steve. I grabbed my cell phone and called the bouncer from the club that I always had with me. We lived in the same town, and I knew he would protect me. Now I'm sure you're saying, "Dumb bitch, just call the police." But for me, that wasn't really an option. My house was full of drug paraphernalia, and quite a bit of drugs. And when you're a drug addict, the cops are who you run from, not who you call. Anyway, I called the bouncer. He said him and his brother would be right there. I took my phone and got into the coat closet beside the front door and curled up into a tiny ball in the very back among the shit that I had thrown on the floor. I could still hear Steve banging on the window, yelling for me by my real name, saying he needed me and all kinds of creepy shit. Then I heard 2 car doors slam and a man yelling something very aggressively. I didn't move out of the closet. About 5 minutes later, I heard the bouncer banging on my door, yelling my name and telling me it was okay. I opened the closet and then opened the front door and collapsed in his arms crying hysterically. He picked me up and carried me to the sofa. His brother followed him with a gun and a knife. When I finally calmed down, I asked, "If y'all had a gun, why did you bring a knife?" They looked at each other and said, "We didn't." The knife was what we took from him after we beat the fuck out of him. They never told me anything else about it, and I really didn't ask anything more after I found out he had a knife. I never saw him again, and after that, I was scared of men for a long time. I guess I still am. I'm 30 years old now, married and drug free. I'm no longer a dancer, and I have a baby boy that is my whole world. I still have nightmares about Steve, that he's trying to get to me. I don't know what happened to him, but I hope he learned his lesson. It will never mess with another girl again. Order. First of all, I would like to thank you all for helping me push through the 1,000 subscriber mark, beyond the 1,500 subscriber mark to the 2,000 subscriber mark in just 7 days. I am so grateful and thankful that you guys have done this. And again, I want to thank you. Sorry about that. That was my car keys falling. We're not going to edit that out. And I hope you guys really enjoyed these stories. I wanted to give you a much longer set of stories to kind of serve as a thank you gift. It was supposed to be 20, but frankly, with all the energy I put into these 10 just to try and make them come to life, getting to 20 wouldn't have happened for another 3 days. So I wanted to get this out to you guys now. So I'll do another 10 more for you guys soon. Up next on the channel, I was able to get Ed, the other lineman from Taylor, Mississippi, to talk with me. And Ed shared something with me that was just absolutely amazing about his family's battle with these actual dogmen from the time he was 12 years old to the time he was 14 years old. Now, I'm going to tell you ahead of time, guys, the agreement with Ed, I had to put it in writing. The name is not going to be the correct it's not going to be the correct last name. The location I cannot disclose. I actually had to sign an agreement with him in order to get this information, because he does not want anybody going to his old family property. He is deadly serious about these creatures. And when you hear the upcoming story, it will be called Siege on Lockett Ranch. Dogman Siege on Lockett Ranch, 1948. You will understand why he is so cautious about this, because this blew my freaking mind. That's coming up down the pipeline. Also, guys, I'm opening the doors. So if you notice, I get a variety of stories that come in, some from a male's perspective, some from a female's perspective. Some people's voices and accents need to be different to bring things to life. So I'm looking for some people to help me read some stories. I already had one person that volunteered, and she will be taking up on her offer starting next week. So I consider Dark Waters to be a family where we entertain each other. And I'm going to open the doors up for some people to do some reading. It'll be some small things at first, just to try some guys out, see what your voice sounds like. Can't sound like Donald Duck, because then everybody's going to talk trash, but you know, just something to get you guys more involved. The next Inside Baseball or Inside the Dark Waters is coming out soon, so make sure you put your questions out that you want to know. Anything about these stories that came up that you want to know, go ahead and post your questions. And anything about any previous story that you want to know, go ahead and post your question. In this next Inside Dark Waters and Inside Baseball, whichever one you want to call it, that we touch on, I'm going to give you guys answer some questions from the last one that came out, and then also I'm going to give you guys an update on something that's going on that's very troubling, and we'll just dive into a lot of the stuff that's going on with this channel, and some of the things that I'm experiencing for taking some of these stories on this channel. So I just want to again tell you guys thank you. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, please do. This is only going to get better and better and better. Thank you, guys. the Brazilian body snatcher. We set up camp for the night about 5 miles from Alessandro's location, and that's when Ben and Kid left walking into the darkness to go scout his location. Now, the two of them didn't return until the next morning, but when they did, it was nothing but bad news. Alessandro was there, but there were over 25 child soldiers in that village. They watched him all night long. The only thing they noticed was that early in the morning, about 4 o'clock, Alessandro opened his back door for these 2 young boys. They had to be no more than 12 years old. Ben told us that they were going again tonight to take a closer look, but this time he was taking scissors with them. And that's when Roger insisted that he needed to go. And after a few minutes of arguing, Ben said, "If you want to get shot in the ass or killed, it's on you. We can handle ourselves. I'm not sure if you can handle this, Roger." That's when Roger gave him this steely-eyed, evil look, saying, "You would be surprised at how well I can handle myself. Don't worry about me. I'm going with you." This time, Roger, Ben, Scissors, and Karate Kid left in the Jeep. It had to be about 3:30 in the morning when Chef and I started to hear gunfire in the distance. And as I sat there, I couldn't help but wonder if my childhood friend Roger would return alive. But little did I know, Roger was not the one to be trifled with. You see, they waited outside of the village until the child soldiers were asleep. Karate Kid and Roger snuck up on their barracks, locking the door from the outside with 2 metal bars, then poured gasoline around the building. Meanwhile, Ben and Scissors took a chance, and they waited outside of the back door of Alessandro's building for him to open the door up for his late-night extracurricular activities. Their hunch was right. When those 2 boys arrived, Alessandro opened the door. That's when Ben shot him in the shoulder. Alessandro, falling backwards, began to fire through the open doorway, hitting one of the boys and killing him instantly. That's when Scissors circled around to the front side of the building, kicked in the front door, and went to work on the rest of the soldiers inside. Simultaneously, Roger and Karate Kid set the barracks on fire, waiting for anyone to escape. Within 15 minutes, the 4 of them killed everybody in that village, except for Alessandro, who immediately recognized Ben, saying, "You do realize I'm going to kill you, right? And if I don't kill you, Sorkin will." Scissors grabbed Alessandro by the neck, drug him into a room, stripped him down, and strapped him to a chair. Now, nobody filled me in on exactly what Scissors did to get Alessandro to talk, but I'll tell you this, I heard him screaming miles away. The 4 of them returned a little bit after sunrise, and on our ride back to the plane, I remember Ben saying to Roger, "You know what, Raj? I thought you were just some rich fucker with an axe to grind. But something is seriously wrong with you, my friend. Have you ever done anything like that before?" "No," said Roger. "Then I tell you what," said Ben. "You don't have a conscience, because most ordinary men can't do what you did. And you did it without thinking twice." Later, I learned that Roger himself put the bullet inside of Alessandro's head, killing him. We had obtained the location of the Lion of Judah. We knew what time it was going down. All we needed to do was get prepared to go. The blue moon was 3 weeks away, so we headed back to Venezuela to hole up there. We were going to need more men, and Roger and I knew exactly where to find a few crazy motherfuckers that would help us. Dark Waters family, we have an absolutely amazing horror narrator, Mr. Extremes. His content will be streaming live here 24 hours, along with all the other content here at IamDogwaters.com. Make sure you go on over to his YouTube page and check him out, Mr. X Dreams. You won't be disappointed. The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day is flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
America is home to a centuries-old legend. A hominid creature known by many names: Sasquatch, Yeti, the Woodsman, and the most popular name of all, Bigfoot. Tonight on the Dark Waters channel, we travel into the world of Bigfoot and attempt to pull off a historic collaboration where Bigfoot truth seekers combine forces to share stories and encounters from around the world. Tonight we proudly present the Bigfoot Bonanza.
Six years ago, my best friend and I decided we wanted to produce a documentary film about Bigfoot in Kentucky. Dash and I had been considering this for a while. So when we finally decided to venture out into the woods, we agreed on one thing: to go well armed. Our mission was simple: to film some footage in the woods of Kentucky, seeking out Bigfoot. Finding this creature was truly not necessary, nor was it an integral part of the process. We had already lined up several local eyewitnesses, a professor in the study of cryptozoology, and a few authors to give their expert opinions on the subject. This trip was simply to get some good overnight footage of us camping in the woods, also to capture us overreacting to the sounds of the night. Our first witness we met was a 65-year-old single female who, while driving home one night, witnessed the creature crossing the road and almost hitting her car. She claimed that the creature was 8 feet tall and was able to cross the 26-foot wide roadway in 3 quick steps. Not very far from where she had her encounter, a gentleman was exiting the back door to his property, and he saw a similar creature, 8 to 9 feet tall, 600 pounds, jet black hair, and bulging muscles walking across the back of his property. This creature looked in his direction, grunted, then disappeared into the wood line. We asked to be granted access to his property. That way we can camp where we knew there was activity. There was a hollow towards the back end of his property where he said he would hear the sounds of screams at night. In my mind, this was the perfect place for us to set up camp. Now, DW, I can't stress enough that this project was not very sophisticated. We had no thermal cameras, no trail cameras, not even a voice recorder. We only went armed with 2 rifles, 2 cameras, and a tripod. As night fell, we set up camp. and started a fire. We arranged our tents side by side, with one camera on a tripod opposite from us facing the tents, and the other handheld camera with us to document our conversations. Sitting by the light of the fire, we discussed the possibilities of this small documentary earning us a hefty sum of money on YouTube. We discussed our marital problems, our children. It was just two friends hanging out in the woods talking. As the night progressed, there were a few sounds that startled us, but nothing happened that gave us any sign of the presence of Bigfoot. At least not until we separated and headed into our tents to bed down for the night. Laying there in my tent, the sounds of the woods went silent, almost as if someone had pressed the mute button on a movie. I never knew how intense silence could be until that night. Then from all directions, I could hear heavy footfalls moving in fast, not at a running pace, but almost as if someone was walking briskly towards us in the woods. I whispered to Dash, "Did you hear that?" And he replied yes, accompanied with this shaky, jittery tone in his voice. But not only let me know that he heard the same thing I heard, but he was scared to death. The sounds coming from the north, which was behind our tents, east and west, simultaneously stopped. However, the footfalls coming from the south continued, only slower. I yelled out, "Hey, whoever's out there, identify yourself. We're armed, and I'm going to come out shooting." With those words, all movement stopped. As I grabbed my rifle and positioned myself on my knees to exit the tent, we both heard a long, heavy, breathy groan. Unzipping my tent, immediately I saw a set of eyes the size of golf balls in the tree line just beyond the position of our camera. Then they blinked and motioned left to right, as if they were looking at something in the immediate area. Scared, I fired my rifle straight up through my tent and yelled, "Get the hell out of here." That's when there was this humongous roar that came from right behind our tents. The noise was deafening. I could feel the vibrations through my body as my muscles started to tense and my body shivered. Then, even faster than these creatures moved in, they retreated, moving in the same directions they came. The sounds of tree limbs breaking and tree branches snapping was coming from all directions. And then, there was nothing but this awkward silence. 10 minutes later, the sounds of the woods came back on again. We packed up our shit and left headed back towards the landowner's house. When we arrived, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and he was sitting on his back porch drinking coffee. He said, "I figured you boys would be headed back up this way after all that noise I heard down there. Did you find what you were looking for?" After that night, we completely abandoned the idea of doing a Bigfoot documentary. Things had gotten entirely too real for us. And what we experienced, I wish upon no human being. DW. Our mutual friend gave me approval to share these Bigfoot encounters with you. He says that not only do you do a good job, but you can be trusted to keep everything on the side of entertainment. Our encounter with 2 male sasquatches happened on an extraction mission. 2 pilots had crashed in South America, and it was our job to recover both. We were dropped at the landing zone via helicopter and entered the woods immediately. Terrain-wise, it was light forest and provided good lines of sight. During our briefing, we were told that there would be hostile activity in the area, so our 6-man team moved quietly as possible. The first 2 clicks were quick, and we made good time. However, soon our point man gave us the hand signal to hold in place. Now looking back on it, the woods had gone completely silent, which is a sign that there's some form of contact in the area. But at the moment, I wasn't sure, and neither was anyone else on the team. Seconds later, he gave the signal for us to proceed forward. And as we moved, we began to hear this knocking sound. The sounds were coming from both east and west of our location. However, there was nothing in our line of sight. Now, when you're in a situation like this, you fall back on your training. So we prepared to engage an enemy coming at us from both sides. We held our positions for over 10 minutes, but saw and heard nothing else. So again, we moved forward. The next 3 clicks were the exact same way. As we moved through this area, it was completely silent. And then the knocking started escalating.
These sounds were coming from all directions at this point in time. North, south, east, and west. This whole thing was confusing. Enemies don't give away their location under any circumstances. Either they retreat or they attack. So by now we would have seen some sign of an enemy combatant. We moved from hand signals to verbal communication because clearly someone or something knew we were in the area. And when we finally made it to the crash site, our first objective was to retrieve any sensitive data. So we set a perimeter and began to search the area. To the north of the crash site, the woods were far more dense and dark. And as I stood there, I couldn't help but feeling like someone was over there looking back at me. Several of the other members in my team also verbalized this feeling of something being off and that we needed to get moving. By the time we moved to phase 2 of our search, which was seeking out signs of survivors, we all had already noticed what looked like drag marks where bodies had been pulled from the wreckage. These marks went on 15 feet and then stopped and were flanked by large footprints. These prints tracked north into the more dense wooded area. Not sure what could lead these tracks, our commanding officer decided we should proceed with extreme caution, and his instincts would turn out to be totally correct. The events that happened next were not only terrifying, but made me a believer in Sasquatch. Entering into this wood line was like entering into another world. The terrain began to slope downward, leading into this massive valley. After an hour, we found ourselves at the base of this valley. The sunlight struggled to break through the trees, creating these shadows and giving this area this 100% creep factor. I remember thinking to myself, very few humans have ever set foot in a place like this. It just felt like somewhere we were not supposed to be. By now, we had no more tracks to follow. We had gone way beyond the crash zone, and if there was a survivor, he wouldn't have moved into this type of territory. Coming to the conclusion that we were not about to find these two pilots, the CO signaled for us to head back uphill. And as we moved upwards, our point shouted, "Contact left." Up ahead on our left, I saw something I thought was not possible. Jumping down from a perched position within the top of 2 trees was this huge, massive thing. When it hit the ground, it let out this roar like nothing I've ever heard, and began pushing trees over in our direction. This creature was huge, 10 feet tall, and covered with hair. I believe we all were in complete shock when we first saw it, because number one, nobody opened fire, and number two, everybody's eyes were wide open. Then a second one let out a roar from behind us, and that's when his shit hit the fan. Engage! I took up position with the 3 other team members and engaged the creature uphill. This thing was fast. I mean, very fast. And it moved quick on 2 legs. The 2 team members close to the base of the hill engaged the second creature while dodging a tree that had pushed down on him. Then it retreated off to the east, and for a second, things went quiet. So we began a tactical retreat, leapfrogging uphill, back towards the wreckage site. As we moved up this hill, we could hear what sounded like thunder coming from the valley below. It sounded like 100 of these things were rushing through the valley at us all at the same time. It took every bit of my mental strength not to freak the fuck out. When we arrived at the top of the hill, my CEO called for an extraction 2 clicks to the southwest. And when we finally reached a designated landing zone, I asked him, "What in the hell was that?" And he said, "Son, those are the things of nightmares."
Everything gonna be all right this morning. Oh, yeah.
Dog Waters, after talking to you, I realize why your channel is so good. It's amazing how you have the ability to make someone feel like they've known you all of their lives with one conversation. Well, as I told you over the phone, before I moved north, I lived in a small town that was extremely poor. In fact, it used to be a mining town. That was before
Old Bubba Clinton signed the NAFTA trade deal, shipping jobs and production overseas. The entire area was decimated and jobless. Things got so bad that people began to rip up the old railroad tracks and sell the metal for scrap in order to put food on the table. Well, one of the advantages of people selling off the tracks was that it created these gravel roadways deep into the woods. Many of these roadways led deep into areas where I don't think any human beings had been since the lines were constructed. It was on one of these roadways where I had my encounter with something. I'm not sure if it was Bigfoot or Dogman, but it was the most frightening thing I've ever experienced. I was bored and decided to venture out and spend the night in the woods. So I phoned a friend and had him drive me down one of these old railroad lines, dropping me off near an abandoned railroad tunnel. I figured this was a good place to set up camp for the night, and if there was any rain, I could just head inside the tunnel and seek shelter. The day went pretty fast, and there were very few people in this area. I was out about 10 miles deep into the woods. The railroad tunnel was at the base of a steep hill. Standing on the abandoned tracks, to the left was a deep drop-off that went down about 13 feet. Then a sheer rock wall that rose up about 25 feet. To the right, where I made camp, was all woods, with a small access road that led up the side of the steep hill. This road went over the hill, then forked into two other roads. One road led to a house that was about a mile away and set in the middle of a pasture. The other road curved and went further into the woods. As the day passed, I searched around for firewood. You see, the majority of the trees in the area were full of sap, making them unsuitable for burning or fire. So I was left with taking the small weeds and brush that grew along the side of the tracks that had the drop-off. As night began to fall, I had gathered more than enough fire material, so I started trying to set a fire. 20 minutes passed. Still, I had no fire going. Just tons of smoke filling my lungs and choking me. And there's one thing I know how to do, is burn shit up. And this was not going my way. So I grabbed some of the sap-filled wood and lit it with my lighter. Then tossed the dry brush on top of it and took a few steps back. Finally, I had a fire, but it popped and crackled like crazy. Thinking to myself, this was the best you're gonna get. I sat on my cooler and reached for a bottle of whiskey. Just as I motioned to open the bottle, I heard a tree limb break. It came from uphill on the left side of the railroad tracks. It was followed by another and another. Soon, I could hear footsteps and limbs breaking coming down that hill. It sounded like 10 to 12 very large people walking in the woods above me. Thinking it was bears, I emptied my cooler, throwing my hot dogs, marshmallows, buns, everything I could as far up that side of the hill as possible. I didn't want to give these bears any reason to move in on me. Better they eat the crap up there than here by me. Then all the movement went silent. But across the tracks, I could hear something pacing and breathing. It was on a ledge about 20 feet above me. This didn't sound like no bear. Bears don't walk like humans. At this point, I'm starting to freak out. I felt like I was being watched from all angles. Then it happened. The sound of tree limbs breaking directly behind me in the woods, and further down the tracks where I came into the area. Okay, I'm thinking to myself, I'm surrounded by something, and this shit is not good. All I could think to do was to head into this abandoned tunnel to get away. To make things worse, all I had was a 3-inch butterfly knife to defend myself. Now out of options, I moved into the tunnel on with that knife and my big lighter. Imagine this. Turn off all the lights in your house. Then cover all the windows and doors with blankets so there's not a drop of light entering at all. Multiply that darkness by 2, and you can get an idea of how dark it was inside of this tunnel. Now keep in mind, I'm walking on gravel, so every footstep echoes, causing me to pause in fear that something is ahead of me or right behind me. This situation was terrifying. Walking with my hand along the side of the walls, there were these gaps every 10 to 15 feet. I guess they were put there to allow someone space to slide into as a train passed through the tunnel. Each time I passed these, I had that feeling that something was right there waiting to grab me. Halfway down the tunnel, The lighter started to overheat and begin to burn my finger, forcing me to move the rest of the way down the tunnel in complete darkness. DW. Listen, my nerves were shot, and I ain't never been this scared in my life. Walking through that tunnel, all I could hear was my footsteps sliding and grinding into the gravel. Yet and still, I had this feeling that something was there, right behind me, ready to grab me. I could hear the sound of the crickets as I approached the other end of the tunnel. And just as I started to relax, thinking I was safe, gravel rocks flew up from behind me, hitting me in the back of the legs, as if someone had just kicked them. Man, I had enough. I took off running towards the sounds at the end of the tunnel. When I exited, I took a sharp right, slightly uphill, and got on the access road, then sprinted full speed to the front gate of that house I had saw earlier that day. Scared, but keeping my wits about myself, I figured running onto a person's property at night was not the best idea. They might shoot first and ask questions later. So I moved just to the left of the gate, following the fence line and positioning myself in a good spot where I could make a beeline for the front door of the house. Then I sat there at the base of a tree. For the next 6 hours, I sat there scared out of my mind. And as the sun came up, I heard the most god-awful scream, accompanied by what sounded like a full-grown tree breaking in half. Whatever that thing was that was following me last night must have been seriously pissed. With the sun now up, I headed back towards the tunnel. That's when I saw a tree branch about the size of my thigh. You know how in karate class they give you those fake-ass boards to break in half? And when you chop it, there's a clean break with no shredded edges? That is what this tree limb looked like. Something had just Mr. Miyagi the fuck out of this tree limb. Looking up the hill, on both sides were various smaller broken tree limbs and trees pushed over. I don't know for sure what it was, if it was Bigfoot, a Dogman, because I never saw it. But based on everything that I know, that had to be Bigfoot. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Dark Waters, checking in with you guys with some inside baseball. First of all, let's talk about some of the things going on. I have to say to you guys, I want to thank you very much for all your participation, your support, and how you have continued to support me. As you guys notice, I've been away for about 2 weeks, maybe going on 3 weeks. And that's because I've been putting some pieces of a puzzle in place that need to be there. The last time we spoke, I talked about some of the attacks that were going on and how I was going to handle them. Well, I didn't tell you guys everything, but I just told you some of the things in the ways I was going to handle it. To be totally honest with you guys, over the past 2 weeks, what I've done is I kind of sat down and evaluated what I was doing with the Dark Waters channel. From one standpoint, I'm a person that sets goals and sets marks as to what they want to do, and I set some goals and I hit the goals, and then I went beyond those goals, or I went beyond my mark. And when you go beyond your mark, you have to go through another planning phase, because you plan to get to a certain point, like you plan to run a 5-mile marathon, but you run past the finish line and you run 10 miles. Well, you only brought enough water to get you 5 miles. So now you're running a 10-mile marathon, but you don't have the resources you need in order to get you where you need to go and to be successful. So I had to take a break, pull back, reorganize, restructure to prepare myself for this next phase, and also to prepare some defenses and some great offense, which I'm excited about that, to move forward. So with that being said, I want to thank you guys for your patience, your love, and your understanding. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. You guys, you just don't know how much you mean to me. And those of you who check in, who call, and who are like, hey, Dark Waters, we haven't heard from you in a while. We're making sure you're still alive, blah, blah. Don't ever take anything
I say or my silence to be like any form of rejection. I really appreciate it when you guys check in on me and want to know what's going on. That's why I call it the Dog Waters family. It's not like the Dog Waters channel. It's not like, ooh, this is all about me. This is about us. And those of you who've spoken to me, you know that this is not just about me. You know, and I've spoken to enough people at this point in time, and you know and you realize that this is not about me. With that being said, oh man, there's so much going on. I don't know where to start, but let's talk about what Inside Baseball is going to be moving forward. So you guys want more content, and I agree. I think I should give you guys a hell of a lot more content because I'm accumulating so much more content, and then I'm putting together these offensive strategies that will give us a lot more content. So from now on, it's going to be very important that you listen to Inside Baseball because I'm going to talk for a little while, and then I'm going to start telling stories kind of live like I do on the radio. That's going to start now in a few seconds, but you know, there's two ways that I do the stories. One way is I actually sit down and hold the conversations with people, take all the key points, graft those key points into a story, then I record the story and add the sounds. The other way that I do storytelling is similar to what I did on Coast to Coast, what I do on Darkness Radio, Lon Strickland, Paranormal Reality, those various interviews where I just sit there and tell a story in its truest, rawest form from an entertainment standpoint, which there's not very many YouTube horror narrators who have the ability to do that. With that being said, there's been a little speculation as to, the comparisons made between me and the subscribers, the narrators who have millions of subscribers, and because they have millions of subscribers, that makes them a better narrator than me, and back and forth. And my thing is, hey, if you can't go live with it, then you can't go live with it. If you can't do it unedited, unscripted, and just go sit there and do it, then you're not you're a narrator. I'm a step beyond that. I narrate and I tell the story. So I will from now on be dropping in stories that I have that, to be honest with you, I just don't have the time to completely formulate like the ones you just heard. But it'll be the story told by me, and I will formulate music and sound to it, but it may have some errors. It's just me talking and me telling you the stories. I think that will give you guys another 2 or 3 stories per episode. And also what it will do is it'll allow me to kind of freestyle and drop some stuff that's not so scripted and not so rigid, because I know the stuff sounds good, but it still is rigid because it takes a lot of energy to do it. I'm not going to stop doing it, but it just allows me to get you guys some more content. And I believe that I have the ability to do both in a great manner. With that being said, one of the stories that there's a lot going on with Bigfoot Bonanza. I know it went quiet, but what I started doing was I started getting these reports in, and then I had to build these relationships with people. One of the guys is so interesting. At first I thought he was BSing me, and he said that he's a cryptid hunter, right? And I was like, well, what do you mean by a cryptid hunter? He's like, well, I travel the world and I research and find cryptids and try and catch them. And I'm like, whatever, He's like, I'm independently wealthy. This is what I do. I inherited a lot of money. I like your show, and I want to share some of my stories with you. This guy's crap, and I'm not calling it crap like he's lying, but this guy's stuff is off the chain. When I say it's off the chain, oh my God, this is off the chain. That's going to be in the next episode of Bigfoot Bonanza, because I want to recreate that the right way, because it's off the chain. Ruby, Alaska, the Mezakine River, whichever it is. It's a river that goes up from off of Ruby, Alaska. The Bigfoot territory there. You go upriver, get off the boat, and go off into the woods. At the base of the mountains is Bigfoot territory. It's insane, the stuff that he's told me. The stuff about being in Russia, insane. The stuff about Africa and the lion men with heads of lions, insane, like insane stuff. And I have very few ways of verifying everything, because I've been trying to go about verifying it. But this guy just doesn't strike me as a liar. So I'm going to take it easy, take it slow, have multiple conversations with him, and try and pull out as much truth as I can, and try and catch him in any lies. But he just doesn't strike me as the type of person that lies. He has no reason to.
I verified that he definitely is independently wealthy, and why would a rich guy who rides around on his own jet and does crazy stuff have a reason to lie? It just makes no sense. So, with that being said, there is a couple of stories that I want to share with you guys. One of them came from New Orleans, well, outside of New Orleans. What's the name of this? It's the little town. We'll put it like this. It's southeast of New Orleans. Basically, there's St. Bernard Parish. Well, St. Bernard Parish is on the outskirts of New Orleans. You take the roads down through the bayous leaving out of St. Bernard Parish, and this is where this takes place. The gentleman who relayed this story to me related to me in person, face to face, and the conversation that he and I had really started talking about his life, what was going on with him. He dreamed of being a riverboat pilot, and for those of you guys who don't know what a riverboat pilot is, on the Mississippi River, there are a number of barges and ships that come in and out, and then there's these little boats that barge boats that grab these ships and push them into port. Well, he wanted to do that for a living. It pays between $200,000 and $400,000. You wouldn't be amazed at how much money these guys make just to simply move boats from point A to point B, which is not like I'm saying it's an easy thing to do because you got the current of the river and all the other crap that goes on. But this gentleman really wanted to be a riverboat pilot. What people don't know is that the riverboat pilot industry, as well as the Port of New Orleans, is controlled by some very, very powerful special interests. Some of those special interests are not so good. You can read in between the lines when I say some of those special interests are not so good. Some of those special interests are just regular businessmen. Some of them are other type of businessmen. Unfortunately, he couldn't get that job. So he's going through this rough time, and he's explained to me, the self-doubt that he's having and these fears that he's experienced in his life at this point in time. And so he decides to just go out and sit on the levee and look at the Mississippi River, which I don't know if you guys have never went out and looked at the mighty Mississippi River, then man, you just have no clue how beautiful and amazing it is and how powerful that river is. So I know exactly what he's talking about because I've done it in my times of need, in my times of sorrow. And so he's sitting there on the Mississippi, on the levee of the Mississippi River looking down, and he the sounds of the water rushing and just life just passing by him, it puts him in a bit of a trance. And I'm pretty sure we've all had lock eyes, what I call it, where you start to get this tunnel vision, your mind is just kind of racing and you're in a whole nother world. You black out, you're not really paying attention to what's going on around you. You zone out. And so he's sitting there, he's zoned out. It's in the evening time, the sun is going down, and he's just relaxed. All his troubles and cares are melting away, and he's just in the moment. He's in the moment, focusing on what he's doing right now, which was just sitting there and just looking, and no longer worrying about how he's going to pay his light bill, how he's going to pay for his car that's up for repossession. He's just in the moment. And while he's sitting there, he gets overcome with this insane, intense feeling of fear, like something is watching him. And it breaks him out of this kind of peaceful state that he's in, and his eyes dart left and right, and he's looking for what's going on. And to the right of him, down the levee, about 100 yards away, next to a tree, he sees this creature hunched over. It's hairy, it's black, and its head is cocked to the side, and it has his hair kind of covering his face, but he can kind of see a facial features and eyes, and it's just looking at him. And the strange thing about when he was telling me the story was he kind of got up and did what the creature was doing, and it's squatted down like we would squat down to pick something up. I was going to say to take a poop, but squat down like we would squat down to pick something up, but it's kind of moving left to right, and it's just looking at him. Now, it's far enough away to where he can't really see all the eyes and the details of everything, but he knows it's out of place and it's weird. And he's sitting there on his butt, and I don't know if you ever sat on a levee, but it's like you're sitting on a big hill, right? But you're on the downside of the hill. And his instincts tell him he needs to run. And so he hops up and turns his body to the right to turn around and run. And as he's motioning to get up and run, this creature takes off, moving forward, kind of pouncing forward, his knuckles hitting the ground, bouncing up, and starts running towards him. And he sees this fluid motion of this creature move so fluid that it freaks him out. and he turns right, shoots over the levee, down the levee, going to his car. I'm talking about hauling tail, getting to his car. Well, he gets to the car, opens the door, cranks it up, jams his foot on the gas, and pulls off. This whole time he doesn't look back until he's in the car driving off. And so finally he starts looking back as his car is pulling forward. And this thing has closed that 100-yard gap up over the levee, and it's coming down the other side towards his car as he's pulling off. And he's freaking the hell out. Like, what the hell is this thing? He drives all the way up to a police station in the small town. I can't remember the name of the town. This is where things go wrong when I don't write. But he pulls into the police station in the small towns and tells them there's a wild animal out on the levee. And the sheriff that's there says, well, could you describe it? And then he rethinks it and he says, look, I don't know. To himself, he says, look, I don't know if I should even tell these people I saw this. And he says, never mind. I think it was a hog. It was just a hog. Don't worry about it. And so he goes on about his business. And this is the strange thing about encounters with Bigfoot and the paranormal. You know, no, that's not a strange thing. This is the reoccurring theme about encounters with the paranormal. You know, people feel like they can't tell anybody what's going on, and they can't share these experiences. For all we know, the next person going out there could end up coming up missing because this creature is there. But, you know, he didn't file a report. What are you going to say? And his exact words was, hey, bro, what am I going to say? Bigfoot or the swamp thing or a skunk ape is hanging out by the Mississippi River, not too far from the city of New Orleans. And it was interesting because this guy wasn't lying. I mean, the terror on his face and the look in his eyes, he wasn't lying at all. Another story that I think you guys haven't heard, I'm going to tell you the back end of this story because I'm releasing this along with it. So one of the things that I'm doing is now I'm promoting the Dark Waters channel. As you guys have known for a long time, I've talked about the hesitation of a number of the other YouTube horror narrators and how they're hesitant to collaborate with me and how that turned me off to the whole collaboration thing very, very early in the process. And as of now, you see, I collaborate with my subscribers, Mr. X Dreams, the Vault Keeper. Wow. And that's pretty much it. I just recently did something with King Spooky, but that turned out weird, and I'll tell you guys about that. So I did Jason Hawes and J.V. Johnson's Paranormal Reality radio show, and during that interview, I played two stories. One story you heard was King Spooky's, the YouTube narrator. You heard his voice. He was narrating a story that was told to me by a TV producer out of Hollywood about his encounter with this shadow creature. I think it was a hat man. It was a hat man encounter that he had while working as a bouncer at a bar. King Spooky records it. I add the sound to it. It sounds amazing. It plays. The agreement was that that we would do a collaboration that was on his channel. Well, when it came time for him to fulfill his side of the agreement, it was, look, you know, I'm worried about the music being copywritten, which I was like, okay, bro, you know, don't worry about it. God bless you. We won't do it. Then he said, hey, why don't you give me the voice? Just give me the raw files and I'll do it. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not doing that because my quality standards are a lot higher than everybody else's quality standards. So, no, that's not happening. And so we finally reached a point where I said, look, God bless you. I wish you the best of luck. You know, don't even worry about it. Because I just said, hey, I'll just air it on my channel, sign the standard documentation I use that there won't be any copyright issues. He didn't even want to sign that. So YouTube is a business. And again, I'm starting to treat it like a business, like I would treat any other business that I'm involved in, which you guys are going to start to notice some huge and significant differences. So anyway, I say that all that to say that now I'm promoting the Dark Waters channel and direct video placement on other YouTube and horror narrators channels. So we have direct placement. So if you go into B Buster's channel, 9 times out of 10 you're going to see my commercial. If you go to Mr. Nightmare's channel, you probably won't see it because he doesn't run commercials. But any YouTube horror narrator that runs commercials, especially pre-roll commercials, you'll see our advertisement there. And so I say all that crap to say that this story is the tail end of that ad that's out there being promoted.
And I kind of talked about this on Jason and JV's show about my high school friend who had a car accident, and he ended up going to Methodist Hospital. Methodist Hospital is in New Orleans East, and it was a horrible accident. I mean, a horrific accident to the point to where he almost died. He wakes up in his hospital room, and it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and he starts hearing these sounds coming from the bathroom, and he described it to me as the sounds of hell, like torture and pain and just this merciless sound, like someone was just multiple people were being tortured. And craziest thing about this guy is I've known him forever, and he's just not a liar. He doesn't lie about anything. And as he's laying there in the bed, he has his leg in a cast, his neck brace. He has a neck brace on. He has all these IVs and tubes hooked to him. Even he has a tube that goes down his throat to help him breathe. I don't know what the name of it is. I think it's a tracheotomy tube or whatever it is. But he has all this stuff attached to him because this is the type of condition this guy's in. And he's there, and these noises are coming out of the bathroom. And as these noises are coming out of the bathroom and he's hearing these sounds, he's completely and totally freaking out because it's like, man, what is going on? And if you could imagine, you're in a hospital bed. You're in a leg cast, so you can't get up and run. You're in a neck brace, so the most you can do is kind of swivel your eyes left to right. You can't really turn. You got IVs, tubes, all this crap in your mouth. And you hear what sounds like hell coming out of the bathroom. And as he's laying there, and he's trying to figure out what he should do, he goes through this process of elimination. Is it the shower? No, it can't be the shower. Showers don't sound that way. Is it the toilet flushing? No, it can't be the toilet. None of this stuff makes sense because nobody's in the bathroom. His family is not there. Nobody's there. It's him. He's in this dark hospital room, and he's trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And as he's looking around looking for the button that you normally press to call a nurse or call for help, the damn door cracks open. After the door cracks open, he looks, and his eyes are he's turning his head as much as he can to look and see. He sees these 3 long fingers come on the outside edge of the door. And what he described it to me was the sensation and feeling was that not only was he seeing these fingers, these 3 long fingers, and he said these fingers wrapped around the edge of the door to the point to where it was just ungodly and abnormal. And he said it felt like in his spirit, he said, man, I felt like in my spirit like something was pulling itself into that room from another world. And so finally he said, screw this shit, screw the tubes, screw the neck brace, screw the knee, and he flings his body as hard as he can over to the right, grabbing for the nurse call button that's on the little counter, knocking over the water, knocking over like this pan, all kind of crap gets knocked over, and he's jamming on the button over and over and over again until a nurse comes running in the room, and it's a male nurse. And so when a nurse comes running in the room and turns on the lights, all the activity stops, right? That was his first night in the hospital. Now, of course, this guy still got these tubes and crap in his throat, so he literally can't tell the nurse what's going on. He can't say anything. Now, the rest of that story I'm gonna share with you guys later, but because that's going to be the ongoing story of his experience for the month that he was in the hospital recovering. And so I'll share the rest of the details with you later, but that is the story that is being shared right now as an advert on YouTube. And that's a very important phase because I think one of the reasons why the Dark Waters channel has grown significantly because you guys have promoted it and shared it, but also I'm a firm believer that there needs to be more awareness to what we're doing here, because what we're doing here is special, and what we're doing here is completely different than what anybody else is doing. So I want there to be more awareness of what's going on with the Dark Waters family and the Dark Waters channel. Oh, by the way, the t-shirts are ready and they are on sale. You can get your Dark Waters t-shirt if you go to darkh201.com, click the shop button and click the shop tab, and then you will see this banner that says on sale. Click the banner, it takes you to where you can buy your shirts. Just to talk to you guys a little bit about that, the reason why it took me so long to actually put those shirts up and put them on sale is because I had to, number one, buy the shirt,
Number one, wear the shirt, wash the shirt, wear it again, wash it again, wear it again, wash it again, because I wanted to know what quality you were getting. Then there was a phase that I went through where the prices were extremely too high, and the company that I'm working with, I had to ensure that the prices just weren't insane. Like originally the prices for those shirts were like $29 when you added in shipping and handling and everything else. So I beat them down on the shipping and handling and said, hey, I need you guys to eat a bit of the cost on the shipping and handling. So you'll notice it's like $2.99 for shipping and handling, but shipping and handling is like $6.99 to $5.99. But I beat them down to $2.99. What was the other thing I was going to tell you? Oh yeah, so I beat them down to $2.99. The other thing that I did that I wanted to do was I wanted to make sure that it was a good quality shirt. So I've had mine, I've washed it, I've worn it, I played basketball in it, I went out and had crawfish in it, and that one, and my Dog Waters radio shirt, which, I forgot to talk about that. We'll talk about that next. But I've went out and tried all of them and worn them all, and it's a good quality shirt. It's lasting. Because it's black, a little bit of the color faded after the second or third wash, but it's still clearly a black shirt, right? So go ahead and go out and get your Dog Waters t-shirt. $21.99 for male, $21.99 for female, and that doesn't include shipping, but the shipping is $2.99. And there are a few sizes that are excluded at this point in time. One of the things that we made an agreement on, and I wanted them to carry the larger sizes, but they wouldn't carry the larger sizes just because the price for the larger sizes for the product itself was a little bit higher, the shirt itself. And so they said, well, if you can get 100 t-shirts sold in a month, then, we'll open the doors up. We'll bring prices down even further. We'll let you run some discount deals. And because I wanted to do buy one, get one 35% off. That wasn't going to float because I know that there's couples and families that listen. I wanted to put, little stuff for babies out and all the rest of the stuff, but so we got to get through this phase. So it'll be 100 shirts out there for sale. Once those 100 are sold out, then that's a wrap. And then now I'll go back to the negotiating table and try and figure out what we can do next. But once we get past the first 100 in 30 days, which I'm pretty sure we'll get past the first 100 in the first week, from there, now we really, really, really open the doors to opening up a whole bunch of other stuff that we can put out there. Dog Waters Radio. So, guys, earlier I talked about, kind of the attacks that came against me. I've identified who did that. I'm not even going to touch on that. You guys will find what's coming down the road interesting when it comes to that. So, I wanted to facilitate a way for us to have these meaningful conversations. So, for example, I have a lot of meaningful conversations with people one-on-one. When I say meaningful, I mean really long, meaningful, important conversations where I learn from them and they learn from me. I wanted to do that on a massive scale and not just on a one scale. Two reasons. Number one, I think that the public needs to hear what happens in these conversations. Now, they don't need to hear every detail, but they do need to hear these interactions because some of these interactions are so intense and so insane, it's ridiculous. But also, I needed a way of verbalizing a defense against some of the things that have happened and going on. Right now, when you start looking at things from a business perspective, and I told you guys I'm taking this to a whole nother level now. My new goal is to have 1 million subscribers. That never was my goal. I was like, give me 20,000 subscribers and I'm good. Now, my goal now is to be a preeminent force when it comes to YouTube and YouTube narrators. So when you start talking about the ability to speak out and comment on things, the ability to bring in top quality and top-notch authors and writers and researchers, the ability to actually allow you guys to tell your stories to the world in different formats. One format of what I'm doing now is a way of telling your story, but I want to put it in another format to where you can call in live and tell your story. So Dog Waters Radio is going to be live radio. The time slot placement I'm working on, the format for the show is already done. I can share that with you, but I won't because I don't want anybody to steal it because there's other guys who's doing shows and they're already stealing a lot of stuff I'm doing, so they'll just have to wait. Guests are already lined up, and I'm talking about serious guests. I'm not talking about just random people. I'm talking about the top-notch people
are going to be on the show, starting from the beginning. The very first episode is going to be called the Dog Waters Family Reunion, and I'm trying to make it a 3-hour episode where it's 3 hours on the radio live. Guests come in and talk. You guys have almost an hour and a half, 2 hours of open lines where you can call in. I'm positioning it for us to have an iPhone app and the Android app. And that's why now moving forward, doing things like supporting the Dog Waters channel by purchasing your t-shirt is very important, because those things, when you do that, it allows me to do these type of things. You know, I'm taking this from just the Dog Waters channel and to now moving it towards being a media operation that deals with the paranormal and different facets of it, which I think is very important, and I'm excited about it. So your support is greatly needed. You guys have supported me thus far, so I don't think you guys will ever let me down. And as you know, I'm not letting you down. So Dog Waters Radio is going to be amazing. The sound for it is already done. On the next Inside Baseball, I'm going to start playing some of the sounds of it. There's a paranormal news section where we'll talk about the news that happened in the paranormal news in the week. That's something I could talk about because I'm partnering with someone who's very prominent when it comes to getting paranormal news. And, you know, as much as people want to steal it, they're not going to be able to partner with this guy because he's the man. The day is airing and the time is airing. I'm angling to do it at a certain day and time, but I'll discuss that later and disclose that later. And then just some of the people I've been talking to are huge. I mean, epic level people who've been in the industry 20, 30 years and who've been constantly giving these stories and collecting information. So you guys are really, really going to enjoy Dog Waters Radio. If you guys are familiar with Monstercast boys who've been helping us with the Bigfoot Bonanza, I'm facilitating it to where I won't be doing it every week, but I'm organizing and facilitating to where the Monstercast boys can help out. That is requiring that they do some training because, again, when you represent me, I want you to be on your best that you can be. And these guys are pretty good, but we're getting ready to start doing some mock interviews and things so when I'm not there, that I'm pretty confident and sure that they can handle the helm of the show and carry it moving forward. It's just getting ready to be insane and crazy. When I say insane and crazy. So, in fact, the Dog Waters Radio's YouTube channel is already up, so head on over there and subscribe to Dog Waters Radio YouTube channel. That way, once the shows come on YouTube, you'll get the notification. Now, again, it's going to be a live radio show, and it will be sent over to YouTube for some of you guys who miss it. You'll be able to pick it up on YouTube. And when I'm talking about guests, I'm talking about guests. I mean, you guys know the type of people I've been interviewed by. So imagine those people on a flip end being interviewed by me. And you know, certain people, I have some great chemistry with certain people. So, but when I'm on their shows, it's kind of like, you know, they kind of guide and shift which way it goes. And it's a great thing. It turned out to be a great interview. But imagine them on a show with me where I just let it run wild. And it goes where it goes. It's just like two guys sitting on the porch talking. And because I don't care about the format being rigid, because there's not going to be much advertising. It's not going to be all that. So it's not as rigid of a format. It's like, let's talk. You know, let's ask each other questions. Let's go back and forth. You tell me your scary story, I'll tell you my scary story. Let's boom, 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 bada bing, bada boom. It's going to be great. I mean, it really is going to be great. So Dog Waters Radio, it's on YouTube now. Go over, subscribe, and get prepared for it because it's coming down the pipeline. I know I had a lot more stuff to talk about. I really did. And I can't freaking remember the rest of it. There were two stories I wanted to tell you. I told you one about the guy on the levee, and I told you about the one, the advertisement. You know, in the advertisement, some people are going to get their panties in a bunch about me advertising, but just so you guys know, from my perspective, I'm literally paying to have access to their subscribers. So if you see somebody out there getting their panties in a bunch, oh, Dog Waters is advertising on top of my stories, and you want to say something, say, hey, I my understanding you're getting paid, right? Isn't he paying you? Is it, you know, because it's not like I can advertise for free, guys. So if somebody gets their panties in a bunch, then just remember that they're getting paid for me to have access to their subscribers. And that's one of the weaknesses in YouTube's system when it comes to being in the same genre as someone else. That's how the system's set up. It's not cheating. It's not doing anything wrong.
It's just being smart business. And again, we're evolving from just the YouTube channel kind of just willy-nilly, and I've been able to accomplish a lot with your support, kind of being willy-nilly, just doing it. And now we're moving into a different phase where it's a lot more strategic. I was forced to put some protections around myself, and I was forced to bring some people in to deal with some things. I've had, and some of the things that you guys will know about that's coming down the pipeline, like I've had a TV show offer for here in New Orleans that we're working through, movie script offers, multiple from based on these stories. It's just a lot of stuff that we're working our way through, and those things require teams of people. Now we're moving towards where we have Facebook teams, Twitter teams, Instagram teams. These things are all coming to fruition now, just because if I'm going to do this, I'm going to go ahead and do it 100% and 100% the right way. And I think you guys will appreciate that. I don't take corners or cut corners when I give you my product. So from the business standpoint, I shouldn't cut corners or not take it as seriously when it comes to dealing with the business of the Dark Waters channel. So I think I'm done, guys. I'm going to sit here and sip my iced coffee. It's Sunday, July 3rd, right before the 4th of July. And to all you guys out there, I want you to have a happy Independence Day. And enjoy yourself, eat some good barbecue, hang out with your family and friends, enjoy family and friends, because at the end of the day, they are all we have. To my people who I've spoken to recently, like Robbie, keep your spirit up, Robbie. I'm welcoming you to the team, and I appreciate you. And to the Dark Waters family, I appreciate each and every one of you for your support and your love and your caring and your concern about me when I go silent. But as you guys know, anytime I go dark and go silent, that means there's something great coming. I will never go dark and go silent and give you some BS, because that's just not how I roll. With that being said, this is Dark Waters signing out. This is like 40 minutes of talking, and I'm not editing this. I'm just going to add sound. So I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, by the way, the next video will be coming out on Wednesday no later than Thursday. It may be me talking like this and just adding the stories in. It may not be the hardcore scripted, just so I can get something out. I'm experimenting with that, so I hope you guys like it, and talk to you soon. Attention, Dark Waters family. I am so excited to tell you that Dark Waters apparel is on sale right now. And on average, you're getting 15 to 25% off. It's easy to order, and it's easy to buy. Click the Dark Waters apparel link right here on the front page and get your Dark Waters apparel today. The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the Dark Waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
On the last installment of the Dark Waters channel, we brought you 10 horrifying tales from Hurricane Katrina. On this installment, we take you back to New Orleans for 3 terrifying true stories from New Orleans, Louisiana. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy the show.
It's been storming here every day for the past few weeks. My home has a front porch that has a screen door, which I keep locked as I love to leave my front door open to get fresh air. Last night, I locked the screen door and left the front door open as usual. Whilst I worked in the kitchen preparing dinner, I started getting that feeling that someone was watching me from the front door. But the screen was locked, and it would be virtually impossible for someone to be there, so I just continued cooking. After preparing dinner, I walked over to the front door to close it. That is when I noticed large, muddy boot prints right outside the front door. I don't know who was watching me, but someone was. So that morning, on my way to work, I just checked the screen door and it hadn't been tampered with. Over the next few days, I saw those same muddy boot prints every morning, even when it had stopped raining for days at a time. I have a very nosy neighbour named Beth. She is the old lady who spies on everyone and calls herself the Neighbourhood Watch. She told me something so frightening that I have been considering moving ever since. The man who owned the house before me left the property one night and he just simply packed his essentials and everything that could fit into the truck, and he got the hell out of here. Beth said that he would complain about muddy boot prints outside his door every week. So she began to watch the house at night, and that is when she saw a dark figure appear at the base of the steps and walk up through the screen door without opening it and stand there at the front door. The night he moved out, he told her he saw it, and that's all he told her, and then he sped off. So I was distraught, and not knowing what to do, I went to my sister-in-law, who is one of those sensitive types to these things. She came over, and as she walked up the steps, she simply stopped, and then the colour drained out of her face, and she stared at the front door, and she began to shake, and she grabbed me by the hand and said that we needed to leave, and we needed to leave now and come back later. In the car, I absolutely begged her to tell me what she had seen. She only said, "It's best that you don't know." So when we reached her house, she called some of her church members, and 10 of them followed us back to my house, and that's when they surrounded the house and they prayed.
Lord Jesus Christ, please have your angelic army build up and remove all demons, their devices, and all their power from within this protective hedge, and have them sent to the abyss. Please have your angels destroy all demonic.
While they were praying, I entered the front door only to see the muddy boot prints on the hardwood floor leading from the kitchen to the front door. The prince stopped right at the threshold. She came to the porch and told me they prayed to the angels to put a protective barrier on my home. And when I looked back, my God, the prints were gone. Now, I haven't had anything strange since that day, but, you know, she still will not tell me what she saw. My encounter with the faceless man happened this year during Mardi Gras. My boyfriend and I were driving around trying to find a place to park and catch a night parade on St. Charles Avenue. Somehow, we got lucky and got a spot on Marengo Street, 2 blocks away from the action. It was about 8:30, and the last parade of the day was about to pass by, so we grabbed our chairs, ladder and cooler and headed to St. Charles Avenue. We had been sitting there for a while drinking and talking to a few people when I realised I left my cell phone in the car. Initially, I didn't worry about it. The kids were with friends and I was having way too much fun to worry about a cell phone. And my boyfriend had his, so if we needed to call someone, we could, use his. Float 10 was passing when my boyfriend leapt in the air for some beads, tripping over the cooler and landing flat on his ass. The whole thing was funny, but he broke his cell phone when he fell. So now, with no means of communication and still with at least 2 hours left before the parade was over, I began to worry about my kids. So I said, I'm going to run to the car and get my cell phone. Walking back towards the car, the street away from the parade was not entirely deserted, but it was quiet. Everyone was behind me, and the noise of the party behind me helped with those isolated feelings that I was beginning to have. So then, as I get closer to the car, I noticed a person on the opposite side of the street. Now, it's Mardi Gras, so I think nothing of it at first, until I get this feeling. You know the way you feel when someone is looking at you? So I increased my pace whilst hitting the unlock button on my car keys. When I reached the car, I opened the driver's side door, which was on the street. I didn't want to open the passenger side because it was dark on that side of the car from a row of trees that were on the front yard of a house. I had to reach into the car over to the passenger side floor to pick up my cell phone. And when I climbed back out of the car, phone in my hand, I looked up. On the other side of the car was someone or something standing there right at the passenger side door. At the time, I thought it was a person. But when I looked to try to make eye contact, there was nothing there. No eyes, no mouth, no lips or nose. I just froze. The best way to describe it, it was like a mannequin. But what was really weird, it had clothes on, including the Mardi Gras beads. I just stood there for a few seconds, long enough to see the blank face twitch. I thought, holy crap. So I slammed the car door and I took off running back to the parade. The first officer that I saw, I told him that someone was trying to break into my car, and I stood on the corner of St. Charles and Marengo. I watched him walk the 2 blocks to my car. Then I saw the officer circle the vehicle, but when he got to the passenger side, he just stood there for a few minutes. Then he briskly walked back towards me. And so I said, did you see anything? This officer was a black man, not light-skinned black, I mean coffee black, and he looked pale. His eyes were wide open and he was sweating. And he just said, Miss, I don't know what I just saw, but when it's time to leave, I will walk you back to your car. Now, the parade ended, and when I turned around, that officer, along with another officer on horseback, was there on the corner. They escorted me and my boyfriend back to the car. When we got to the car, I explained to him what happened. To this day, he doesn't believe me. But I will tell you, that officer saw it too, and it was freaky.
In 2009, I did an investigation of the abandoned Six Flags theme park in New Orleans East. The paranormal activity there was brought to my attention by several occultists. They used the second floor of the theater for their rituals. These rituals were intense and made use of mirrors to raise demonic entities from a book called the Goetia. I don't dare write or say the names of these entities, as it is a form of worship which strengthens them. It was very easy to gain access to the park if you knew the schedules of the security patrols. Inside this place, you get the feeling that you're constantly being watched. It's almost as if there's a crowd of people there along with you. The humid night air and strong breeze played tricks on my nerves as I tried to stay calm while walking. You can hear the most random sounds, thumps and squeaks, shutter doors closing. However, as I got closer to the theater, the area took a much more sinister feel. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, and the only instances where I get this type of sensation is when there's demonic energy present. The double French doors to the theater were already open, as if the building itself was waiting just for me. This is where I should have followed my gut instincts and called off this investigation, because looking up to the second floor balcony, I saw a huge orb of light move past the window. Now, for those of you who don't know, typically orbs are disembodied spirits, but they're never the size of this orb that I saw. It was the size of a basketball. Entering the building, there was a distinct difference in temperature from the humid, moist air outside. It was cool and dry. The smell of mold was making my nose flare and burn. The rituals were held on the second floor, where they configured mirrors in a circle. These were mirrors that they had found around the abandoned park, and they ranged in size from 5 feet to 8 feet. According to the cult leader, if I stood in the middle of the mirrors, the demon would show itself to me. So like an idiot, I did. Standing there, surrounded by these mirrors, initially I was amused, thinking to myself, these people say they conjured a demon. Yeah, right. Then, a few minutes later, it got real. Coming towards me across the wooden floor was the sound of these footsteps. As it got closer and closer, I could feel the actual floorboards move. Then in the mirror, I saw a hoof and a leg. My eyes traced upward to see what was the most abhorrent sight I'd ever seen in my life. It was the face of a lion with glowing red eyes. The hoofs and legs were attached directly to the face, and protruding out from the face were 7 other legs with hooves. There was no body, just a face with these legs protruding out of it. The face stared back at me from the mirror and made me feel helpless and powerless. Then it began to move from mirror to mirror, circling me, each hoof making contact with the reflection of the floor in the room and making a sound as if someone was circling me, walking around on the wooden floor from mirror to mirror. But the eyes were focused on me. No matter which way I turned my head, the face and the eyes were there. I began to feel lightheaded and dizzy, and as I moved forward, trying to exit the area, I blacked out. When I awoke, it was 9 a.m. in the morning. A beam of light from one of the holes in the roof of the building shone directly on the center of my forehead. Coming to my senses, I ran out of the building. When I reached my car, I found scratch marks all over my body. But that was not all. I used my cell phone to provide light last night. When I looked at my phone, there was a voice recording. Strange thing is, I don't remember pressing record on my phone. Okay, wow, guys. So it's time for some inside baseball. To the new subscribers, this is your boy, the narrator and host of Inside of Dark Waters channel, and the guy who runs his mouth on all the inside baseballs, Dark Waters. I want to start off by saying thank you to all our new subscribers who are coming over and joining the Dark Waters family. This truly is a family of people who not only, number one, like to be entertained with the highest quality form of entertainment that's currently out there from the horror genre of YouTube, but also who are respectful, kind, loving, and treat each other pretty well. Because when I look at the comments on other channels, then I look at the comments on this channel, I mean, you guys are really, really awesome. Every now and then we get a bad apple in there, and I take care of that, but you guys are truly awesome. And also what I mean by family is because I'm a firm believer that the reason why this channel is able to grow is because of the environment that we fostered, where we all work together and we communicate, and you guys have unparalleled access, and I try and always respond to comments. So I really appreciate you guys. To the new subscribers, I want you guys to know pretty much how things work here. Again, thank you for coming over. Some of you guys came from the Darkness Radio interview, which I was very excited about. Some of you guys are coming in from Google. What you'll notice is I don't post, 3, 4, 5 videos a week. I don't do that because I want the videos to be top-notch quality and something that you really, really enjoy. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that ahead of time. Then I have some special thank yous I want to say. So I want to start off thanking Dave Schrader for having me on Darkness Radio. And if you guys haven't heard the Darkness Radio interview, I'll put the links in the description. It was a great interview. I think Dave and I really have some good chemistry. He's one of those guys that feels like I'm sitting down talking to someone in New Orleans and we're over drinks, just hanging out, laughing and joking. That was a great interview. Amy Rouse, thank you. Francine, thank you so much, Francine. You don't understand, for your help and your assistance. You guys are amazing. And then to the listeners who don't know, I've been invited to go on Coast to Coast AM. I think it's May 7th or May 8th to do an actual 4-hour interview on Coast to Coast AM. That is huge and amazing. I mean, when I say that's huge and amazing, that's like going on Good Morning America for me. So, I mean, I really, really appreciate Dave giving me that opportunity. And with that being said, guys, you guys know how competitive I am. And you know that, oh man, what's coming next is getting ready to be insane. When I say insane, insane. And I have to stop myself right there because I want to make whatever I talk about on Coast to Coast AM like an exclusive that I've never even spoken anything about, so I'm going to shut up. But all I can say is insanity. I'm going into my goodie bag and I'm pulling out some of the stuff that you guys have never heard. I've never even spoken about. Some of the stuff that I was saving for towards the end of the year. Some new stuff that just transpired that, man, insane. I mean, just insane is what's coming down the pipeline. Also, with that being said, if I could pull off what I really want to pull off for the Coast to Coast AM interview, I want to include, because you guys are on a journey with me. So, we have a couple of people who read, like Michelle Nestor. That was her in the 2 videos. I mean, in the 2 stories. And Michelle did a wonderful job. Michelle, shout out to you. Congratulations, my lady. You did a phenomenal job. I mean, you're the bomb. And Michelle is a young lady who does the intros to all of the shows. Well, she said tonight on the Dark Waters channel, we're doing blah, 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 blah. That's Michelle. And so, I mean, she really did good, guys. She really, really did good. And I really enjoyed it. So, a lot of guys do, a lot of these narrators do, so they do, what are you? Oh my God, I'm stumbling. And you guys know I don't edit this. A lot of narrators do collaborations and all those things. My angle is I'm collaborating with my subscribers. And because you guys are what makes this channel grow. And you guys are the people who actually support me. So my collaboration is with you. With that being said, I have a few stories coming up that I want to do for the Coast to Coast AM interview. I don't know if they'll play them. I don't know. I haven't worked out all the details, but it would be great if they do. But haven't worked out all the details. But either way it goes, I want 3 more subscribers to help me out with this. So I need at least 1 more female. I have 1 that I've already selected. I need 1 more female and 1 more male. And what I'm going to do is, if you're interested, you're going to shoot me an email. And then from there, I'm going to shoot you a quick, paragraph or maybe 3 sentences for you to read, because there are certain voice types I'm looking for this. And if you fall in, then your voice may be heard on Coast to Coast AM. I don't know. I can't promise that. But if not, your voice will be a part of one of the most epic set of stories that hit YouTube. I promise you, this is, if you thought Dogman Siege of Lockett Ranch sounded good, I mean, this what's coming next is blowing that out of the water. And that's my word to you. Now, pivoting in another direction, some of you guys have seen this already. It was supposed to be in the last Inside Baseball, but it got cut short because I was using the new software and I did not know what I was doing, and I completely messed that up. But there is a call-in number for you guys. That number, I believe, is 504-507-1417. Let me see. It's 504. Yeah, you got to forgive me again. I'm not going to edit it. I'm just going to keep talking. Because I do enough editing on a daily basis to where it's just, sometimes you just got to let it roll. All right. It's 504-507-1214. And I'm going to put it up on the screen. Now, that was supposed to go out the last Inside Baseball for you guys to know that you can call in. I've talked to a couple of people, and a couple of people have got the number and called, but that's going out to everyone this time, so everyone knows that is the number. If you want to call and chat it up with me, feel free to give me a call. Now, again, we got to put some boundaries, and we got to have a boundary box, and you know, don't give me a ring at 3 o'clock in the morning, because first of all, I'm not going to answer. If I do answer, the person that you talk to is really not going to be a nice guy. But outside of that, if I call and I miss your call, that means I'm probably working. If I'm not working, I'm doing homework with kids. But outside of that, I will call you back. And for those people who have called so far, they will tell you, wow, this guy calls me back. Like, literally, he calls me back as soon as he's available. So I look forward to speaking with you. Again, I'm outside of the box of what everybody else does, and I'm there for a reason, because there has to be a certain level of appreciation for those who help you become successful. And I told you guys 1,000 times, I said it over and over again, my belief is that the more people you help achieve their dreams, the easier it is for you to achieve your dreams and goals. So I'm very excited about speaking with you guys. Now let's talk about these stories that we have. The Muddy Boots story actually comes from Uptown New Orleans. When I say Uptown, we're talking about in the area of Oak Street and Leander Street, or Leonidas Street is how we call it down here. And this lady actually had this happen to her so many times that it was insane. Like, I condensed the story down to and the experience down to make it something that can be easily swallowable. You know, it was these muddy boot prints, like literally boot prints with mud on her porch. And just in if you've never been to New Orleans, you have to understand New Orleans has houses have porches, and typically it's either screened in with like a screening material and framed and screened in, and then there's these doors. Some of them have metal doors, some of them have wooden doors. This particular lady's house, and I didn't go in, but I just drove by and talked to her up front. It has one of those metal screen doors, so it's like, yo, there's no way, you know, somebody can just get in there if that door is locked. It's just not possible. And it's one of those neighborhoods that you need that screen door. So that was just an amazing story, and it was crazy just to hear that kind of stuff going on. I mean, it really, really, really was. The other story about Jazzland, that actually, the gentleman, I actually met him through a friend of mine who owns a restaurant down in the French Quarters, and this guy's a ghost hunter and an investigator, and he wanted to take me to Jazzland on a night investigation or to the property out there, because he said there's still a whole bunch of activity out there, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. But all those pieces of the puzzle will come together later on, as in the next week or so. The connection between my friend and him and I and all that stuff will come out. But the most peculiar thing about that was, you know, I would have never thought of going to an abandoned amusement park. Like, And I told him that. I said, what made you think about going to a place like that? He said, I didn't think about going to a place like that until he met a group, and he called it a cult of people. But until he met a group of people who decided that they were going to go in there and do some satanic rituals. And they actually challenged him. They didn't tell him about it. They challenged him to go and stand in front of these mirrors. And so, you know, my skepticism in the situation was, man, you know, so they hauled these mirrors past security into Jazzland, over fences, through barriers, didn't break any of them and got them there. And he actually sent me some pictures of the mirrors, and it's freaky because these really are old mirrors from around the property. It's amazing how much stuff was still left in there when he went and did this investigation. I'm not interested in going to the Jazzland property. I don't even know if there's anything there anymore, but I'm pretty sure it's still there because I know they're trying to bring it back, but I'm not interested in going to the Jazzland property. You know, it makes no sense for me to go to an abandoned amusement park where people are doing satanic things. That's just insane. But again, like I said on Darkness Radio, I really admire people who are researchers and investigators who really have the nerves of steel to go out there and do those kind of things. I mean, man, it's not in me. It's really not in me. And let me address this. So there were only three stories in here, and there's a reason why, and that's because I really am going to put a lot of effort and energy into everything for May 7th. It normally takes me so long to get stuff done because I do put a lot of energy in it, but when I start involving other people, there's other people who get in the mix. Sometimes they take a day longer or a day less. So I trim back to 3 stories. My next 2 sets of videos will be 3 to 5 stories. They won't be the long 10 chunks of 10 stories that we normally do. And that's the reason why. The minute we come out of the Coast to Coast interview and it's over, I'm dropping another chunk of huge, real long content, real long form content for you guys. So forgive the short form content and the condensed content, but as we come out of that, you get right back to where we left off. But I just want to make sure that, you know, there's an opportunity on the table that is seized and is done correctly. And I want to make you guys proud more than anything. I really, really want you guys to be proud to be subscribers to the Dark Waters channel. Not just to be, oh, I subscribed. I want it to mean something to be a subscriber. And the only way it can really mean something to be a subscriber for a channel is if, number one, you're involved in the channel, and number two, the person that represents the channel really does do the best work. And somehow, guys, and I really want to tell you how much I appreciate you. You know, I'm getting messages where there's stuff on Reddit about Dark Waters channel. There's stuff on 4chan about the Dark Waters channels, and I'm not doing it. These are you guys putting it out, and I'm so appreciative of it because, to be honest with you, I tried to get on Reddit and do some stuff, and I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even understand the format. So for those of you guys who are actually going out and sharing, for those of you guys who are playing it at work for people, for those of you who are, you know, sending the links to your friends via text message, man, I cannot explain to you how much I appreciate that. So with that being said, I'm going to show you how much I appreciate it because I want to do something special for you. And there's a story I'm forgetting about, but I'm going to pivot back and get back to that other story. We're going to institute a lottery into our subscriber mix. So I'm going to start with the first 100 subscribers, right? We're going to take numbers from 1 to 100 because the beautiful thing about YouTube is it lists out everybody and when they subscribe. I can go back to my very first subscriber. So out of my first 100 subscribers, I'm going to put their names in a hat, and I'm going to pull. And I'm going to pull a name out of there, and then you're going to get a care package from here in New Orleans. And guys, when I say a care package, you can get a nice package of some of the things that are truly New Orleans. That'll be happening towards the end of the month, probably right as I go into the Coast to Coast AM deal. And then from there, we'll go from 100 to 200, 200 to 300, 300 to 400. And we'll keep on running the gamut. I wish I can give each and every one of you something back, but I can't. I mean, I don't have that kind of money. I got 2 kids that's in private school. I can't afford to do that. But it's just, I think highly of you guys for supporting me, and I really, really appreciate it. And the more I think about ways to, give back, the more I'm going to do things to give back. So I just want to tell you guys thank you. And I probably said it like 30 times, but I'll say it 10 more times before it's all said and done. So we had the Muddy Boot story. We had the wow, I can't believe I forget the other story. The Faceless Man story. That's oh my goodness. Yes, that particular story, the inside baseball on that story is, I'm downtown at this souvenir shop. The guy who owns the souvenir shop, his name is Lucky, right? And Lucky's wife is there. And so I'm just talking to Lucky about getting some souvenirs and some things that I want to have around my house. And in particular, a couple of these Mardi Gras masks that he had, and a couple of Zulu coconuts that he had. And I don't know if you guys ever been to a parade, but these coconuts that they give out. And Lucky always has a little bit of everything. And I didn't get a Zulu coconut for this year, so I was trying to negotiate with Lucky to get one. And I just so happened to ask him. I said, "Hey, Lucky, your business is in the French Quarters. Have you had any strange things happen?" And he was like, "No, but my wife has, and her friends have." And so he said, "Go talk to my wife." So I talked to his wife, and she puts me on her friend who ends up sharing this story with me about being on St. Charles and Marengo, and her husband's cell phone breaking, or her boyfriend's cell phone breaking, and her going back to the car. And the craziest thing about Mardi Gras is, the streets, there are so many people on the streets, but yet you can be one block away from the parade and no one's there, because they're all so concentrated in one area and everybody's so focused. And so when I meet her, I actually meet her at the restaurant on a corner of St. Charles and Marengo. Is it Hamburger and Seafood Company? Yeah, it's Hamburger and Seafood Company. So I meet her at that restaurant at the bar, and we're sitting there talking. And this lady walks out the bar with her drink, walks me to the exact spot where she had the incident, and completely paints the picture for me. And the look of terror on her face was just insane. I mean, she looked completely and totally terrorized. And the thing that really hurt her the most was that her boyfriend to this day doesn't believe her. And guys, if someone that's a loved one of you, and I don't think we'll have a problem with any of you guys because you guys are aware of these type of things, but it's important to be supportive of people. Some people may put out some stuff that you think is completely insane, but if you can notice, and if you do notice that their body's reacting and they're physically reacting to what they're telling you in a manner that's strange or unusual, then there's some truth there. It may not be all truth, but there's some truth there. And I think, we have to learn to be sensitive to other people's feelings and emotions, and just not be big tubs of lard. But anyway, she shared that story with me. She actually walked me to the location. And it's a location that you can Google, because St. Charles and Marengo, there's a restaurant there. You go 2.5 blocks up, and you'll see some large trees in front of a house, and bam, you're right there. And the strange thing was, I asked her, how did you know this just wasn't a mannequin that someone set there and, put the Mardi Gras beads on? Because initially it seemed to me like, okay, well, it's Mardi Gras, and people do weird stuff during Mardi Gras. Like, they hang beads from trees. Like, they literally walk by strangers' houses and hang beads on their fences. Just crazy stuff that people do. And I said, well, how do you know that someone wasn't playing a joke on you, and that they just didn't put a mannequin there with a shirt on and some jeans and some Mardi Gras beads around its neck? She's like, no, the face moved, but it was no eyes, no mouth, no ears, no nothing, but it was moving, and it was twitching like. And so I was like, wow, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's just, I think New Orleans is a strange place. And And I really wish I could talk to the officer who was involved in that incident, but when I asked her his name, she didn't get his name. So that's just a freaky story, because I don't know how I would react if I was in a situation where there was a faceless person standing there looking at me with Mardi Gras beads on, and it's dark and I'm by myself, and I'm a guy. I don't know how I would react. If I'm a woman, I mean, oh my goodness, because I mean, just the thoughts that go through your head. So insanity, complete and total insanity. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to share with you guys. Again, May 7th or 8th. By the next video, I'll tell you guys exactly what date it is. Coast to Coast AM. I'm going to get you guys the number so you can call into the show. If you have any questions you want to ask about the stories that will be relayed, just some of the things that are coming down the pipeline. There are a total of 30 Hurricane Katrina stories that I have that are in the works. Again, a lot of those have other voices on them, so it take a little while, but out of the next 10, we got about 8 done. We're waiting on 2 more. After we get through Coast to Coast, and we get through, I think there might be one more interview coming. I think Wes wanted to interview me on what is Wes show's called? Bigfoot. I think it's Bigfoot Hotspot Radio. I haven't heard back from Wes, but Wes, if you're checking this out, man, reply to my email. I'm happy to come on your show. But we're gonna pivot after we get out of the Katrina stuff. We're gonna pivot to some Bigfoot encrypted stuff again that I have that is completely insane, and I've been getting a lot of Bigfoot, and I think I'm gonna put together something very special, like a huge drop of Bigfoot stuff coming down the pipeline as well. So with that being said, guys, I think that's it. I'm pretty sure once I stop hitting record, I'm gonna think of something else, and I'm like, oh, I should have said that. But I really appreciate you guys subscribing. To my new subscribers, welcome to the family. To the people who've been with me from the beginning, you guys know you are my heart. And to the new people, you will slowly but surely grow and become a part of this family, and be a part of my heart as well. I really appreciate you guys, and I want to thank you again, just for listening and just for being supportive and for being here. Because you can get scared. There's about 100 channels to scare you, and you come back and check on me religiously, and you even ask for me if I'm late. So I really appreciate it. I'm out of here, guys. I'm gonna play a video game and eat some pizza, I guess. No, I can't eat pizza. I might get chased by Dogman again. I need to be able to run. I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna play a video game and relax. So I'll catch up with you guys later. The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the one-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters. I'm a Native American from Monroe, Louisiana. 2 years ago, during the summer, my late husband and I had a shocking incident with the Bigfoot in the woods behind his parents' home in Natchitoches, Louisiana. We had hiked about 4 to 5 miles. He had his gun and shot off some shells while walking along the hiking trail. I remember hearing small rocks landing around me. Then suddenly we heard a horrible loud yell, screech or howl. Not sure how to describe it, but we stopped and looked at each other with wide eyes. Scared, we began to walk faster. All of a sudden, we heard it again, only this time it was a lot closer and way louder. We ran as fast as we could. I didn't want to see what made that sound, but I already knew what it was. It was Bigfoot. I'll never forget the way it sounded and the terror I felt. We didn't realize how far we had walked until finally we made it to the highway. We were about 3 to 4 miles past his parents' house. We just figured had felt threatened from the sounds of the bullets being shot. Eventually, we shared this with his parents. They said people had many sightings of Bigfoot in the area. Also, that people were complaining about seeing them looking through their bedroom windows and doors. We went back into that area the next day and found footprints and took casts. I have included the pictures. Dark Waters. It was great to sit down with you and talk about my experience. I really enjoyed my time at the cigar bar with you. You are a true professional, and I wanted to follow up our conversation with my encounter in writing. It was Thanksgiving 2013. I went deer hunting in the area of Little Black Creek, Mississippi. I entered the woods before daylight and walked down the access road into the pine forest. While walking, I began hearing this grunting sound on the ridge line above me. It was faint at first, then it became louder. I could hear grunting and heavy footsteps as something moved down the ridge line and across the access road about 150 yards behind me. I quickly moved to a tree and sat still, listening. Then I heard a series of tree knocks, followed by the sound of a deer crying out in pain. From that moment on, everything went silent. I just sat there against that tree until first light. Then I got the hell out of there. A month ago, I shared my first Bigfoot encounter with you and promised to share more. As you know, I worked as a construction engineer for a major utility company in Arkansas. This encounter happened one evening when I was in the area of Mountain Home, Arkansas. This is a very rural area of the state, and I was scouting the right-of-way for a power line from Bull Shoals to Mountain Home, Arkansas. Bull Shoals is a very small town that sits along the White River. I was along the riverbank checking the soil when I first noticed a trail of huge footprints leading into the water. These prints were at least 16 inches long, as I wear a size 12 men's shoe. This day, I was accompanied by an African-American engineer from New Orleans named Frank. Frank was a city boy and didn't particularly care for being in the woods at all. He was jumpy from the time we entered the wooded area. I pointed out the prince to Frank, who was a massive individual. He played football for Louisiana State University and wore a size 14 boot. As we both stood there discussing the prince, he kept staring into the wood lines behind me. When I asked him what was wrong, he just said he thought he saw someone move behind a tree. We walked the riverbank for the next 2 hours, taking soil borings and trying to decide where we would place the poles that would span across the river. That's when I first heard what sounded like a bird calling from the opposite side of the riverbank. Then I heard another call from behind us in the woods. Frank, being a city boy, was completely oblivious to the sounds of the woods, but I knew immediately that something was wrong. The calls went on for a few more minutes and then stopped. However, the sounds were not right. These calls were too breathy and deep to be a bird. After all, I've been in the woods of Arkansas all my life, and I had never heard anything like this. Before we started working our way back up the riverbank towards the trail we walked in on. But as we got closer, the calls started again. Frank was sensing something, and he asked me what was wrong. Honestly, I didn't know at the time, but I suspected there were 2 Sasquatches in the area. I just told him it was time to get out of here. Walking along the bank of the river, we both started to hear something paralleling us in the bushes. These were clear footsteps. As we walked, it would walk. And when we stopped, it would stop. I started to get the feeling we were being hunted. It stayed out of sight in the tree line, but something was there. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a large rock flying right over our heads. It landed in the river, making a huge splash. Now, there was no denying that something was going on, and it was getting out of hand. After my first encounter with the crazy people in the Devil's Hollow, I never went into the woods without my weapon. Today, I had my .380. I could tell Frank was having a hard time processing what was going on, but what happened next made him quickly realize that we were in danger. We heard a loud tree break. Not the sound of a dead tree, but the sound of a fresh, living tree break. It was so loud, it made my heart skip a beat. As we both turned towards the sound, an enormous tree branch came flying at us. I pulled Frank to the ground, dodging the tree branch, stood up, and fired a shot in the air, hoping to scare the creature off. The sound of the shot left my ears ringing. Then things went silent. Frank was now in total shock. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated. He held onto a stick as if that would do us some good. Just as my ears were starting to recover from the sound of the gunshot, then came the roar. Oh my God. The sound was so powerful, it completely stunned my nervous system. It was like an electronic pulse had short-circuited my body. Then the creature stepped forward out of the tree line, as if it was letting us know who was the alpha male in this territory. Body frozen, arms shaking, I stood there looking at Bigfoot. This creature was something out of a movie. It had the upper hand, and it knew it. Frank yelled at me to shoot it. But the cold stare in his eyes told me that if I was to take a shot at this thing, it would be the last thing I would do. The .380 I had would do absolutely nothing to this creature. It was every bit of 10 feet tall, 800 pounds, and sheer muscle. Its deltoid muscles were the size of my head, and its trapezoid muscles were so large it engulfed its neck. His legs were enormous. And yes, I could tell it was a he. It had black hair and black skin. You could see the definition in its arms and legs, but the most frightening thing was the intent in its eyes. I got the feeling that it had killed humans before and would do it again if we did not get the hell out of there. So we ran as fast as we could. For the first 45 yards, I could hear the sounds of trees breaking as it paralleled us along the tree line. I was no young man at this time, but I hauled ass. Frank, who was very athletic, was well ahead of me. He didn't look back, and to this day I don't blame him. Then, just as suddenly as it all started, It stopped. My heart was beating fast, and I felt dizzy. Things were getting blurry as I struggled to jog along the riverbank. By now, Frank was out of sight. I was alone and feeling like I was going to have a heart attack. In that instant, my mind fell into despair. I knew that this Bigfoot was going to drag me off into the woods. But instead, Frank came to my rescue. Through my blurred vision, I saw the white heavy-duty pickup truck we drove in come flying through the tree line, landing along the riverbank, almost splashing into the water. He sped up to me, dirt and mud flying through the air. Frank jumped out, helped me in a truck, and sped off away from the area. "Oh my God, thank you," I said. Frank just smiled and said, "I'm not a punk-ass bitch that would leave you. I was gonna ram that motherfucker." He was laughing as if he had lost his mind. In that moment, I figured he pretty much had. We didn't talk about it on our way back to the motel rooms. We just rode in silence. That night, we smoked and drank and got drunk as hell. When he did finally talk, what Frank shared with me was so frightening that I was at a loss for words. I thought the creature had stopped chasing me. But looking back on it, it was never after me, it was after Frank. Frank said the creature kept following him along the wood line as he ran along the riverbank. In order to get back to the truck, he had to run straight uphill into the wood line. He decided that if he didn't make it to the truck, we both would die. So he cut into the woods and ran as fast as he could, dodging trees and down tree limbs. The Bigfoot was running him down on a diagonal, 60 yards away from the truck, and it was closing in. He said it moved like a college linebacker as it knocked over trees that were in his way. 30 yards away, and he could smell it. It smelled like wet hair, dead animal, and shit. 10 yards, it's closing in on him. He can't look back. He dives to the right of the truck, trying to put it between him and the creature. As it hits the ground, Bigfoot rams into the truck, turning it towards him, and his body ends up under the truck. Frank slides to the opposite side, opening the passenger door, jumps in, cranks it up, and hits the gas pedal with his hands, driving forward, trying to get away. He hit small trees and bushes, and after a minute of driving blind, he jumped behind the wheel and drove to the riverbank looking for me. Frank and I became very close after this event. He was severely traumatized for years, and we both submitted this story to the BFRO. They interviewed Frank and I and tried to convince us it was a bear. I know what a bear looks like. This was no bear. It was a Bigfoot, an aggressive, evil Bigfoot. Wow, okay guys, so that was the 3 Bigfoot encounters that we recently had submitted. Man, I am worn out from putting those together. First of all, I want to thank all the new subscribers and each and every last one of you guys who have subscribed. I really appreciate you. We're about 850 people right now. The goal is 10,000. We should hit 1,000 hopefully by Monday night, close to Tuesday. I really want to thank you all for believing in me, trusting in me, and also again I want to go back to those original subscribers who were so encouraging of me to read and help me break out of the box of fear and do this. So you guys, you know who I'm talking about. I really appreciate you guys, because this channel wouldn't be what it is today without you. So thank you. Guys, I want you to remember to like, share, and subscribe. The more you guys share this, the more subscribers we can get, and things grow a lot faster. That Facebook and social media competition is still going on, so you guys start sending me those screenshots of how many people you've shared actual Dark Waters with and how many likes, and we have some t-shirts on the table for you guys who actually have done, who has the most, so you can win a t-shirt. Also, in one of my latest stories that I'm doing, and I just finished doing an interview, we're going to end up reaching out probably next week to someone as a group from the Dark Waters channel, because there's a young lady who's hospitalized after a very, very bad incident. Her mother shared the story with me. I'm going to visit her tomorrow in the hospital to get her side of the story. But once we're done, I want you guys to shoot her some emails and tell her to get well soon. It's just a horrific thing that happened to her, but she survived it. So, and it's more than just telling stories, guys. You know, this is, for me, this is giving people a chance and giving people an outlet for them to express their feelings. And also we can do some good, because as a group, we can reach out to people and let them know that they're not alone when they go through these traumatic experiences. So I'm very excited about where we're going, where we're headed, and what we're doing. For those of you who are new, welcome to the Dark Waters channel. Also, I want to do a series where you guys can ask questions. I want to do that first one this week coming. We're going to call it Inside Baseball. So in the comment section, go ahead and ask whatever question you want to ask. And I'm going to take those questions. I'll take a screenshot of it. I'll post it to the screen, and I will answer your questions and give you some inside baseball on each one of these encounters. So if you want to know about more about the Dogman encounters in Taylor, ask the question. If you go all the way back to the very first video and you want to know about the young lady's experience in the Lower Ninth Ward, you can ask your question. I'm going to do that every week. It'll be called Inside Baseball. That'll give you guys an opportunity to hear more about how these stories came to be and how I met these people, because I realized that it's some very interesting material, and I also realize it's very interesting for you guys to know how I meet these people and how I know these people. It makes the stories a lot more relatable. So start posting, asking your questions in the comment section. I'll probably take 15 of those questions and go ahead and answer them, and we'll call it Inside Baseball. So that'll be something that we do once a week as well. Again, thank you guys, and welcome to the Dark Waters channel. Hold on, guys. Wait, one more thing I forgot. For those of you who want to actually submit stories yourselves, I am posting the email address in which you can submit those stories to me on this. Actually, it's on the screen right in front of you right now. And go ahead and shoot me an email with your story. I will respond back, and then you will have to go through the process that everyone else goes through. And it's a kind of extensive process where we actually hold multiple conversations, and I kind of jot down notes on what happened, and then I start putting together your experience and trying to bring it to life. But for those of you who do want to share your experiences, I have to let you know that they are welcomed here. That's one thing I don't think I've successfully done, is express that your experiences are welcomed here with me. And I see that in the comment section. A few of you guys have asked about that. So your experiences are absolutely, totally welcomed here. And that email address that you see in front of you right now is where you submit it to. Okay? Do I believe in the Dogman? To be perfectly honest with everybody, the answer is no. I believe in the paranormal? Yes, absolutely. And I have a very healthy respect for it all, which is why you rarely hear me have any stories about ghosts or demons on this channel. Frankly, I'm afraid of them. So when the reports of Dogman sightings came in from Taylor, Mississippi, and I found out that there was actual TV news footage talking about the problems that the people in Taylor were having, I jumped at the opportunity to talk with Skip, the lineman in the story. To give you some background, Skip is a friend of a friend. A guy named David Dunbar, who I've known for a few years, contacted me when he subscribed to the Dark Waters channel. David and Skip go back 20 years. So in my mind, it was all good. I trust David. David trusts Skip. It was a real simple solution to the problem. I can talk to Skip. So Skip and I had a Skype conversation when it was time to talk about his experience. He presented it. We went back and forth, and I had many questions. And then I created the Mississippi Dogman video that you all have listened to. By the way, if you haven't seen it, take a look in the description below, and the Dogman video is there. Talking to Skip, he claims that I nailed it 100% when it comes to his experience. The sounds, the exact layout of what happened, I was able to accurately paint a picture of what he experienced. So for you guys who haven't listened to that, go ahead and take a listen. Anyway, in that Skype conversation, Skip left an invitation for me to come to Oxford, Mississippi, then travel to Taylor, Mississippi with him right before sundown. My encounter starts with that invitation. Like I said, I was not a true Dogman believer. I acknowledge that people are having encounters with something, but I have to see these things for myself. So I left on a Friday, headed to Oxford, Mississippi, and 5 cigars later, I was checking into the Super 8 motel. Yes, this is a low-budget operation, more of a micro-budget type thing going on right here. I checked the mattress on the bed for bugs, looked under the bed for dead bodies, and went straight to sleep. I was meeting Skip for breakfast that next morning, so I needed some rest. We met that morning at a place called Big Bad Breakfast. He was a few minutes late, but nothing to be upset about. I was excited and was on my 3rd cup of coffee by the time he arrived. We talked and talked, ate breakfast, and at first the conversation was kind of slow. You see, Skip is a northern Mississippi boy, and I'm more of a city boy from New Orleans. So it took a little time for he and I to gel. However, once we started talking about the Dark Waters channel, Skip really opened up. He wanted to know about many of the encounters that I have on the channel, and he wanted inside baseball on how I met these people. 20 minutes later, Skip and I were sitting there laughing like old childhood friends. And things were going well until the conversation pivoted towards his Dogman encounter and how we were going to visit the site. Skip's body language immediately changed. He started to get real tense, and he kind of clammed up, and I asked him, I said, "Are you okay?" He strained through his teeth saying yes, and we set a time for us to meet later that evening. I returned to the Motel 8, talked to my girlfriend on the phone, watched a little TV, and took a nap. We were supposed to be meeting at 3:45. Skip arrived at 4 o'clock, and we started the 15-minute ride down to Taylor, Mississippi. Old Taylor Road is a 2-lane highway. 1 lane going north, 1 lane going south. This roadway is kind of spooky in the daytime, so I can imagine how it was at night for him. The trees and bushes kind of overhang to the side of the road, to the point to where if you stuck your hand out the window, you can actually touch one of the tree branches. We rode along the roadway very slowly, and it was pretty much no traffic. The only thing that passed us was a funeral procession, and in true Mississippi tradition, we pulled to the side of the road and let the funeral procession pass, paying our respects to the dead. We talked as we rode down the road, and we even stopped at private properties where people had recently had Dogman experiences. We didn't go in and talk to anyone, but we stopped and looked over the property. Right at about 5:45, we made our way to the section of road in which he had his encounter. To describe it, at this point, there's a slight bend in the road as it makes a sharp curve about 200 to 300 yards up ahead. We stood there in the middle of the road talking about his experience and him telling me about some other things that he heard about that happened down at Sardis Lake. The sun was starting to go down behind the trees, and it was just starting to get dark. Now, guys, Dark Waters, I am not an outdoors man at all. The most I do in the woods is go to the gun range with my friends who are Marines and kind of fire a few rounds down range. But as far as hanging out in the woods, that's not something that I do. However, my senses are very acute, and I like to believe that I have a very, very, very good radar when it comes to danger. Standing there in the road as the sun started going down, I did start feeling that it was a dangerous situation, but nothing had happened that really made me nervous thus far. We stood there talking, and I watched the sun fall behind the trees. Skip was talking a little bit more about his encounter as the sun set behind the trees and it turned dark. I don't believe that Skip noticed that everything had gone quiet. Prior to things going silent, the area was very lively. There were crows on the power lines squawking. There was a dog in the background. You could hear him barking a ways off. And just the normal sounds of the forest. But things went deadly quiet. When I say quiet, deadly quiet. Almost like in a vacuum. Skip didn't seem to notice it at first. He just kept talking and talking and talking. Up on the power lines were 2 black crows. Could barely still see them as the sun set behind the trees and it got dark. They just sat there staring off into the woods, almost like they were looking at something. Looking up at the birds, I got an ominous feeling. I turned my attention back to Skip to continue to listen to what he was saying. That's when the two crows took off flying away, squawking like they were crazy, almost as if to warn us that something was coming our way. By now, Skip was feeling it too, because he started backing away and moving towards the truck. That's when we heard it. The sounds of something running through the brush. And when I say the sound of something running through the brush, when we initially heard it, it had to be far away, but it was loud. Skip called it. He said, "They're coming. They're headed our way." I said, "What's headed our way?" "They're headed our way." He quickly started walking back towards the truck as the sound got louder and louder. Now, to describe this sound, guys, I have a cousin who played professional football in the NFL, and I've been to the combine. One of the most interesting things about being at the NFL combine is to watch the linemen run, because these guys are big 300, 400-pound men who run the 40-yard dash in like 5.5 and 5.1 seconds. But as they run, their feet make a tremendous amount of noise as they run. The sound that I was hearing was the sound of maybe 4 or 5 of those NFL offensive linemen running through the leaves of the woods, but it was far off. It still was loud. Skip quickly walked back to the truck, positioning himself inside the driver's side door, 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot in the truck. The sound was coming towards that driver's side, so I circled around to the passenger side, opened the door, and stood there. Looking back, I should have put 1 foot in the truck like he did, but I didn't. The sounds got louder and louder and louder, and you could hear limbs and branches breaking. No breathing, no nothing, but we knew something was coming. Skip started to call a distance. 300 yards away, we could hear the sounds. 150. What I hadn't noticed was that he left the truck running the entire time we were there. 100 yards, 50. The sound stopped. Skip looked over the truck at me and said, "You need to get in." Just as I started to put my foot in the open door, we heard the howl. Now again, like I said, I'm not an outdoorsman, so I can't 100% say that this wasn't a pig or it wasn't something else, but this sounded like a howl of a werewolf on the Sci-Fi Channel. It was loud and it was powerful, and it actually scared the shit out of me. I stood there frozen. My brain wanted me to get in the truck. It told me to hop in the truck and get in, but I was frozen. I stood there, guys. I stood there staring directly into the woods. It was almost like the sound made my nervous system reset, and the signal wasn't going from my brain to my body to move. So I stood there. To be honest with you, I'd never been in a situation where I panicked and just could not move. As I stood there, I saw the truck pulling off out my peripheral vision. Out the corner of my eye, I could see Skip speeding down the road with the passenger door still wide open. Within seconds, he rounded that curve and was out of sight. Now, I'm standing alone in the dark on the opposite side of the road from whatever these creatures are, with nothing there but space and opportunity. For those of you who don't know, Satori is a time when your mind, body, and spirit all are one. Athletes experience this, and people who are in danger experience it as well. It's a sensation of time slowing down. That is exactly what I was caught in. Satori is something I'm very familiar with from being a bodybuilder. However, this time I was unable to take advantage of it. Time was going slow, and I was standing there. It felt like forever as I stood there staring across the road, wondering if something was coming out of those bushes. Now, I'm a big guy. I've had a few too many hamburgers in my life at this point in time. So running is not an option. I know this. My brain told me that we can't run. I looked down the road to see how far Skip had gone, and his tail lights were no longer in view. He had clearly made that turn. So I was alone, standing on the opposite side of the road from what I assume is a Dogman. I did not see it, but I heard it. I heard the howl, and I heard it coming through the bushes. Standing there was nothing for me to do, so I raised my fist as if punching the Dogman was going to be an option. But fuck it, what am I supposed to do? Time passed, and I couldn't tell you how long it was, and I started to hear the sound of the pickup truck screeching to a halt. In the back of my mind, I was like, good. Skip has figured out that I'm not in the goddamn truck. And then I heard the tires squealing as the truck turned around, and I could hear the engine revving as he was coming back towards me. The headlights from the truck lit up the street and the brush across from me, and something big and black moved from left to right. Skip slammed on the brakes, stopping the truck right in front of me, yelling, "Get in, get in!" But I wasn't going around to the passenger side. I hopped into the bed of the truck and he pulled off. The conversation that happened after that was very, very heated. I was pissed that he left me. He was pissed that I was chicken shit enough to stand there while he left me. We argued back and forth for a few minutes, and then actually we started laughing because both of us were scared out of our mind. When we got back to my motel room, we just sat there and had drinks. And I told him, I said, man, I'm not sure what the hell that was. He said it was the Dogman. You heard the howl. You heard it coming through the bushes. I told him I didn't see it, though. He said, did you want to see it? I really pondered this question for a few minutes before I answered. Truth is, I don't think I really wanted to see what that was. Based on what I heard, the little flash of blackness that I saw, and the size of the whatever it was moving from left to right, I don't think I ever want to see a Dogman. Ever in my life. Okay, guys, so that was my Dogman experience that I had out in Taylor, Mississippi with Skip. Just to give you guys a little inside baseball and let you kind of know a little bit more about what happened. I'm never going there again. Like, that experience kind of made me question the whole visiting the site of incidents that people claim have happened. Did I expect something to be there? Yes, I did. But did I expect something to come running through the bushes sounding like the refrigerator Perry, knocking over trees? No, I did not. And it's kind of difficult to explain to you guys the sound. The sound of the howl. It's very, very difficult to explain what it does to your body physically. I've watched some Dogman videos where they talk about infrasound and growls and roars and what they do to you. It freezes you. It's almost like getting hit in the back of the head with a stick, and you're foggy is the best way to describe it. And what I would say to you guys who listen to this channel who say, hey, I want to go out and go look for the Dogman, I would say don't. I would say leave that the hell alone.